So, yeah, no, there is a new Fire Emblem Romhack remake optimization out called FE7 Legacy. It's by Smith Plays Pokemon on, I think, a secondary channel where he's doing Fire Emblem stuff. I've been aware of this for a while. I've had a few people reach out to me asking if I want to play test it or showcase it in any form, and I opted not to. I have played a lot of Fire Emblem 7, 8, 6 ROM hacks over the years, and I've a lot of times played them before they were in a completed state. Sometimes this is good, where I can kind of spot issues before they make it into the final release. I saved you all from Project Ember. But, like, if I showcase them on stream in an unfinished state, it's honestly not super likely that I'll ever go back and showcase it once it's finished. So this time around, I just opted to, like, hey, I'll look at it once it's done. Because, like, ultimately, well, the dude has done other games. He's done Yellow Legacy, Crystal Legacy, Emerald Legacy. He's primarily a Pokemon guy, but that doesn't mean that his opinions on Fire Emblem are necessarily automatically discounted. I mean, he is about my age. He would have cut his teeth on Gen 3 Pokemon. You can play Gen 1, 2, and 3 Pokemon on a GBA. You can also play FE7 on a GBA. I don't think it's necessarily... It's not fair to call a guy a tourist just because he primarily does other things. Like, people are multifaceted. So, I have not watched the video. I'm aware of some things, but I wanted to kind of react to the video in real time, because I am going to play this, but I want to give my first impressions of these changes in abstract before seeing how they're implemented in game. And I want to see if, like, you know, some of my expectations line up with how it'll be. I'll end up playing this once on stream. I'll definitely play it again off stream just to try and explore other things. But yeah, without further ado, not Pokemon, but rather Fire Emblem 7 Legacy. So I guess let's ready. Let's study and let's go. Now, this is a question for you, chat. What do you prefer? You have your options. You have your options of full screen, like a true reaction streamer. Like a true react streamer, I'm taking up part of the overlay, or I can go widescreen, which might make a little more sense. Full screen. Oh, okay. All right, we're doing it. In that case, I will go ahead and... A true react streamer would have the video small and you'd be the focus. Full screen's only for the Patreon max tier version. Yeah, no, I don't think I could ever do that. I am going to do this, though, if I do it this way. Because I have gross that I want to bring up, so... We'll see how it goes. I don't know how information is presented in the video, so... if I end up cutting off stuff in the full... we'll do wide. We'll do wide. It's a little easier to see everything. Okay, so this is 2 hours and 2 minutes long. I have not seen any of this. I scrubbed through it real quick just to see, like, what would be covered, but I'm mostly blind to these changes. So, it's 2 hours. Without further ado, actually, before we do, I'm gonna lay out a few things that let's call them roadblocks that I am hoping that he does not fall into. These are things that if he does, directly into the wood chipper. There's no quarter. You make bows 1-2 range, wood chipper. Are you expanding 3 range to magic? Wood chipper. Give Lyn a horse on promotion? Believe it or not, wood chipper. Did you overbuff Dorcas because you forgot that he had the best availability in the entire game, like every single FE7 ROM hack? Wood chipper. There aren't too many other things. Like, those are kind of the 4 things where it's like, yeah, okay, let's not get too crazy here. But without further ado, I made the perfect Fire Emblem 7 ROM hack. Did you? Probably not, but you know what? That's how you title the other videos, and I can respect parody. Let's go.
This is Fire Emblem Legacy. It's an optimization ROM hack of the GBA's original Fire Emblem that my team has spent thousands of hours working on. This ROM hack includes dozens of quality of life
Okay,
features,
cool.
allied unit balances, enemy unit buffs,
We've got
updated maps, Lyn,
FEU animate. Okay,
adjustments.
I saw one thing I might have liked, one thing I think was kind of silly.
Hi there, I'm Patrick, also known as the Smith Plays, more popularly known within the ROM hacking community for.
Okay, he did do Emerald Legacy. Also, chat, let me know how volume is compared to Smith here.
ROM hacks, and I decided to put it into Fire Emblem. The goal of the Legacy project is to make the most optimized and improved version of the game while staying true to the original vision and feel that the developers put forth.
Okay, that's an important mission statement that I want to keep in mind, because ROM hacks can have different things. From that statement, I am expecting a game that stays true to FE7 warts and all, so I'm not expecting too many mechanical changes. But let's see. I'm not going to expect, like, new classes, for example, like Great Knight, variations on flying classes to try and give parity to some of, like, the overlapping stuff. That is a good mission statement to keep in mind.
Mean that this ROM hack is trying to emulate what FE7 could.
Okay, why does unpromoted Hector have swords? This feels like I saw it on the repo, it looked cool, I want to put it in the game sort of deal, but I'll hear him out.
No, but is optimized to play like the FE7 your nostalgic brain remembers. And today we're going to go through every single change split up in 2 parts. We'll break this video up into quality of life, weapon changes, enemy changes, unit changes, difficulty modes, and finally look at map changes. There's also
before he gives like any explanation of how characters are changed, I will kind of give like a, hey, here's what I would expect to see or like to see. Just see if it lines up.
Documentation down in the description below for each
I could have perused a documentation, but that's not as fun. That's not Slop Monday.
Yourself as well as instructions.
I wouldn't be a reaction streamer.
So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I bring you Fire Emblem Legacy. So the first thing we're going to look at is quality of life, which is something that Fire Emblem 7 is definitely lacking in many big ways. The very first thing I want to note is that this ROM hack actually took all of the patches from the Fire Emblem.
Okay, that makes sense. A lot of
First thing that this patch
randomizers end up using those enhancement patches as the baseline, so that's good. And I appreciate that he's not claiming it as his own.
Hector Hard and all that stuff. It's just pick
it could be slightly louder. Sure. Oh, well, it could be slightly louder. Let me unlock that then. Be a bit louder. Let's try it like that then.
You want from the very start. We will talk more about the specific changes to modes.
It's a team that made this. He's just the leader. I haven't looked at the credits, so I don't know how many people worked on this. Casual mode, I think, is just part of the 6, 7, 8 patch.
Fire Emblem systems. I think it's fair that a lot of people want to play the
throw
older
this
games
on
and
just
not
so I can hear
having to
him a little
restart
more clearly.
after just one small mistake. So if that is something that appeals to you,
and yeah, no, if it's trying to make FE7 accessible, because like realistically, what's the audience for this? But new players who want to go back and play it without, having a giant pain in the ass.
New players, they nerfed that down in the West to 2 times.
Okay, good. We're bringing back JP 3 times effectiveness.
Issues with the game. We actually tried
to
see if it was
3x effectiveness to 2x effectiveness. The mindset is that it would be less punishing towards the player if you are if you're uninitiated for Fire Emblem. If you misplace Florina or Fiora or Heath or someone, and they just happen to fall in range of an archer, 3 times effectiveness punishes those units a lot more. So I believe the idea was like, okay, move it down to 2 times effectiveness to not punish uninitiated players as much. The problem is that just kind of made all of your player archers worse, and it definitely hit both Lyn and Ellawood pretty hard, because the Monicati and Rapier, like, with 3 times effectiveness, they're doing their job. 2 times effectiveness, they don't always get the kill.
Possible to balance the game around 2 times effectiveness, and it's just not. And I need to give in a special big shout out to Imported Cheese for helping me with this one. Next up,
Cheese, yeah, okay.
Overworld, if you press select, you will now see the enemy army's range displayed. And when you're on the stat screen,
okay. Hang on. I see base stats, or I see gross too. Well, we'll go to that one gross. Also, are we good on audio? Yes, no, maybe so.
Because we have tweaked units growths. In the Overworld, we've also added exclamation marks to warn for effective or killer
that's I think just part of the enhancement patch.
Armor Slayer, it will like highlight that effectiveness.
Yeah, no.
Another thing is HP bars now show all unit health in the overworld. Oh my god, I don't think I can play Fire Emblem 7 without this feature. Previously, it was so easy to overlook a unit that you think is at full health, and they're not because Fire Emblem 7 didn't do this. So now when your unit gets damaged, an HP bar pops up below them, and it makes playing the game a lot better. Also, a lot of us like to play with animations off. I like to play with animations off, but sometimes you have a fight that you want to watch and you didn't have it lined up. Before the fight,
okay, so he's just explaining some of the quality of life features that the patch introduces.
Even if you have animations turned off. This is great for boss fights, but also just like, I don't know.
I see this more in FE8 hacks, but I guess most hacks are just FE8, but yeah, no, that's bog standard, but good for including it.
Route splits, kind of. There's 2 alternate route split maps in the game. The first one is Four-Fanged Offense. Previously, if the levels of your lords totaled less than 50, you would fight Lloyd.
I'm curious how he'll handle this.
A different map if they were over 50.
I hate that map.
Which we will talk about later.
The Wallace map sucks.
Is like actually very easy. So instead of it being like if you hit 50, you just automatically go to Linus. Now, if you hit 50, a text box option will pop up asking you if you want to go to the Linus chapter instead of the Lloyd. You get to pick. And if you don't hit 50, you'll automatically still go to Lloyd like previously. Now, Pale Flower of Darkness.
I guess that's fine. Part of me was hoping that if you would be given a toggle for that, they'd try to make it make sense in the story. But again, kind of a hands-off hack. Well, not hands-off, but like trying to presumably not change too much when it comes to like narrative stuff. But I guess that's fine. It gives the player more agency. If this is just meant for casual players who want to be able to, you know, choose what they play, that's fine, really. Pale Flower of Darkness. Hang on. Okay, here's the one thing. There are 2 ways you could go about it. You could either make sure you fix the potential... I think you can technically get soft locked in the Jerem chapter of Pale Flower. But, like, the Pale Flower... Neither of the maps are good. You run in the issue of Corel and Harkin, the weird recruitment conditions for Harkin versus Corel, either doors opened or promoted units defeated. Honestly, just combine the 2 maps. Like, similar to a lot of FE6 and FE7 maps, or even FE7 and FE7 maps of Noble Lady of Kalen and the Distant Plains, the 2 Pale Flower of Darkness maps, they're just like side by side. So you could just like combine it and make one big map and then split deployment. Like my favorite thing in the world.
Of like 4 units make you go to one map or the other, and like
yeah, they're right next to each other, or rather, I think they're right next to each other. I used to see a Serenus Forest. I remember seeing a Serenus Forest form.
Flower of Darkness might blow your mind. Those 2 maps actually sit side by side each other.
Okay, he understands. He has the sauce.
I figured this out while we're making this ROM hack, and we just decided let's add the 2 maps together. So
all right, he has the sauce. I actually. This is neat. I respect this. I respect the fact that he recognized it and implemented it. And split deployment. You can see from select there, you've got some people in the Jerem part over the left. You've got some people in the Kenneth over to the right. This also fixes the problem of the Kenneth map where it is just one giant bottlenecked corridor where you're just getting pelted by some people inside. This is good.
Pale Flower of Darkness is now one very large map. There's no route split anymore, and we will talk more about that later. It's one of my favorite changes of the whole ROM hack, though. I think you're going to be really excited about it. We've also removed some of the weird Gaiden requirements, specifically 19XX.
All right, he's not dumb. All right. that sounds mean. All right, he's like, yay, this sucks. There is absolutely no way anyone would know that actually you have to train Nils to level 7 in Lyn Mode to get this. And you need to kill Kishina. No one would know that. Also, you gotta be in Hector mode. It's like, no one would know this. Realistically, this is like an old Nintendo, I need to sell like Prima strategy guides thing or Nintendo Power stuff. I hate this, especially given that like
you no longer need Nils to get to level 7. You just have to defeat Kashuna on
good.
19X. Also, something I always hated
that's reasonable.
Like, if you're playing Eliwood mode, like some units are recruited by Eliwood, but then in Hector's story, they're only recruited by Hector. Legolt, Hawkeye, Corel, Nino, Vida, all of those units, like it's so easy to get the wrong lord to talk to them. So we've made it so that in all modes, both of them can. Same goes for the pen situation in Living Legend.
That's good. That's good. I do wonder if he'll eventually go the route of adding all Lord seizes, because if you are a Lord, but you're not the main Lord, all you have are the negative qualities of a Lord, which is that you compete for deployment slots with like every unit in the army. So like for someone to deploy Lyn, they have to think that she is as good or better than like your Paladin or your Falcon Knight or something. But if Lyn dies, it's game over. If like Sane dies, you can soldier on. So like in Elwood mode, Lyn and Hector only have the negative downsides of being a lord. I wonder if they will let them seize.
And we've given Merlinus a higher starting level so that you don't only have his like moving tent for like 2 chapters.
That's good. That's good. Honestly, I'm of a man that like, fuck it, just give him the carriage the entire. I don't like Merlinus. I don't like Lord Convoy, but I also do not like Merlinus. I don't think it is a very interesting mechanic to protect the tent. A lot of maps started trying to give you like reason to keep a guard by Merlinus's tent, but like a lot of the times it will not matter if you're playing efficiently. Realistically, I think my favorite convoy is just no mid-map convoy, just fucking Path of Radiance that shit, but if you're gonna keep Merlinus, which you'd have to, like, that's good.
Philosophy was that we wanted to make
Dorcas and Bartra
for supports if you were planning on grinding for supports, but not so easy that it would just automatically happen without intention. So you won't need to mash the end turn button for like 40 turns anymore, but you won't accidentally get a bunch of supports either. And then lastly,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna pause a lot just to not talk over him, also to give this more value than me just watching a video. I would have preferred him go the FE9 route of like, you need to be deployed in like X number of maps together, but that could also be difficult for late joiners, but at the same time, FE9 does solve that. I don't know, I prefer that, but like, I'm assuming they're just gonna like buff the floor up to the ceiling. For FE7, gross range between +1 support point per turn to +5 in the case of like Ellawood Ninian. Which Ellawood Ninion's the only pairing that has a +5 because they need to get day support before Ninian fucking bites it. Like the highest in most cases is like +4. This is like, hey dog, you were like OTP or whatever. Let me double check. Yeah, I think the only +4s are like Archer Carla, Lyn Florina, and then there are some late joiners like, yeah, Ninian has a bunch of +4s. Florina Ninian, Florina Fiora. Surprisingly, Florina Farina don't have a +4, but that's fine. I don't know if I figured it out for GBA yet. It requires a lot of flag usage. I've seen Romhacks do it, but I don't know. I don't know how easy it would be within FE7's base game.
Mostly the female.
They can do it in GBA. I don't know if they can do it within the mindset of FE7, because a lot of the flag manipulation involves using the. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Along with Zephiel, we added.
Okay, good. They're just grabbing like free to use assets from the repo, which is good.
Female nomad.
Again, if you are introducing this to a casual FE7 fan, they wouldn't know this. So explaining this is good. It's necessary.
Sprite went to generic female archer, while she got her own one. In turn, Will got his own one. Sane and Kent are both very important characters, so they both got their own custom promotion sprites.
I mean,
we also see some tweaks for Urk.
I wouldn't say like super important characters, but like, yeah, no, they have.
Dart is.
I noticed that they didn't use the custom Sane and Kent Cavaliers, which is surprising.
He has both had his dragon's colors updated to be the official artwork colors.
Hey, all right, good, because it doesn't change to. It won't change to black.
His helmet, and you can even see his hair. Nino gets her own.
Oh, Earthsteel promo, nice.
Knights also got updated.
Yeah, the Pegasus Knights have had custom animations for a long time.
We also found it weird that Matthew loses his.
This is fine. There's not much to comment on other than like, hey, did you know the repo exists? It's really cool.
And then last but not least, you've got the Elwood Lance animation. You've also got the ranged one, and then lastly, you've got Hector with swords. The first set of gameplay changes we're going to look at are going.
Lance Ellawood, I've been a champion of just make Ellawood a fucking Lance Lord forever. Even though it makes some things difficult with the story, but like, why are we giving Hector swords? FE7 does not need more footlock swordies. I'm gonna be. That is a change that I think it's silly. We'll hear him out.
To be to weapons, magic, staves, and items. This is like the fundamental base layer of gameplay, so it makes sense to first look at this, get an understanding of it, and then you'll understand how that kind of relates into our other unit and map, weapon, enemy, all those changes. So starting off, a lot of the generic classes of weapons saw similar treatments. For example, we had not just the iron sword, but all iron weapons going from 46/45 uses up to 60. Steel weapons went from 30 to 40, and silver weapons went from 22
to 25. So this is fine in respect to FE7 is a very enemy phase heavy game, and frankly, durability management in GBA Fire Emblem is one of the least interesting aspects of that game. I am curious if he took the time to try and consider how that would affect like funds ranking, but FE7 ranks in FE7 suck. I would be fine if you just didn't consider them, but like, yay. Well, he'll get to it. I'm sorry. I'll hear him out and not press space
Outside
twice.
of adding 3 times effectiveness back into the game, I would say probably the most notable item/weapon changes we did were to their uses. I think GBA Fire Emblem got durability wrong in the sense that lower tiers of weapons like irons
I'm Fate's pilled, I'm sorry.
Like just annoying to equip. These games just have a lot of downtime in inventory management that is not fun. So the first thing we wanted to do is make that less annoying, while at the same time making sure that the better weapons still.
He does not talk about ranks in the video.
Conserved.
These are unchanged and not considered.
To note is we didn't actually change
cool.
the value
that's fine.
Item. So previously the Iron Sword had 46 uses and it cost 460 gold. Now it's 60 uses for 600. So although items have more durability, they cost more.
Yeah, the way that prices are handled in GBA Fire Emblem, it is like a price per durability.
Buff to their crit. Slim Sword going from 5 to 10. This weapon really exists for low con sword units like Lyn.
I mean, what's the description of the Slim Lance?
Large hordes of axe units and just dodge tanking them all. In one single encounter, the crit isn't really going to do.
Let's what's the description of the Slim Lance? A lance for women? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Is FE7's flurry not fast or slow?
1 or 2 crits, which is going to raise that overall damage output.
I guess that's fine.
To actually be useful in the
I'm imagining he does not want weapons to give.
Sword now also give +2 weapon experience.
Okay.
Instead of 1. Steel Sword only had minor changes
good.
to hit. Same for Silver Sword. Brave Sword
I'm not seeing adjustments to Sword's Might, which makes me think that that was not super considered.
30. I found 20 to be quite restrictive, considering that in GBA Fire Emblem, like if you're relying on crits to kill enemies, it's probably not the best unit to start with. Bringing the usage up to 30 just makes these weapons a lot more fun to use. It's really nice on characters like Guy and some of the pegs that like a Killer Lance. As for effect,
I'm gonna intervene and say that the only time that durability matters in Fire Emblem is your early game crit weapons, so usually your killing edge, and the silver weapon that your Jagan comes with. Those are like usually the only time it matters. Occasionally you get reavers or effective weapons, but like I would have been okay with silvers and killing edges remaining low durability just to have a consideration. But in inventory management's just not fun. Like, he's right. I agree with that. It's not how I would have handled it, but it is a valid way to do so.
Active weapons. We've actually got pretty big changes here because...
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. If there are ads, like, just let me know. I don't want people to be jump scared by ads. I know it's down there. I don't always see it. Just let me know, and I'll, like, pause and yap or something. I don't want people to miss things just because they're not paying Twitch money. So, all right, we got 7 seconds. I put it down there and I never see it. Go me. I mean, hey, FE7 is not as bad as FE6 when it comes to durability, but that's mostly a meme for the scouring weapons. All right, great.
Again, 3x effectiveness is now back in the game. First big change, though, is that all effective weapons have been normalized to have 20 uses. You had the longsword and armor slayer at like 18. I think some weapons had like
counterpoint,
15,
did you normalize their might?
It didn't make any sense, so we've just normalized that to 20. And then from there, like,
did you normalize their
entire set of classes, you know, longsword, armor slayer, small tweak.
Okay, longsword got 2 extra might. That's good. That's good.
Tweaks. Same can be said for like...
Okay. A horse slayer's 8. I mean, they normalized the horse slayer and the longsword. That's good. For effective weapons, might matters so fucking much, because especially in triple effectiveness, like every point of might is 3 points of damage. Armor slayer got +1 weight. That's fine. Its use case is fighting armor knights, so... If you're similar to Fates, if you're using an armor slayer in a context where it's not effective, you should be punished for it. This is a case where I think it's fine to raise the weight.
Heavy spear, horse slayer, sword slayer as well. They've all just been generally tweaked to find what feels like correct balance in the game.
One of the things. Oh, actually, Jet Black J, I'm guessing you were part of the testing. One of the things we complained about with. Oh, actually, you know, I can just do this. There we go. Also, I'm gonna, just so I don't go crazy, I'm gonna make it so you don't see my mouse on the second screen, because I am clicking on OBS when I should be clicking on the actual goddamn thing. There we go. No capture cursor. All right. So yeah. Don't make the final boss not die to Lunacrypt because it's fun to do. We'll see what you did to the final boss. Fire Dragon is a terrible final map, and I suppose there's some soul in keeping it, but like there's a half a map's worth of like room that isn't explored, so maybe, we'll see.
With 3x effectiveness now, they're all very good. Specifically with the Worms.
Oh my god, he gets it. The Worm Slayer. I'm sorry, I keep pausing.
A pretty noteworthy change where we've also made it a Reaver.
It's a Reaver because
but in doing so,
you would never have triangle advantage against against Wyverns unless you're using an Axe Reaver.
Actually uses a sword.
But like,
so the fact
no promoted Wyverns end up using swords. So making the Worm Slayer a Reaver weapon is very smart.
The best way to balance this would be to make it a Reaver weapon so that it counters lances and then stays with its 2x effectiveness.
Yeah, that's what FE7, I think FE7 Lex did with Monikati, because it affects Lyn and Eliwood a lot too, because yes, Cavaliers can use swords. Cavaliers most of the time don't use swords. The majority of enemies in FE7 use lances, and if that was not a consideration made, ultimately you're still going to have a game where swords are pretty bad, and dodge tanks are not able to do their designed role.
Similarly, we've also put
giving access to Wyverns would be a big change. It would make them better.
Now, the Iron Blades are a very curious set of weapons. Previously, not very good, not very.
They're okay on low-end.
Was because there was just been no unit that likes using them, but they're also.
Hey, did you know you can fix this problem by giving Armor Knights dual weapon access at tier 1, the only class that should get dual weapon access at tier 1. Hey, and then you can give it to Oswin, and then it can handle armors. I mean, yeah, Oswin's already good, but like,
so pretty heavy.
I'm a proponent of it.
Done some slight tweaks to accuracy and weight. I actually think the biggest changes to the blades are that Hector can now use swords.
Why?
Straight out of the gates. We'll get more into lore discussion later.
All right, I'll hear you out. I think it's a dumb change. I'll hear you out.
He's literally designed to use these weapons. He's slow. He wants a little bit more accuracy, which
then just buff his base skill. Hector's entire problem is that his base skill makes his starting chapter unreliable.
Hector can just instantly start using it and get pretty decent damage output with a sword. Obviously, much more to come on that.
Yeah, no, I hard disagree with that from a design philosophy. That is Romhack tomfoolery. That I don't even think has a good basis in rebalancing.
Because it was a larger change, we've renamed it to the Wind Edge.
Good. Okay. All right. We added 1-2 range swords. You can call this like cheesy or lame or whatever, but like you will never have a good weapon balance if one of the triangles is both the weakest and lacks a main like weapon variant for 1-2 range.
Main's a 1-2 range weapon that is now a physical sword
Myrmidon
with
only.
No magic basis.
Okay, it's Myrmidon only. That's good because the only units that need it are Lyn, Guy, Karel, and Carla, realistically. Raven gets axes, and like all of the Cavs and Pegasus Knights could just use lances, javelins. Yes, they overcorrected swords from Kaga. You are completely correct. Armor should have dual weapon ranks. Why does the Armor Lord get dual weapons? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But yeah, no, I think this is fine. If you think that like, oh, this breaks the spirit of FE7, it's a good rebalancing decision. Hey, Wild, thank you for the resub for 20 months. I appreciate it. I do not think that this is anything to raise a stink about. A lot of the times when swords get 1-2 range in ROM hacks, they're made magical, which means that it's not actually an analog to the javelin and the hand axe, and you just kind of make them weird mages whose weapons are way more costly and rare. This is good. There's a reason that not Tellius, Radiant Dawn specifically, sword masters are actually good. There is a reason that they work in because like, hey, they can leverage their good speed and they don't have to like lack an integral part of weapon interplay. Matthew Stocks in Shambles, though. That is actually... Oh, hang on. That's a good point. I didn't think about Assassin. I didn't think about... You know what? No. I think it's fine. I think it's fine that Thieves don't get it because Thief on its own is meant to be a utility class. I think it is fine that Thief and Assassin don't get it because they can use lockpicks, they can get treasure chests. They shouldn't be combat gods. I'm okay with that. That was a decent decision. They're already Myrmidon-specific weapons, and Myrmidons in FE7 are all Sakaean. So, like, hey, you have a wind weapon from Sakei, And you know what Sakaans love yapping about? Wind. You know who doesn't like yapping about wind? Lyn. Her lines were taken from Corel.
Myrmidons and Lyn. This class specifically struggled because unlike a Raven who also had good bases, but then gets hand axes on promotion.
Raven's overtuned.
This crew is just one range sword locked forever.
And they're not good. Like, to be clear, if you're going to be one range sword lock, you have to be Rutger in a game where being Rutger matters. And like the majority of the enemies that you face that are using weapons will be facing you at weapon triangle advantage. The FE7 is like the worst game to be a swordy. This is fine.
Sword locked units. It is locked to Myrmidons, Swordmaster, and Lyn. You can first find one dropped on Whereabouts Unknown. We also added in some
good
lore for it.
I like that it. Wait,
7 of.
Why is it 50 uses?
Lyn's story. There's small changes to the other 2 magical swords. The Manikati got plus 10 hit because it's effective against Cavs and Knights who use lances. Same.
I disagree with giving the Manikani extra hit. Give it extra crit. Give a Rapier extra hit. Lyn doesn't really have that much of an issue hitting because Lyn is a skill monkey at heart, so she can kind of compensate for hit, but they might have buffed enemy speed and luck to where that's no longer the case. So I could eat my words here.
For Rapier, that got plus 5. These weapons are no wolf beals, but they're still really
if you buff the wolf bale, you're like, actually, if you buff the wolf bale, maybe you're trying to compensate for Hector's first chapter, but Hector doesn't need buffs. Well, he needs some buffs, but like...
Durandal went from 16 weight down to
good, that's 4 extra
and
speed.
The Soul Coddy, the like biggest meme weapon...
Did you remove it from the game?
7 went from
Did you remove it from the game?
Weight down.
Okay, 7, that's good.
Down to 7.
Also, 40 crit. Did you know the Soul Coddy in Awakening is, I think, the 3rd or 4th highest crit rate weapon in the entire series if you're discounting stuff like Forge stacking or Engraves? It's like, it does not hit very hard in Awakening, but it is like the crit weapon. And hey, triple effectiveness on a 14 might sword with like 40 crit, that can actually do its job.
Also has 40 crit, a little bit more damage, and actually kind of makes Lyn one of the best units for fighting the final boss.
That depends. Did you change Dragon Breath to not pierce? Because without a Seraph Robe, you can very reasonably have a Lyn that will just get one-tapped and thus cannot contribute to the final boss.
And then lastly, we have the Wodao.
All right, I'll hear you out.
And the Wodao is a Swordmaster focused 1-2 range weapon that has 40 crit, 1-2 range, physical damage, and 40 uses. Now,
I'm okay with this, I guess. Because, like, you made the Wind Edge as a hand axe javelin analog. There is no tomahawk or spear analog for swords, and the Wodao in vanilla FE7 overlapped so hard with just being a shittier killing edge unless you wanted to go for meme numbers of Gi. 40 feels like a lot. I agree. Maybe it feels like a lot, but maybe they're adding a lot of luck to enemies. FE7 generics typically have completely dog shit luck, even discounting the morphs. So maybe, but 40 feels like a lot. I'm okay with 40 on the Soul Coddy because that was its identity in another game, and like it didn't really have a meaningful identity in this one. Once you range Wodao is like the biggest compliment I've seen. I honestly, I think it works. Again, the Wodao, at least within like not the actual text of the game, but like it is implied that the Wodao is a weapon from like Corel's clan. It's the sort of weapon that you would use in whatever like Sakaean clan Corel and Carla come from. So like probably going to be a really rare weapon. I'm okay with it. 40 crit does seem like a lot though. Maybe they will have adjusted the 1-2 range, like the spear and the tomahawk, but who knows? I guess maybe we can see.
On to lances.
Uses are up. Slim crit. Okay, so lances are largely unaffected aside from like durability, which is good. Lances and axes were completely fine in FE7, if not a little overtuned. I am, however, worried about the might hierarchy because I saw that swords are still 5 to lances 7 and then axes 8. The way the might hierarchy works in Fire Emblem 7 is axes, lances, free space, sword, and bow. The free space really has no reason to exist, especially in a game where bows, vanilla, don't have triple effectiveness, and swords are always taking weapon triangle disadvantage penalty on their might. I would have maybe buffed them up, but
basically the same
we'll see where it
set
goes.
Of changes to like Iron, Slim, Steel, Silver, Brave, Killer, etc. The Slim Lance also got a crit boost from 5 to 10.
That's fine, albeit I really do prefer Slim Lance just giving speed. Like, I've seen some ROM hacks where it's just like, it gives like +2 speed or something. But like, again, that is not a GBA Fire Emblem thing. Outside of like legendary weapons, and I guess the Uber Spear, which is a legendary weapon, weapons don't really give stats. I like it. I don't think the slim weapons have reason to exist at all, but like...
Just because the slim lance is already a little bit better, the really big changes to lances come with the 1-2 range weapons. This is a big change. The javelin and hand axe have gone from 20 uses up to 40.
The wind edge has 50, but... Okay, one, why are we buffing the hit on javelins? Why are we buffing the hit on... The Fire Emblem 7 hand axe is a contender for one of the best weapons in the entire series. Like, legendary weapons included, the FE7 hand axe could be considered like one of the best weapons in the entire series. I don't know why either of them are getting buffed, but he'll talk about this in like 2 seconds. I'm saying my piece. I think this is weird.
A very big boost for what are considered to be the best weapons in the game. This
not just the game, the series, to be clear.
Because it's really annoying having to have Marcus carry 5 hand axes per chapter. And enemy classes and growths have also been buffed though, and this means that in the harder difficulties, enemy phase 1-2 ranging everything is quite a bit more challenging, so you won't get quite as much insanity out of these weapons. So to base Fire Emblem 7 probably feels like a lot, but it just feels good not having to like constantly swap out the weapon.
Okay, all that... Oh, okay, we'll talk about this in a second, but all that is to say that like the durability mechanics for basic weapons in GBA Fire Emblem is just annoying, and I agree with that. But you've effectively, if you want someone to be a 1-2 range like Monkey in FE7 specifically, you would compete with like your other inventory slots if like you really wanted to go about it. If you want a healing item, if you need like a door key or something, 2 javelins, you maybe have 1 non-javelin weapon. I don't know. Again, this is a case of maybe it works in the context of buffed enemies. Also, I guess the short spear weighs nothing, so Florina can... It's the Pegasus Knight weapon.
Short spear has actually had a pretty big identity
which is
change as well.
Fine.
I don't really understand why the short spear was heavier than the spear. The existence of
it was a steel variant.
Implies that it would have less overall mass. I think it was trying to be the steel weapons of ranged weapons.
He's got it.
But it really just served no purpose. Meanwhile, Pegasus Rider...
I mean, it served the purpose of being more available than the spear at a lower weapon rank. That's it, really. It's why steels have a niche outside of silvers.
Ranged lance. So conveniently, the short
Well,
spear
just get rid of fucking Khan!
For this and also has a really good purpose.
I am Khan's biggest hater. It only works in Thracia.
And from 9 damage.
But getting rid of Khan does change a lot of GBA Fire Emblem, even if I don't really think it does, because you have to recalc all of the shit.
The spear got plus 10 uses. Still, and always has been, an amazing weapon for...
Whatever. It's a universal durability buff.
To all the main sets of weapons.
I don't agree with a 1-2 range durability buff.
Dragon axe is now actually in the game, like the wind.
It exists in the data. I think it was like a
in the game, but it wasn't
double dash
accessible. So this is just 2x effectiveness against dragon units. That means both the final boss and wyverns. You can
actually. Hang on, I wanna
effectiveness in axe.
Okay, it has 10 might. Notably, that kicks the shit out of the Wyrmslayer because it doesn't... Again, wyverns are typically using lances, so you get weapon triangle advantage, so the 60 hit doesn't matter that much. Is it still going to be double effective or no? If that thing's going to be triple effective, that is a 30 might weapon. With the presence of the Fire Dragon, no, you make that... You either normalize it with the Wyrmslayer or you remove it.
Was always in the game, but it wasn't normally accessible. So this is just 2x effectiveness.
The sword has the Reaver bonus, though. The sword has the Reaver bonus because it feels like this hack is unwilling to make large changes to class distribution.
Exclusive map. Moving over to hand axes once again.
We buffed this best weapon in the series.
Again, went from 20 to 40. As for Hector's Wolf Feel, this got a plus 5 accuracy. Just feels like it would be nice for it to be a little bit more accurate than Iron Axe.
I disagree.
With effective damage, Hector was already one-shotting a lot of units, so it just makes him do that even more. It feels nice though, because that's Hector's identity.
No, yeah, he can already do that. That is the one problem with triple effectiveness on base FE7. A lot of Romhacks have done that. The Wolf Bale just like... Bosses are just, they aren't bosses. Ellawood and Hector mode, a lot of early bosses are just armors because we're stealing from Kaga, and haha, FE4 did it and Arcanea did it, so we're gonna do it again. they just don't get to be threats at all. Like, Hector hard mode, like Bull, does not immediately die to a single Wolf Bale. Triple effectiveness, that's what, 30 damage plus maybe like 12 might on 12 strength on Hector. And you could maybe get a point of, so like 42 damage minus gate, like you're probably just destroying him. Wolf Bale did not need buffs, but in a world of triple effectiveness, you either have to make an exception for it or like make it a shittier weapon at base, which wouldn't feel great.
And he has a rougher late game, so the early
he might have a rougher late game if they make speed matter. I will admit that.
Went from 18 to 13.
That's fine. Armad's was already really good because the stat bonus it gave was relevant. Plus, like, 5 defense is fucking nutty. Haha, Solkati gives res. We're, I guess, not changing that. It doesn't do anything for... That's fine, I guess. It doesn't feel great to be weighed down by your preferred weapons. I think that is just a sensible change across the board.
Bows are probably the most overall changed weapons in the game.
Also, chat, yell at me if I'm pausing too much and yapping too much.
Those are just bad. Basically, the way that we approach this is that having only access to 2 range is bad, so the weapon needs to make up for that in another way. First big thing, 3x effectiveness. Even Rebecca is one-shotting pegs with an iron bow at the start of the game, but we actually took it even further.
Oh my god, wait. Also, I was wrong. I forgot about the might hierarchy. It goes axes, lances, bows, and swords.
Where we buffed the iron bow's hit and might by 1, and then the steel bow and silver bow both got +2 to might and +10 to hit. So basically now the trade-off is so iron 2 range, but you have what are pound for pound the best weapons in the game. Brave bow got +5 hits.
Disagree on that. Not pound for pound the best weapon in the game. That's just factually incorrect. But I do like that he did not buff iron, steels, and silvers by the same amount. If you buff iron by 2, that will just make a lot of the early game Pegasus Knights just like explode because you're getting, what, like 6 extra points of damage there? That's fine, honestly. That's like a fine enough thing. Actually, is Serenus just wrong? Let me check. That's actually not matching up with what I am seeing. Let's double check. Oh no, Serenus isn't wrong. It just changes might and weight. Never mind. Okay, well, that's fine. I appreciate more than anything. If everything else in this Romhack is like the most out of left field stuff known to man, I appreciate that he took the Fates approach to rebalancing bows. Bows do not need to be 1-2 range. They need to be the kings of ranged combat. So the solution is what Fates did. Give them Axe Might, and we can't do it here, but in Fates paradigm, give them interactions with the weapon triangle so they can further leverage their might. I think that was the correct way to go about it. One other thing that I would love to see is restrictions on longbow usage. If you want to make your bow-locked units better, restricting it to Archer Sniper is a bit too much, because that's only 3 units in the game that could use it. You can maybe give it to Nomad and, like, Lyn. I guess it's not as big of a problem now that Nomad Trooper and Blade Lord would have a 1-2 ranged weapon. Well, actually, no, Nomad Trooper wouldn't. Nomad Trooper would not have a 1-2 ranged weapon because it's Myrmidon only, which... Come to think of it, the Wind Edge being Myrmidon only is... You could make an argument for Nomad Trooper, they're both Decaying classes. So in that case, I would make the Longbow exclusive to Nomads, Nomad Troopers, Archers, and Snipers. So that gives you 4 units in your army that can use it. It's not too many, but you just don't need to make that weapon super available. You just don't want a case where like, hey, you get Geets, and he has a big meaty strength stat. So he's like the only one that you'll use for bows because you can just do it right off the gate.
Longbow also got a pretty notable upgrade. It went from 20 uses up to 30, and from 5 damage up to 7. So same as the new
That's
iron
just
bow.
a
Now,
universal
because it's of course a 2-3 ranged weapon,
so
which
universal
gives
might.
you access to.
Okay, well, fuck that, I guess. Hey, look, it's what everyone does in Fire Emblem. Archers, nah, I'll just get gates for free. I kind of disagree with this. I do not think that warriors should be able to use a longbow. That is my opinion on it. Lock it to archers, snipers, and like the nomad line.
Non-counterable attacks to basically the entire enemy army. It is situationally very useful, and I think adds some further utility to archers.
I mean,
buffed it rank from D up to C so that warriors don't get it upon promotion.
Let's look at this real quick. If I go ahead and go to character-based stats and I scroll down and I find a funny little Geets. Hey Geets, what's your bow rank? Oh, it's B? Oh, cool. We're still nothing's fucking changed. All right, you still get Geets and you give them all the bows that matter. Fantastic.
This further helps make the actual archer class better.
It doesn't. It does not really do that. I know that a lot of rebalances are loath to nerf and rather like to adjust by moving everything upwards. So it would feel bad to take away a resource that was in there in vanilla. And maybe, mind you, I am probably projecting my own preferences. I am absolutely projecting my own preferences onto things. Given that he wants to try and retain, like, original spirit of FE7, I guess it doesn't make sense to remove things that you could do in vanilla.
More to come later. Okay, next up is magic, which is kind of weird in Fire Emblem 7.
Let's see. Oh, all right. Some negative adjustments. Good. We're moving hit down a little bit. Or not. Yeah. Bolting won't weigh you down. No. Oh, shucks. That's fine. Honestly, I think Hellfire going down a little bit is good, just because, like, fuck, dude, Nino's made of, like, she's like a 2 pounds soaking wet.
Then we took the approach of the 3 magic systems in this game, and we made Anima basically still what it is.
Also, before he goes into this, I'm just gonna guess. I'm gonna guess right off the bat. You're gonna make light the crit line of magic, and you are gonna run into problems any chapters that have a bunch of, like, monks and bishops. Crit 1-2 range weapons are fine as one-offs sometimes, but even then they can push it. The way you deal with crit weapons is you initiate on them at a range that they can't counter. So, like, I guess you could longbow them, but, like, 1-2 range crit weapons are dicey design, I have found. But I don't think that, like, the Trinity of Magic doesn't need to exist in FE7. He's got a rough problem to solve, and I don't think there's a perfect way to do it unless you fuck around with, like, ranges.
It's just, like, solid accuracy, good damage. Light tomes are more closer to, like, Slim, where they have...
Oh my god, I'm right! I mean, granted, like, Aura existed in vanilla, and you could sometimes get your shit kicked in by Kenneth, but, like, that's a hard problem to solve, man.
Less weight, less damage, but better crits. You'll notice that, like, especially Divine going to 15, Aura going up to 20 crit, also getting massive
notable weight reductions.
Weight. Then lastly, you have Dark Tomes, which
all right, I think the weight reductions are probably a better. Granted, it's
Flux,
like what
is like your bottom tier,
Lucius,
weakest, just straight up damage output tome. But then you don't have anything from Flux all the way to the A rank tome Fenrir.
I'm sorry, that's a funny thing. Flux is fine just because it is basically the axe equivalent of the Trinity of Magic. So, like, yeah, you don't have many other options, but, like, if you're already doing a lot of damage, you're on a class that typically has pretty high, like, magic base. Not a class, it's Canas, really. It's until you get Athos. It's like, Canas hits pretty hard. It is, in practice, not a problem.
Which is, like, really big difference in damage. Now, the two things you have between those is Nosferatu, which is C rank. This is the draining magic weapon. Nosferatu in FE7 is horrible. Like, who has ever used this thing seriously?
Hi, me. It's not that bad. It's not bad. What are you talking about? It is a tool. It is not something that you can brain off like you can in Awakening or even Fates, but, like, it is a tool that allows you to play aggressively when you are at lower health. Because enemies in FE7 don't have speed. Oh no, it weighs a lot. Oh no, it doesn't fucking matter.
We've reduced it from 14 weight down to 11.
Dog, I'm gonna be honest. What are we talking about here? This Nos was fine. Dark magic was, like, completely fine. It had a good identity. It was the only magic that had, like, the gimmicky funny tomes. I honestly, if anything, like, the biggest buff to Nosferatu here, you are increasing its uses by 50%. That's huge. More than anything else, that's huge. 30 use Nos? No, this is a bad change. This is a really bad change.
Nos down, but not by nearly as much.
What?
We've also given it 10
that's
more
a bad
uses,
change.
And this should hopefully allow him to do some light Nosferatu tanking. It's not going to be like Fire Emblem Awakening Insanity, but it's...
You don't... Fire Emblem 7 was never meant to just, like, Nos and win. You use NOS as a way to deal with like certain incoming enemy formations to where you can turn a calculation into a losing calculation of having to take a bunch of combats to like a winning calculation because you can like enemy phase heal back up some of the HP that you were like taking in. Like if anything, you could nerf NOS. You could nerf NOS and it would still be good. This is a dumb change.
Actually a viable strategy. Also is very nice on enemy shamans. And then we have Luna, which is the most unbalanced thing in the entire game. High crit weapon that pierces is basically uncounterable when
it's not basically, it is uncounterable. There is no counter to that, save for maybe the Iron Rune.
So we were very, very careful to not give it out to a lot of units. But Crazy Good Luna is also very much a part of FE7, and we didn't want to hurt that. So it keeps the crit, it keeps the pierce, it keeps its availability, but we've reduced it from 35 uses down to 20.
Okay, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. That does not matter. Luna matters in like a few specific scenarios of boss killing. And that's about it. Like, it is a problem with enemies. What is it? Zoldom on Pirate Ship? Like, it is a problem on enemies because, like, a lot of the times when you have to go up against Luna, the only counter to that is just having fuck tons of HP. It's why I am like a Lyn Mode Dorcas believer, because that guy just gets a billion HP and then he's just like, all right, I'll tank a Luna crit to the face. I don't care. That's fine. This is a downward adjustment to Luna. I think that's warranted. Why are we buffing NOS?
So you have to be a little
Yeah, it was also really accurate. They nerfed the shit out of it in FE8. And like, it's not good in FE8, but it has use cases in FE8. But it's probably like, oh, but I want to be able to one-shot crit the Fire Dragon. Which I think is just horrible design because you get Athos for free.
Smart with it. Also going to be the B-ranked tome because Luna is just so much better than Nosferatu. Like,
no, it's not. As a general purpose tome, when ranks are a consideration, no, it's not. Luna matters. It is a specialist weapon. At any time that you would actually need it as a specialist weapon, you will absolutely already have a rank for it. It does not matter.
Seriously, what were they thinking? And
what use case in FE8 it had like 50 hit? Tower of Balony, I think. Really?
Also, we're gonna make Luna go from 95 accuracy down to 75. It's
okay, you know, that's pretty good. That's a good change.
Still insane. It will still do wonders for you in the final fights, but yeah, just a little bit of balance there. And then for the big boy tomes, Fenrir went from 18 down to 13.
It's not a cinder block.
Went from 20 down to 15.
All right, that's fine. Heavy. They just kind of felt bad to use, but
damage.
Con's a bad mechanic.
Not quite as stupid, I guess. The point is that now they are actually usable. Now, the biggest changes to staves is that they're big.
They were usable. To be clear, they were usable in vanilla FE7 because enemies did not have speed. Having high speed did not matter. Even with, like, Fenrir, you would maybe get doubled by some things, but, like, Fenrir was not a death knell for getting doubled just because enemy quality in FE7 was so low. That might be a consideration that you need to make if you're buffing up enemies, though, so fair play.
Base XP yield went from 10 up to 14. Heals.
Fates! Mwah! We love you, Fire Emblem Fates mechanics and only mechanics. Good job, good job.
The minimal tome that gives you +1 on top of that. So you get 15 experience for heals, and then it kind of goes up from there.
All right, hang on. I have one thing I want. My solution for making Sarah have some use case when compared to Priscilla is through a skill system where you just give, like, Sarah Festal range. +1 range on all staves. That would give heals, mends, recovers, just 1 extra point of staff. Now, if you're not introducing a skill system, which this game isn't, you can't do that. But you can add like a mini physic, right? You can add like a 1-2 range, a 1-3 range, maybe. Maybe you can make restore a little longer range. Actually, just make fuck it. Just make restore longer range, and I'll be happy.
Priscilla and Sarah grow like at a much more reasonable pace. Previously, recover was the staff that had no use.
All right, yeah, all right, good job, man.
Because it restores all HP to
correct.
An ally.
That is completely correct.
Effectively has the same function. So we decided to make recover a 1-3 range weapon. So
it's a stronger physic with less range, and reasonably there are times where physic does not top off a unit. Good change. Gives recover a niche.
Kind of like a mini physic. You'll get your first recover staff now on Dread Isle, and it is really useful for the following Dragon's Gate chapter. Physic is awesome. Stays the same.
Good. Oh, okay. Unlock gets an extra point.
Fortify stays the same.
Restore
stays the same. Unlock
all right, you know, this man cooked with staves. I have no complaints.
Just boosted that up to 1-3 because it makes it better. And then restore probably
so,
got the big...
To be clear, Unlock's main use case from my recollection is turn 1 of Battle Before Dawn, opening the left door. You can, because it's 1-2 range, you can open the door from like across the wall, and then you can kind of rescue chain either a Paladin or a Falcon Knight in to just try and like blitz down the left side to reinforce Jafar and get the, like, I think it's the boots in the left chests. 1-3 range makes that a little more, it makes it a little more flexible in your deployments there. Good.
Change going from 1 range to like warp range.
Good.
The range to restore like a sleep, a berserk, a
berserk fucking sucks. It shouldn't be in the game. I know he's not going to remove it, but like
because
there are cases where whatever. Anyway, there are cases where like you just get statused, and because of where you got statused, you just can't. You have no counterplay to it. The counterplay to being statused is, God, do you have like someone of a restore staff within movement range? If not, you're fucked.
Rescue staff to 5. Warp has 5, and it's way better than rescue, and it's just like
remove warp from the game. It's not good. I don't like warp. If your solution to a map is just skip it, you've made a bad map. Rescue's fine. Rescue's a completely fair staff, and I think it has a lot of use case. Warp sucks.
Fun to have more.
I know that's an unpopular opinion, but like...
Outside of that, we've got a few more item changes. Literally just going into FE Builder to show these changes. Stat boosters have pretty much stayed the same, but the goddess icon has gone from +2 to +3 luck because...
Just change the price per use. Just change the price per use. Change it down from like 8 grand to something less, because like even if you're buffing the goddess icon, the secret book, and maybe the talisman, probably not the talisman, but like people are still gonna sell this shit. The secret book, you can give 3 skill, maybe it'll be useful for Barter or Hector, but like still sell it. Just make it sell for less, so you have like rationale to use it rather than just sell it.
Crazy. We know some ROM hacks go to 4. Secret books also go to 3 sometimes. We wanted to keep it, you know, true to Fire Emblem 7, but ultimately found like the goddess icon needed to be improved.
It did. That being said, yeah, we're buffing Raven. He needs more buffs. Raven's only dump stat is his luck, and he has a lot of ways around that.
The main promotion items have stayed the same.
Why are we okay, this is one thing that I think FE7 could change and no one would give a shit about. Class-specific promo items honestly just discourage creativity because of the fixed positions where you get them. Like the early hero crest, the early knight crest, it's like, okay, cool, you got your fighter bros, Guy and Raven, but like, oh, look, you just got Raven, so just kind of goes to Raven. If you want to use a magic-heavy team or like a infantry-heavy team, a hero crest required level 3, it's harder to run certain teams that you would want to run that aren't even necessarily better. Like, yeah, you could run Cavalier Emblem, but like, they do that on base class too. Just make them fucking Master Seals.
Vulneraries have
just make them Master Seals.
And it is beautiful.
Why 3 to 5 uses? That's not a necessary change. That doesn't fix anything that FE7 had a problem with. That is just, man, I don't like inventory management. And for weapons, fine. FE7 likes to Zerg rush you of enemies, but you can only use 1 vulnerary per turn. You can use potentially like 100. I guess at max, you could use 100 hand axe uses in 1 turn. You can only ever use 1, technically 2 vulneraries in a turn if you dance. This is an unnecessary change for changing's sake.
Okay, mine. This is a contentious one. Because we built this ROM hack off of a previous...
the mind glitch doesn't work in this.
Life ROM hack.
The mind glitch won't work.
I didn't realize that it patched the mind glitch.
Simple mistake. Yeah, no, it's if he's building on top of that, the ECG with actor tiles just doesn't work in it. It was patched out.
And then we had done like all the work on this ROM hack until we realized. So unfortunately, the enemy control glitch is removed for Legacy. It wouldn't have been my choice if I hadn't known that I made this mistake. I am sorry for that, but...
Is he Canadian? Sorry? Actually, no, he's probably Midwestern. He's probably my people. Minnesotan. Isn't there a patch to remove it? There probably is. FE Builder has a shitload of patches that you can just search through, but maybe it's incompatible with something else in the ROM. I would guess that he looked for it, right? Enabling the mind glitch is like 1 byte flipping from 0 to 1. I'm giving him the benefit of a doubt that he tried it and it just like broke something else integral to the ROM. He's Canadian. All right, I clocked you. What are Canadians other than just like super Midwesterners? We're the same people. You and I, we're not so different. That being said, without the mind glitch, it is my opinion that like the mine is just a less interesting light rune. I would not mind seeing it. I would not mind seeing it gone. You can stop an enemy in its place, so there are different use cases for it, but like I can think of very few cases where I've used the mine strategically. I guess you can use it, you know what? You can use it to pull gi. I have used it to pull gi in the past. That's about it.
With this change, it actually
ends their
allowed us
turn
to make the mine pretty good. So it now does 20 damage and it has 3 uses per item.
Okay, you know what? That's a decent change.
With better enemy quality, being able to
20 damage, that's good.
Stop a unit's
honestly, that kind of makes it work more really like nice. I expected the mine to want to work in vanilla.
You're going to have a lot of fun and you'll be able to do some really cool stuff with it. The rings, Phyllis Might and Knee's Grace are both amazing.
Yeah, you don't need to buff any of the rings.
However,
maybe
now buffs a unit's crit for 1 turn by 30 instead of 10. And then that's
good. 30's good.
Whitney, which comes super late, is actually buffing your avoid by 50. Seems crazy, but the other ones, and even just like a regular dance, are still probably better.
I actually kind of agree with this.
Like that good. Now I should mention the Earth Seal now.
I agree with this. It basically makes you invincible for a turn if you're avoid stacking, but like again, your
Seal, it's a classic
Nave Seal, that's fine. Ocean Seal. No one really like the Fell Contract. Thieves are not good enough to have to jump through so many hoops to promote. It's dumb.
Also promote pirates and thieves.
My 60 crit Luna against the final boss. You need Phyllis Might to one tap though.
A unit that holds it plus
the Emblem Seal. Why? I'm sorry. Man states he doesn't like inventory management. Adds in the item that is just inventory management because you trade it around to give hit and avoid. No. That's antithetical, sort of, kind of. It's fine. It's fine. I'm being a brat here.
Hit. We thought this was kind of cool, so we actually added it in on the chapter that you normally got the Fell Contract, the Knight of Farewells boss. It's kind of good. It's kind of useful. It's not.
Whether it's on Sonya, it's a late game item.
Another nice fun thing to.
30 times 3 and then you double. Yeah, but like consider that you do 30 times 3, but you get 10 extra might, so you do 40 times 3 and you just one tap.
Add in. So next up we have the classes themselves. So not like Raven.
Steal it to also get the Finvolvator. Hell yeah.
This section is mostly going to be specific to how enemy units have been improved.
All right.
Fire Emblem 7.
All right, so here's the gist. Enemies suck ass in FE7, especially tier 1 units. There are adjustments made to promoted units in hard mode, but they do nothing for the unpromoted units, and FE7 has a lot of unpromoted units. So outside of like instances where you're seeing promoted units like hard mode, Cog of Destiny, enemies just suck, and they still suck in that, but like that's the only time that you'll ever run into some friction. Enemies also have the issue of they are predominantly lance-based. After Lyn Mode, you go from fighting bandits and brigands to like organized armies, and the majority of classes that fit that, soldiers, knights, cavaliers, wyverns, pegasi, primarily lance users. Yes, like promoted wyverns, pegasus, and cavaliers can use like swords and axes. The vast majority of enemies use lances. If you do not address this, no matter how you try to like even out weapon balance a little bit, which you didn't, because there's still the gap between swords and lances now after moving bows, which is unnecessary. It's not going to work. That is my piece. Maybe he will address it, but I want to say, like, this is the problem you have to solve. You have to solve a weapon distribution system, and that is something that takes a lot more fine-tuned detail than just like I'm going to buff up some numbers in FE Builder.
Even more than that. And this is very much your experience in Fire Emblem 7, where
where's the famous non-flyer effective emblem bow? Yes.
First few chapters are
the
quite
two Alibian non-flyer effective bows
with your stats, but as the game goes on, even in Hector hard mode, enemies get bad. They just fall off a cliff because they have no growth.
It's not that they don't get bad, they're always bad. Well, comparatively, I guess.
Into the boring, like, tiny, plus 10s and all that. I'll do one deep dive example to give you an idea of the changes. The Knight is nice and clean for this, and then we'll go more briefly through everyone else. Okay, previously in the Blazing Blade, Knights had
also, you're calling it Blazing Blade. I know it's Blazing Blade officially, but like, come on, be an FE boomer. Call it Blazing Sword. Be an FE boomer with me.
A 28% defense growth, which basically meant every 3 to 4 levels, the knight, the defensive class, gets 1 point of defense. That's insane. It's their res is 20%. They're supposed to have low res. And while the bases account for that, they never really get that much better. We have changed the growths to 48%. So basically every 2 levels and a bit, they gain a point of defense. We've lowered res to 15. That
I'm sorry. I don't mean to do you like that.
Specifically.
Okay, that's a good change. That strikes me as he's trying to make units more specialists rather than generalists.
Has made knights now actually feel like knights. You go up to them, you try to hit them with an iron sword, and you don't do a lot of damage. You could
previously just iron weapon them with your Cavaliers and be fine.
Or I actually could use a magic user to take this guy out. Similarly, while speed was really bad at 15%, that is tough. They just never grew. So we raised that up to 31. Knights are still not fast, but now they have enough speed.
That's fine because speed's the god stat. If you get doubled by everything, you lose your defensive capabilities. So like we played Radiant Dawn recently, you saw what happened to Aaron.
Of like the vision we had. Basically just trying to make units on the enemy side feel like what their class is supposed to feel and what it does feel like when you use that
class.
That's mercenaries.
I can get behind that.
Good. You're gonna find
mercenaries are fine. Myrmidon's not really.
Have a pretty good speed and pretty good attack. Myrmidon classes will have slightly higher speed, slightly less damage, also less defense. The fighter class was already in a pretty good spot, so we just kind of.
Why are we giving Hector swords? Hector. What the fuck does he get on promotion? Congratulations, you get a weakness to armor-slaying weapons, which won't matter because vanilla FE7 does not have armor-slaying weapons after the point where Hector promotes. And like, 1 point of move? Maybe you change it. Maybe we're giving Hector full triangle control. I don't know.
Archers have been balanced to typically feel a bit on the slower side.
Godwin, let's go, Godwin.
I typically find enemy archers to often surprise me at how
we gave him anima. Oh, yay.
They've also got
the Nepo baby, the Nepo baby syndrome in reverse.
Much. Actually, same can be said for the Myrmidon that now has 8 con. Monks.
Okay, all right, good. You acknowledge that con fucking sucks. Congratulations, you're trying to amend it without removing it. Just remove it.
Have been buffed to have good speed.
Did you give enemy Pegasus Knights con? I doubt it.
Myrmidon enemies of the magic realm. You'll find monks and bishops to get pretty strong as the game goes on. Mages are more of your average, so decent speed, not often outspeeding you, decent damage. And then interestingly, I think most people would like think of shamans and be like, oh, shamans in FE7 are bulky and slow. And that's not true.
That's really only the case because you end up fighting shamans a lot in late game where they actually stick in your memory because they have scary tomes. There are a few druids, like especially in COG, that have some legitimately threatening loadouts, and maybe that sticks in your mind. But yeah, no, the stat profile of a druid is not that dissimilar from the sage.
But that is what we made them. Shamans were just slow.
COG's a bad map. Yeah, because like it's an FE6 map.
Extra point of HP previously to the other classes. So we've gone ahead, given them a bit more HP, a bit more defense, no additions to speed, a bit more damage. So now they're more of like the tank-based magic class, and that pairs well with Nosferatu.
I think that's fine. Again, it's a hard problem to solve. The Trinity of Magic does not need to exist in GBA Fire Emblem, but like, yeah, have light magic be... The problem is, like, you can't... The Trinity of Magic does not interact with physical classes, so like, if you make one super res-based and one like giga defense-based, that doesn't really, like, having a bunch of defense does not matter if you only have like interactions with a triangle with other magical like units. Like, granted, that's only in regards to the weapon triangle, but like the Trinity of Magic exists as like an alternative to the weapon triangle. Also, give me like 1 second. This is like actually starting to. This is second day hair. It's too poofy. I'm switching to like earbuds. They should all be null, no anything. No, zero luck null is funny. That's a good choice because it makes me laugh. That's all you need. Keep staring at me, Smith. I'm sorry. I keep pausing at like very unflattering frames. It's not on you. That's my bad. All right, we're good. We're good.
Class were always one of the best classes in the game. Nothing major for them. Nomads also didn't see a lot of changes.
Hey, hi. Just remove.
Still chilling. Pegasus Knights got a big con buff, up to 7. You're gonna see a lot less Pegasus using steel lances as well.
Oh my god, he gets it.
Iron lances, they're now only getting weighed down 1, so you will find them to actually be pretty fast. When they then promote, they don't get weighed down by pretty much anything they'll ever use, and so they'll be some of the fastest units in the game.
Good, because Falco Knights are not actually that fast in a lot of cases. Like, there are certain cases where you'll have Pegasus Knights of steel weapons, and they're just slow. They don't hit that hard. They hit harder than, like, an iron weapon, and they die to anything. Good change. This lets Pegasus Knights actually function as their archetype suggests.
We really wanted to make sure that there were some fast enemies in the game because it makes
that doesn't necessarily. I don't think that will transfer directly over to player units.
Wyvern Riders, obviously, like, I mean, truly the greatest class in the game. They still kind of feel like Wyverns. I don't find Wyvern stats to be crazy. It's just the fact that they fly and have good damage.
Their stats are crazy in the sense of they specialize in nothing but main stats. And their dump stats don't matter. Their dump stats in a lot of cases are like res and maybe skill. They don't have terrible speed. They have passable speed, and they've got good strength and defense. Those are main stats. Meanwhile, Pegasus has skill, speed, luck, res, which like speed's a main stat, but like skill, luck, res are substats. They don't matter as much. As far as stat archetyping, it just does not matter as much.
Soldiers got a massive improvement, but we kept it in line. Soldiers...
What the fuck do you mean in line? There's nothing in line.
Are supposed to be like the fodder enemy, so we didn't want them to be crazy, but like soldiers were
they were bad. They had no
1 to 10, so they're not getting slowed down by iron lances.
Good.
We also kind of like gave them big HP, big power buffs. Kind of
you only ever need enough speed.
Your slower units, once they get going, will still double these guys. I don't really know.
Soldiers are now like FE6.
Yeah, if you know this game, you know how awful these classes were, and they are now appropriately.
Just nerf the Iron Lance. Wait, yeah, because again, it doesn't work. It just flat reductions, and then adjust speed. Soldiers now like FE6, big HP and strength. That's fine. You could be basically Lance fighters. That's fine.
Bad. How about that?
It gives them something, but there's not much of an identity to have in FE7.
Fighters, but a little bit faster and a little bit less skill. And that is specifically it for classes.
That's Gonzo.
I also want to note, we took big advantage of the female classes in this game as well. You'll see these sprinkled throughout the guide.
Are you going to have them be like wacky distributions of stats like a lot of Romhacks do? Like, oh, hey, it's the defense class of 1 billion res.
Typically, the female versional classes will have higher speed and lower defense or lower damage. That you might.
Yeah, so again, you only ever need enough speed, and higher speed usually is not enough to matter. So 9 times out of 10, the female variant of classes, for enemies specifically, is just worse. What they specialize in usually isn't relevant, and what they're bad at is usually very relevant.
Also find them to have a bit higher res, as they're often taking place on the chapters that have like weird magic going on. We felt like that was thematic. Really, these classes have been added to the game.
Wait a second. Hey, we changed the ruins. Interesting. I guess it gives you more options to push out from turn 1, and also Merlinus is in a different spot.
To just add some variety. FE7 doesn't have a lot of class variation, like especially compared to Sacred Stones. It gets boring. So we found that adding in the female variants like really kept the chapters just feeling like fresh and exciting. All right, guys. Thank you.
Counterpoint though, you can just like granularly change this from like chapter to chapter if you want fast enemies. That's fine, but like I guess you already have the slots, so they occupy different FE builder like slots. So if you just want to give them different growths to make allocation of those classes easier, that works.
Thank you for your patience. We have made it to the juicy stuff. We are now
not using the class sprites for females to start. Wait.
Feeling like fresh and exciting.
Oh yeah.
All right, guys.
Huh. Yeah, no, there are generic female class sprites for everything, I think, nowadays. I'm surprised he's not using them.
Thank you for your patience. We have made...
What's if Reduxes in adding women to kill? The reason they do that is that most, like, GBA games have female variants of, like, nearly every class that, you know, a woman could feasibly be. But, like, they just don't get seen a lot. So it's like the female druids in Hector mode. If you didn't play FE6, you're like, holy shit, this is super cool. So it's just for the sake of, like, showing off things that exist in the game. That's really it. It's no deeper than that.
Made it to the juicy stuff. We are now
it's
looking
just, yeah, because
at
variety.
Changes. This is great. We needed that prior context for this now to all make sense.
All right.
So
Let's see.
These changes are sick. sick. Reminder that the goal of this ROM hack was to keep the game feeling like FE7. With that said, you sometimes just gotta do cool stuff. The first cool thing we did, I think, that will really stand out to you as soon as you drop into this game is we have given every single Lord one of their promoted bonuses at base. So let's first jump into Eliwood. Previously on promotion, Eliwood got
This is... If there's anyone that could maybe get away with having dual weapon access at base, if you're not changing Cavaliers, it's Eliwood. Because, like, he already gets a shittier horse on promotion, which, just kidding, no, he doesn't anymore. Okay, so he doesn't get a shittier horse on promotion. I guess he lacks axes, but, like, reasonably, a Sword Lance Infantry to a Sword Lance Paladin, that is enough of a bonus to be felt. Just make him a Lance Lord. I know, Durandal, it's on the fucking box art, whatever. Yeah, he promotes into Paladin, he gets +3 moves, so he's got 8 move instead of 7. But yeah, you can see, actually, okay, so you can, I don't need to pull up growths, he actually has them here, so whoops, that was a wasted effort, so.
Lances, he's now going to start with lances.
The Antibuff for move would already exist. That's fair, that's probably the guiding philosophy of it. I will say that in a Rebalance Redux that, like, wants to make a few more bold choices, I do think that, like, I don't think that he needs dual weapon access. If you give, you're not giving Lyn tier 1 bows. I'm not even sure that, like, Lyn Lord with bows exists.
It keeps Eliwood feeling like a sword unit. He gets weighed down by lances.
Yeah, actually, wait, well, hang on, let me, what are his, I need to see his bases here, so, Eliwood's, the only problem base Eliwood has is that he's similar to Path of Radiance Boyd in that if his first levels in strength and speed are not good, which it'll be mitigated by the fact that Rapier's triple effectiveness, so it won't matter as much here. If he doesn't get rolling, it's really hard for him to ever contribute because, like, he'll stop doubling and he's always at triangle disadvantage and it just doesn't work. I'm seeing buffs to his HP, defense, and res. The res, I think, is fine because, like, Lyn and Eliwood have higher, like, you can look at his growths. Like, by vanilla, Lyn and Eliwood have higher res than defense, which is uncommon amongst physical classes. I think it makes sense to give him, like, a res base. I would be fine giving him more res, frankly. I don't think he needed a defense boost, but, again, could just be buffing up enemies. Eliwood's bases are bad. I see that we buffed his speed by 10. That will help him a lot. I would have just, like, given him an extra point of speed, but now he's a proper coin flip instead of, like, a coin flip that is not in your favor of strength and speed. Make him the res lord like Faye. I mean, he's the paladin lord. Paladins, like, typically have decent res for a physical promoted class. It doesn't look like we're changing much of his promo stuff. Really, it's a buff to his speed, luck, defense. So he is getting a bonus of, like, 6 to his bases and 30 to his growths.
We like this change because it keeps Eliwood feeling like...
Oh, and Vanilla gets +2 con to move. Okay, so they're not actually... You know, I'm going to bring up vanilla promotion bonuses because I do not know them all offhand like I do bases and growths. So let me just check. So Night Lord...
Now...
promotion gains, he is getting 1 extra point of move and 2 extra of con. Okay. I'll make mention of that where it's relevant.
Going to start with lances. We like this change because it keeps Eliwood feeling like a sword unit. He gets weighed down.
No, it doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. If you have access to lances at tier 1, you are not using swords. Maybe if you're fighting a bandit or, like, a brigand or something, but, like, no, if you give him lances, he is no longer a sword lord. Just, like, straight up. There is a hierarchy. If you have lances, you're not using swords.
By lances, so
maybe if you're a Falconite and you're getting fucked by a con.
Having access to lances makes him such a more versatile unit.
It buffs Eliwood, yes, but, like, I can't imagine we're giving Lyn dual weapon access here, and that, like, that will break the parity of lords.
And overall,
A swords, E lances, you're still a lance unit.
as the main lord.
He loses 4 AS from javelins. Cool, he has javelins and he can use an iron lance, which again, mind you, they did not buff sword hit. They didn't buff sword might. If you include the fact that you're going to probably lose a point of might on being weapon triangle disadvantage, that is a 3-point weapon like might difference between swords and lances. That's honestly, like, I get he doesn't want to remove things, but like, no, you have for all aspects, save for certain story moments, Eliwood is now a Lance Lord, but you've just kind of not made the decision to truly bill him as such.
Of the game, Eliwood has been buffed to be the true 0 to hero class. So Eliwood's gonna start out pretty rough like you remember. We've given him +1 HP, +1 strength, +1 defense, +3 res. The much bigger changes, of course, come with his growths. Eliwood's speed growth is going from 40 to 50. His defense growth
fine because they're probably going to buff enemies.
35, and we've given him a fat +15 luck because he is kind of like the main character, and we thought like it made sense.
All of them give you a game over if they die, man.
For the main character to sort of have plot armor, so he will get really lucky as the game goes on. For those,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna yap for a second because an ad's playing, but
like,
let me.
It made sense for the main character to sort of have plot armor, so he.
I know he's
really
buffing enemies here
as the game goes on. For those,
the only reason that you would need to buff Eliwood's luck, because Eliwood's luck is fine. I can bring up average stats here just to show them up. Triangle attack's actually not bad for this because I don't have to go to different pages. So, Eliwood, like, he tends to have like 13 to 15 luck when he starts ending out his tier 1 unit. That's fine. That you're not gonna get crit by that. That's okay. That's a good point, Sal. Eliwood is the bishop killer, more res and luck versus light tomes. That if enemies are gonna have more crit, maybe that's a consideration to be made. Either way, yeah, no, I don't want to soldier on while an ad is playing here, but yeah, no. So lances 7 might. Does he?
It made sense for the main character to sort of have plot armor, so he will get really lucky as the game goes on. For those.
So the thing about luck is it only matters if you have none of it or all of it. If you buff his luck up by, what is it, 35? Like, what does luck go up to? His luck is, yeah, it's 60 now. That's not that. That is like, okay, that's not as big of a buff as I thought. I'm fucking making a mountain out of a molehill here. I, for some reason, thought it was like a 35% buff. I don't think it needed to happen, but like, it's fine. I don't know why I thought it was 35. Never mind. This is fine. It's not going to make any difference because, like, realistically, it's what? 3 points every 20 levels. So, 6 extra points of luck. So, I guess, yeah, on average, well. Yeah, no, it's not really going to matter. I guess it would let him, you know, it lets him cap luck as a capped out Night Lord. On average, a 2020 Night Lord Eliwood with these gross will cap luck. Which is fine, I guess. I do think like 30 luck should be reserved for your dodge tank classes, just because like you do feel the avoid when you start getting like 25 and above. But getting crit sucks. Yeah, whatever, man. All right, good enough. Ad's done playing.
15 luck because he is kind of like the main character, and we thought like it made sense for the main character to sort of have plot armor, so he will get really lucky as the game goes on. For those that are like deeper in the know on sort of like the Fire Emblem 7 meta and like what makes characters good, I still don't think that Eliwood is like on paper seriously a good unit, and that's because he doesn't start good. But again, this Romhack is made for the wide audience, and what I really like about Eliwood now is that he slowly and subtly grows into a monster. As he just chips away at levels, he just has the growth that kind of force him to eventually become good over time. The earliest Lord promotion is now Four-Fanged Offense instead of Unfulfilled Heart, and the other two have been pushed forward. So in Hector's mode, Eliwood can get an early promotion. And of course, becoming a knight is really good for him now because he's gonna have 8 moves. He's gonna get +2 strength, he's gonna get +1 speed, and he's gonna get a very nice +4 con as well.
I think giving him Paladin movement is fine. I do think that all of the lords are hybrids between two classes and try and take composite parts. Eliwood, I know this lord is made of lord is a dumb statement to make, but like from a design perspective, a visual design perspective and a unit design perspective, Eliwood is a hybrid between the archetypical Fire Emblem lord and like Cavalier Paladin line. Hector, archetypical lord, Armor Knight General, Lyn, actually not a lord, Myrmidon and Nomad. Lyn is not made of lord at all. That's like, it reflects in her design and her unit, blah, blah, blah. The way I like to theorycraft fixing Eliwood's promotion is it would implement like global changes to indoor maps, nerfing mounted units a little bit, similar to Radiant Dawn, and Eliwood would just be immune to that. But again, that is a macro change. So you're effectively like giving positive aspects to that through statting. I think it's fine. He still doesn't have axes. It felt weird that he only got like +2 move on promotion. Because like he just wasn't keeping up with anything.
Well, Eliwood is not the base best unit, but as the main lord, he has been given what he always needed, insane potential.
No, what he needed was lances. Okay, so I'm not looking at Lyn because I want to try and like ideate what it'll be. There are a few ways you can fix Lyn. Like her bases are the worst thing about her. Genuinely, like compared to the rest of Lyn mode, Lyn's bases are abysmal. She has the highest growth total in the game, but a lot of that is disproportionately put into luck. So a lot of those growths aren't felt. Her bases are abysmal. She has the same defensive profile as Micaiah without the ability to pick her battles. Micaiah works with that defensive potential because she has 1-2 range and all of her stuff. So you can attack at 1 range for archers, 2 range at most physical units. It works. Lyn doesn't have that, and she's also a game over condition. You have to give her slightly better bases, really. Just for reliability's sake. She shouldn't be super bulky, but like, there are cases where like an average Lyn, even with the Lance Reaver, an average Lyn that you do not feed the Seraph Robe to gets 1-tapped by Lundgren. You know that CG that plays at the end of like, Lyn mode credits where Lyn is rushing Lundgren with a Monikati? If she does that in vanilla, she will fucking die. You need to give her a little extra, like a little bit of a buff to her bases. Her base survivability. I guess just across the board. Because like her growths are fine-ish. It's just that like, if you do not feed Lyn a lot, which like she immediately competes with 2 Cavaliers, so like why would you if you're being mercenary about it? It's really, she just can't catch up. Like if you get her in Eliwood mode and you either skipped Lyn mode or didn't train her in Lyn mode, she's not going to do anything. And it sucks. You can fix Lyn on promotion. Again, I like pulling from other Fire Emblem games. And hey, how do you give Lyn a niche? Well, Swordmasters get a bunch of crit. Lyn gets none of the extra bonuses. She promotes to a class where, hey, she does get the Nomad's bows. That's cool. But she does not get Nomad movement, and she does not get Swordmaster crit. To give Swordmasters a niche while, still giving Lyn something, I would probably give Lyn similar to Lodestar in Fates or Kitsune in Fates. Give her a little bit of crit, slightly less crit than like, if Swordmaster's getting 25 crit, give her 20 crit, but also give her passive avoid. That would be my way to do it. Now, they're not going to do that because I do not think within the confines of FE Builder, a toggle for giving passive avoid exists. So there are other ways you can do it. Another one I've seen a lot, which I kind of agree with, go the Shadow Dragon Arcanea route where there are light infantry and there are medium infantry. Basically give Lyn thief movement. So just 1 extra movement. She's still an infantry class. Don't give her a fucking horse. I will throw you in a wood chipper. It won't fix her, but it'll give her something.
But as the main lord, he has been given what he always needed, insane potential. I had a lot of fun building.
Okay, I'm gonna look at this. Okay, so I was right. He went the light infantry route of Arcanea and Thieves. So she does get 7 move. That's interesting. So she's only ever 1 behind Eliwood now. That's fine because she has infantry terrain penalties, so she's not as screwed over by forests. The change to her bases were not it. She had 16 HP. It was not workable. I do think that you need to give her a few more. She has 0 res. Again, you buffed her res by 10%. That is 4 points over the entire life cycle of FE7. That's fine. But notably, again, she, even more than Eliwood, specialized more in res than she did defense. Which, that's just, hey, woman in Fire Emblem, they're magical, but if you punch them, they'll explode. her bases don't really reflect that at all. Like, honestly, I would, if you want to be cheeky about it, give her more res than defense and base. That would be interesting enough. Yeah, level 8 Gi is getting, I can change this, because like, level 8 Gi is getting, it just fucks Lyn's stats so hard. I don't think he got to the heart of Lyn's issue, which is, it's just her bases. Like, yeah, her weapon access is not great, but like, he did not adjust her bases at all, and instead like, hey, we'll adjust her gross a little bit, and like, we'll make it so she joins at 8 instead of 4, which she'll join at level, Noble Lady of Kalen, if you skip Lyn mode, she'll join at level 4, which makes it really hard, because I think around then, if you're really using the Lord, 8's a good number for it, because I think if you're using Elowood and Hector, they should be around that level. It's good. Let's see. So, Lyn only got 25 boost to her gross, and guess what? None of them were things that really mattered that much. She now has less luck than Elowood, which I think she has less luck than Elowood. These changes are not it. Elowood got like lances and 3 move on promotion, which like lances are enough. If you didn't buff Elowood at all and just gave him lances, he'd be a fine enough unit. He would be like analogous to Lowen, but not competing for a deployment slot. And like, yeah, okay, he doesn't have Lowen movement, but like as far as combat is concerned, he had lances. He would be able to deal with some of the lance enemies on enemy phase without just getting completely fucked over. She gets the 1-2 range 40 crit sword. Cool. So we're going like we're going the route of, hey, the existence of one sword makes this class worthwhile. Like, oh, you got the 11 sword or whatever. I don't agree with that, because hey, you get your first wind edge at whereabouts unknown right after the Noble Lady of Kalen. So like, I think the implication is you give that to Lyn, but like, you have Gi at that point. Gi will be considerably better than Lyn. No, I don't think this was a good change.
She is now
mostly because like Lyn is a lord who only has the negative.
This is a really good example to note the pitfalls, if I might say.
Oh, haha! Yeah, you watch Mecha. I love regurgitating Fire Emblem opinions from YouTubers.
What does she need? Oh, we'll give her a little bit of strength. Oh, she could be a little.
Interesting. Okay, they raised her skill and speed cap a little bit. I'm a proponent of that. I think, again, I think Lyn will, on average, cap her skill and speed. So her last couple levels, just don't do anything for her at all. Like, I think she caps skill and speed. She certainly caps speed. Maybe not always skill, but she'll always cap speed. And mind you, having 20 speed does not do fucking anything for you, because like it will never be relevant in vanilla FE7. It might be relevant here, but her problem is that like, her bulk is, she is genuinely at risk of getting one-tapped by certain enemies. And none of the changes really like address that, which, given that he said, hey, he's the main lord, you should have plot armor, also, your lord dying giving you a game over sucks. Just change your bases. You don't need to change your gross that much, but like, she is just not working with very much out of the gate. That has always been Lyn's problem.
Better, some more defense. You balance the game like that, and you end up with an army that looks completely indistinguishable.
Not really, because weapons are a thing. We're not 3 houses.
From each other.
Let me guess, you're gonna say, hey, you turn her into Raven.
Feel. A unit's weaknesses are almost as important as their strengths. And for a unit like Lyn, she needs to stay incredibly frail. But what we decided to give her from her promotion is actually +1 move. Giving her early bows would have helped her.
Yeah, a unit should have strengths. That's the thing. I think this is interesting. I think the +1 move is fine. I kind of like going the route of like bring everyone's move a little, like squish it a little bit so maps aren't as snowbally as far as the difference between like mounted and unmounted units. But I don't know. The way I like to do it is just give her acrobat natively, and then you can just have her be 5-6 move. Did they actually say we need to keep her incredibly frail? Yes. And you know what? Hey, that's part of her identity. But that's not a good part of our identity. Lyn is arguably the worst lord in the series. And her buffs were less than Elowood's, which is weird. Because, again, presumably, she can't see. She only has the negative qualities of being a lord. I'm looking at this and, like, you gave her 1 point of HP. And, like, yeah, that's not relevant for Lyn mode, but Lyn mode doesn't matter. Meanwhile, okay, you gave the same buff to Elowood, but Elowood also got 1 strength, 1 defense, and 3 res. Is that necessary? I don't think so. Maybe the argument is that, oh, well, we start scaling Eliwood mode a little quicker than we do Lyn mode. Then the solution is he doesn't start at level 1. He starts at level 3 or 4. And then, like, he can keep up with harder enemies. Yeah, being mobile alone isn't a strength. You need to be able to do stuff when they move. It's like, being mobile can be a strength. If you are shitty at combat and really mobile, it's fine if you're like FE6 Shauna or something and you just like exist as a taxi. Straight up, I know he's probably like, hey, this will fix Lyn. She will still face weapon triangle disadvantage from the majority of enemies. It is notable, hey, wow, to show Lyn is strong, we're having her fight an unpromoted brigand on terrain. That will be the minority of combat cases from like nobility of Kaylin alone.
Of ROM hacking. A lot of people will look at a character like Lyn and say, what does she need? Oh, we'll give her a little bit of strength. Oh, she could be a little bit bulkier, then she'd be better. So more defense. You bounce the game like that, and you end up with an army that looks completely indestructible.
See, I agree with that, but there's not a strength here. There's not really a strength here. I think the idea is like, you can either make her offensively valuable in terms of, hey, high strength and speed. You can make her defensively valuable through reliable dodge tanking, which you should not do, because if you do that irrespective of like triangle, then if you're hitting 0% hit rates on enemies, that's a problem. Like dodge tanking, you should be able to dodge tank if you are stacking a bunch of small advantages, but like, it is a very tricky thing to do. Lyn doesn't really have a mechanical identity in this, especially given that you're pivoting Eliwood too.
Unit's weaknesses are almost as important as their strengths, and for a unit like Lyn, she needs to stay
Lyn the 50 avoid stuff lightning buff.
But what we decided to give her from her promotion is actually +1 move.
I don't agree. I don't think this is gonna do enough. Like, yay, she'll get bows, so she'll have a weapon that natively has 2 extra might compared to swords, which, again, if anyone from the balance team is here, or maybe they all pieced out after I started just like yapping, why did we not buff up swords might? Because axes, lances, bows, swords, we moved bows up to axes, and now there's just a dead space between lances and swords. Why does that exist?
Like, this would actually detract.
Stronger enemies, same bulk, they'll do great. I'll be honest, no.
From the need to use the archers.
I want to be very clear here. This Lyn in vanilla FE7, on average, will still get 1 tap by Lundgren.
Whereas 6 move and then 7 on promotion, paired with the Manicotti, gives her a very cool niche.
Yeah, if she's not going to hit hard, you have to make her fast and hard to hit. If you're going to make it so like, okay, she can't dodge tank everything, you need to give her enough bulk not to be able to like reliably enemy phase stuff, but like, she is your game over condition. Deploying her is inherently riskier than deploying Guy or Raven. Like, inherently. So then, like, you need to make it so, at the very least, she's got, like, Guy bulk, or maybe, like, not hard mode Guy bulk, but, like, genuinely, you can get 1-tapped. And if you're buffing up enemies without giving her a more significant defensive profile, that is a reasonable thing you will run into. A smart player will not deploy Lyn. A smart player will, like, keep Lyn safe, because that is a liability.
But Lyn has the potential to become the best player phase unit. She has the move to break ahead and into most enemy ranks and one-shot them with 3 times effectiveness. Lyn
cool, you're still at weapon triangle disadvantage.
Is also a speedy character, and this is a game where speed matters. So not only
that's 40 crit. Okay, wait. 40 crit. So he's got 47 crit. Hang on. 57 crit here. Boda has 40, so Morph would probably have around 0 luck. I think we're adding crit bonuses into Blade Lord. I wonder if taking Lyn off being a game over tag would change much. I mean, that doesn't work from a story perspective. She needs to be, I guess you could, no, that just doesn't work from a story perspective because she's present in certain chapters. That just doesn't work.
Effectiveness. Lyn is also a speedy character, and this is a game where speed matters. So not only have we given Lyn +5 speed growth.
Doesn't matter. That is 2 points of speed that is 2 points of speed in 20 levels. Meanwhile, let's go back to Eliwood. Ella Woods is... Come on, I'll land on it. There we go. 7, so that's 50. We didn't buff his base speed, but we did give him... Okay, we gave him 10, so that's like 4 points of speed in all of it. I don't think this was particularly well thought out as far as the issues are concerned.
In return of that, my personal favorite unit in the game. This is a really good example to note the pitfalls.
I would argue maybe Wind Edge is fucking fantastic. I'm sorry, this is going to be a long video. I'll probably skim through some of the map stuff, so we're not here forever.
Then she'd be better, so more defense.
Lyn tends to hit speed cap long before level 20 anyways. No, she doesn't. Vanilla Lyn only hits speed cap at like, well... Actually, wait, I'm looking at Ellawood mode Lyn. Let me double check. It might be more than a few levels. Characters, average stats, Lyn. Yeah, no, Lyn does not hit speed cap typically until she hits 19 or 20. That's incorrect. It's not long before she hits 20. Like, yeah, okay. Lyn will hit 30 speed as, if you promote her at level 20, she won't hit 30 speed until level 18. Level 15 or near cap? No, incorrect. She'll hit 29 skill a little easier, but no. Vanilla Lyn hits speed cap for tier 1 at level 20, and speed cap for tier 2 at level 18 if you promote at 20. That's just, you're incorrect.
Bounce the game like that, and you end up with an army that looks completely indistinguishable from each other. This is how you ruin character feel. A unit's weaknesses are almost as important as their strengths, and for a unit like Lyn, she needs to
that's
stay
fine.
incredibly
I'm gonna go
frank.
ahead and say that maybe he wants to keep some
motion is actually plus
balancing philosophy of the weak units are still weak, the strong units are still strong.
But I felt like this.
But you gave Ella with lances, and more importantly, you're gonna give Hector fucking swords.
Move and then 7 on promotion. Paired with the Manikati gives her a very cool
It's one weapon.
Still a unit you need
one
to
weapon
use,
does not make a unit viable.
Has the potential to become the best
unit feel the bopper undertones. I love regurgitating Fire Emblem YouTube content.
To break ahead and into most enemy ranks and one-shot them with 3 times effective.
Cool. And then you have your game over condition hyper extended, forcing to risk on enemy phase.
5 speed growth. We've actually raised her base class cap from 20 speed up to 24. Same goes for...
So that will be 24. So 5 points. I'll do 1 extra speed. That genuinely does... I mean, yeah, you can get lucky, but on average, she's not going to cap speed on tier 1. It'll make it so she caps speed quicker on tier 2 if you're not raising it from 30, but like... And if anything, that'll just make it a dead stat once she promotes, because let's say you hit it, I guess you would hit 2 more, so you'd hit 22 speed, and you would then, on average, hit it at level 14 promoted.
Skill. Eliwood was given a flat 2 across the board. You're not going to run into that happening much unless you use stat boosters. It's very common to get a level 20 Lyn that has like 22 speed, and then into promotion that is monumental.
Yeah, no, on average, a 20 with those growths, a 20 Lyn will have 22 speed exactly, yes.
For her. The Windsword, she now has 1-2 range basically from the start of the game. And you guys remember...
Yeah, also better yet, look at skill. You can't cap it. That's true, actually, because you didn't adjust skill. Even if you give Lyn the secret book, that would get her to, on average, you would hit like 21, I guess.
Remember how Lyn joined in like Eliwood and Hector's mode at level 3?
Okay, I'm being negative. I need to be nicer.
Lyn now joins at level 8 with the appropriate growths.
Okay, let's point out what is Gi. There's a level 4 Gi. Level 3 Gi. Level 3 Gi has 25, 8, 13, 13, 5, 6, 1. So, more HP, more strength, more skill, 1 less speed. A little less luck, more defense, 1 less res. Yeah, no, you've not made it to stay. You have 1 extra point of move. You just made a Gi that is worse than vanilla and like 5 levels higher. No. This isn't a rebalance in that regard.
So she actually joins at a pretty usable level. You're not going to have to grind her whatsoever. You're not punished for not playing Lyn mode. Lyn snowballs into such an absolute monster. She's a dodge tank. She's a crit machine. She's just so much fun to use. And what I love
I mean, maybe you just want Lyn to still be bad. Like, I think a common mistake some people can have is over buffing, and I understand, like, hey, Lyn's super popular. We don't want to, like, accidentally over buff her because, ooh, I like her as a character. But you're also, the way you're doing buffs for I've seen one of the characters. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Maybe other characters aren't getting big buffs, but like compared to the buffs to Ellawood here and the necessary changes,
that players who maybe don't have as much experience in Fire Emblem 7 will not find her to be that good, because she's not someone you can just throw into an army and have her enemy phase from the start. She takes skill, but very rewarding. Could go on about Lyn forever. Let's move on.
Is she very rewarding?
Early game lord.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and look at these in a vacuum. All Hector needed. The only thing that Hector needed was a boost to his base skill. That is it. That is the only thing Hector needed. For the sole reason that, like, his chapter 1, his chapter 11, it's unreliable. Unless you trained Matthew in Lyn mode, you can just get super fucked over by the RNG and lose. There's, like, I don't think there is a 100% reliable way to do that chapter because of what you are starting with. Tank the enemy's avoid and give him like 2 or 3 points of skill. Everything else is fine. Let him be fucking slow in a game where speed matters. That's fine. Also, he's no longer 5 move on promo. That's the way I like to handle our Hector's movement is I would like to not give him a point of movement on promo. I'd like boots to not be usable by mounted. Introduce an armored boots item where the only competition is between your armored units. So Oswin, Wallace, Hector. Probably give it to Hector. There you go. You have reason to buff up his move, but like it is a trade-off. Because like, hey, movement's the best stat, but like, hey, if you want units to have weaknesses, I mean,
to start out, because he just needs to be a little bit more consistent. And we've also given him +5 to his defense growth. Hector's main Lord level caps will have 24 strength and 24
Yeah, no, Hector
defense.
had a hand axe.
He will sometimes...
Okay, now looking at Hector, he's got 24 strength and defense. Whereas it is not at all relevant for Lyn. First of all, strength and defense are the two, like, arguably the two most important stats to have on average. That... Honestly, just that doesn't matter. You can, mind you, it doesn't matter on average. You can get super fucking blessed. I am looking at averages here. That is not to say that, like, you can't cap defense or strength. I've absolutely had Hectors that do that, but, like, I guess that's just making it so it doesn't feel bad to get levels when you're close to cap and you got lucky. The weaknesses are just as important as the strengths. Yeah, we buffed his movement too.
Go over 20, and it's really fun when that happens. But of course, the big thing we gave Hector early from his promo are swords.
So we took out Hector's the only weakness Hector has before enemies start getting scary is that there are certain cases where unless he chooses to use the wolf bale or something, it's like he's not going to have perfect hit. So you know what? Let's give him a way to deal with, like, the only enemies that you are really... He will never have to be at triangle disadvantage if he doesn't want to. Nor will Ellawood. This isn't a good change. This isn't a good change. This speaks to me like you saw Sword Hector on the repo, thought it was cool and put it here. I understand wanting the lords to feel distinct as tier 1 units. That is genuinely a problem FE7 has. Really, it's more with Lyn and Ellawood than Hector because there's not really a high defense infantry axe unit in FE7 because all of your fighters are pretty low defense. But like, nah. Yeah, lower the speed. Again, the speed cap won't really matter on average. Like, Hector is maybe getting 12 speed, 13, 14. No one wants to use swords if they have other weapons, and then you're mad that they're giving him swords. Yeah, no, I'm giving him swords. I'm mad that they're giving him swords because it's unnecessary. I don't think dual weapon axis, like, I think it's overtuned on Cavaliers, but you run into the problem of if you have a sword cav, they lack 1-2 range unless you're introducing the Wakizashi and the Kodachi and all that. Hector with swords kind of runs into the issue of, not even the issue, it's just like, it kind of gets around a weakness of the class, and like, his guiding philosophy, at least stated, was like, I still want classes to have weaknesses. Hector will still have a late game weakness of he's not super fast, but like,
swords,
he doesn't really have an early game weakness,
which is something that there's a lot of cases he desperately wants.
He does not desperately want that. That is an overstatement. What is it? Birds of a Feather. I think the Sealand chapter can be a little dicey because I usually have Hector deal with the left side, or you just have him tank on the throne, and sometimes that can be a problem. And the chapter he just showed of like boars or. Why did all the lords except Lyn get dual access? Lyn does not change any of her movement type upon promotion, so if she started with swords and bows, she'd just be a bow lord because, again, if you have... Lyn is just a player phase unit for the most part, even with this, because she has no bulk. Risking her on enemy phase is scary. So she'd just become an archer lord.
It gives both.
It is popular to say that Hector sucks right now. That's just, it's incorrect. I think that is kind of like revisionist in a sense of like, oh, actually all the old wisdom was incorrect. Yes, Hector can run into issues where like he doesn't double on Hector hard mode, but like he will still hit hard. He has the defense to not really die. Him being armored is never relevant. Like, it is not relevant. There are not armor slaying weapons.
Main units, a lot more versatility, which is what they should have considering they're like the main units of the game. As I said, Hector
Elwood should have lances. Elwood to get lances. He shouldn't have swords. I don't think they should be dual weapon access at tier 1, Yuri. Like,
Hector loves the blades. Hector uses the blades better than anyone else in the game. It actually gives them a purpose.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Look, that's.
And then on
I'm bitching. This isn't my hack.
God,
I'm getting too stuck in the weeds.
Move. So Elwood will have 8, Lyn will have 7, Hector will have 6. Hector will never be a bad unit, but as the game goes on and higher defense is less necessary, he won't shine quite as much as.
Higher defense is less necessary. I disagree with that. Higher defense is always good. It is because you are, defense has to mitigate enemy strength plus weapon might. So like having high defense is pretty much always valuable. Because, again, it is pretty hard to reduce incoming damage to 0. So usually, overkill defense isn't overkill. Yeah, it's not relevant when you're fighting mages, but, like, that's true of all classes that aren't just res monkeys.
The other lords do with investments.
These changes feel like they need to be played within the hack rather than seeing them in the dock. I agree. The reason I'm reacting here is because I want to see how my initial impressions of this...
Marcus is one of, like, 3 units that have not been touched. He's really...
One of 3 units that have not been touched. That's fair. If you make enemies difficult, maybe Marcus starts to fall out. The problem is like
now that the enemies get stronger,
Marcus is still really like faster, like good, and you can just give him like stat boosters.
But his speed will hinder him once you get to the mid game. Then we have everyone's favorite Cav. Amazing.
I wanna look at that real quick. Like Marcus, on average, doesn't have a lot of speed. I think he caps out at like 15. A lot of people will give him the speed weighting to get him up to 17, but yeah, no, his speed will be a problem. If they're buffing up enemy speed, he will start getting doubled by 20 speed enemies. And like, but enemies, he has good con. He's never going to really be weighed down by a lot of weapons he's using unless you're using certain axes. So like, it's not as bad as you think.
But his speed will hinder him once you get to the mid game. Then we have everyone's favorite Cav, Lowen.
He's no one's favorite Cav.
No, that's a joke. Lowen is like the most boring unit ever. I think a lot
give him
of
HP and defense to give him a niche.
Because he doesn't have great strength.
Pence the fast Cav, Sane's the hard hitting Cav, Lowen's the HP defense Cav.
Because he's able to enter a high traffic area from range and live multiple rounds of combat.
Correct. Also, I'm surprised we're not using custom Lowen. There's a Cavalier sprite that covers his, whatever. We're not using the Sane or the Kent ones either. I don't think Lowen's like, he's fine. He is a workable short-term unit that you can use long-term. He just doesn't snowball as hard as Sane or Kent if you train them in Lyn mode.
The only other unit that can do that from +7 out is Marcus. So while Lowen isn't going to be run rounding anybody, he can take a lot of hits, and if you are a good player, you can definitely make use of that. The one noteworthy...
I'm looking at his changes. I think the skill change was necessary, because, like, Lowen... Maybe it was a joke about his haircut, but, like, Lowen had some reliability issues, even with sword and lance access. I think that's fine. I don't, like, that's fine. I guess you're giving him 2 points of skill at 20, basically, which, or, yeah. But yeah, no, making him tank horse is good. The +1 to defense, the +10 to defense growth, good enough. And, like, con, too, whatever.
Buff Lowen God is actually one more con than the other calves, and
I don't think this is bad.
Lower speed, so should help him use things like the blades as well as
strength is still
weapons.
too low.
Next up,
that's fine. I think that. All right, hang on. Here's does he acknowledge that Dorcas has the best availability in the entire game?
Duo. Counting Lyn Mode, Dorcas actually has the best availability in the entire
Good man.
game. This is
does he avoid the pitfall though?
That ROM hackers face when trying to balance Dorcas because it's just so easy to make him crazy good. You really can't compare Dorcas without comparing him to Bartra because
Bartra's problem is just he's too slow. That's it. His bases suck. Oh hey, okay. I want to look at Bartra's bases. We gave Bartra 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, +9 to his bases. We gave Lyn 1 HP. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. And yeah, that is a good point. Lowen and Rebecca basically really want to take advantage of double fire supports. It's help. Dorcas. Yeah, I think he was a little too... I will see this in action. I think he was a little too conservative for Lyn changes. Because I would say vanilla Dorcas is probably better than... I am a Dorcas truther. I think that, honest to God, if you train Dorcas in Lyn mode, it makes the pre-Sane and Kent, Elowood, and Hector mode chapters so much easier. Like, having another unit that can actually, like, tank hits is so valuable. Neither can double soldiers, though, in this. 3 is unacceptable. No, Barda was too slow, especially given that, like, it felt like he was meant to be the more offensive of the two, but, like, he was just slow as shit.
Mode with great availability. We had to give him some levels, so we boosted him up to level 4.
Okay, so they actually took his gross down. They give him skill, speed, defense, and res. Okay, sure.
Gave him some growth, and what we've done to define him is actually have him like the slower guy that has good bulk and good skill. As long as Dorcas's speed isn't crazy, it's relatively fine to keep him in check. And
that's correct. That is usually the issue you run into. If Dorcas starts doubling things, he'll kill everything. Because Dorcas has, mind you, where's the... He's got fucking 30 HP off rip. Oh, I guess they're giving him hard mode bonuses in Lyn mode too. That's interesting. Yeah, he's got like now 32 HP off rip. That's massive to his bulk.
Because Dorcas is in Lyn mode with great availability, we had to give him some levels, so we boosted him up to level 4.
Also, yeah, the energy ring thing is vanilla.
Gave him some growth, and what we've done to define him is actually have him like the slower guy that has good bulk and good skill. As long as
I like this because it fits very well in line of his Oswin support, where Oswin tries to recruit him to the knights due to his like very large physique and good build.
A bit of a niche in the harder modes where early game hit rates are a little shaky. So medium damage, slow, bulky, and accurate, versus Bartra, who's now been turned into more of your typical growth fighter.
Okay, looking at this. Realistically, I think all he needed was like I would get rid of all of the other buffs. Give him like 7 starting speed, man. I don't think he needed HP strength. 1 skill and like 3 speed was unacceptable. Like Bartra is nigh unusable. And I've used him a lot because I try to do full deployment or full recruitment on my runs and it fucking sucks to get Carla. 7, heck no. I'm talking the context of this where they are buffing up enemies. I am assuming because like actually, he just needs to not get doubled. I guess as long as soldiers are not starting with 11 speed, that's fine. I guess 6 speed's fine for this.
Bartra was weird because like he had the higher speed growth.
Actually, wait, that's a good point. Are we getting good promo bonus? Yeah, we're getting promo bonuses. I didn't bother looking at that, but Warrior is getting... Yeah, he gets 2 more speed on promo. That's like 5 total speed he's getting. Okay, it's just +2 speed.
typical growth fighter. Barcher was weird because like he had the higher speed growth, but he only had base 3 speed. It might have been 2. He was horrible. And so what we did is we've raised his speed to match Dorcas's. With his then better growth rate, he will slowly turn into a medium speed unit. A invested Barcher will feel very similar to Geats, which is an amazing unit. So he has a lot of potential.
I think the problem there is that if he feels similar to Geats, but Geats requires no investment to use, you just use Geats. That is the problem that FE7 has of its pre-promotes. And I do not think he'll address this because it does not seem that he wants to downwardly modify units.
Then we have Rebecca.
No investment. Yeah, okay, we get it. Fucking, you gotta train the lords, but there is no investment in the unit. You get her for free. Get him for free, not Rebecca for free.
We have kind of pushed towards being the speed
Okay,
archer.
that's 4 effective speed and 1 extra point of strength. Honestly, it'll help a lot that... No, it's 3 effective points of speed or 3 effective points of strength thanks to bows, and 4 effective points of speed thanks to speed and con. So, that, as long as she is doubling now at base, that's fine.
Have pushed towards being the speed archer.
So she had a steel ball early game though. That's a good point.
Out the gates, no problem. We've given her +1 strength, +1 con.
Because like if Rebecca is your most reliable way to take out Pegasus Knights, that is experience that you will likely feed to her rather than using her to chip and then like feeding it to like Ellawood or something, or like a unit that's harder pressed to get kills. So you might actually get levels on Rebecca and use her for stuff. Rebecca's growths aren't bad. 40 strength is a little low, but I think, again, making bows better, 40-60 was fine.
And the big one is +3 speed. 6 con from the gates as the one who's the fast one is crazy. Like, it was horrible.
Con's a bad mechanic. It runs contrary to wanting fast units to be fast because, hey, it was doled out with respect to character design rather than unit functionality. So, hey, your lithe, speedy women are weighed down by everything and are no longer speedy, and they have all the downsides of, you know, that archetype.
So now with her 65,
I had 9 strength growth, Rebecca killed like every boss. Look, I genuinely think that this is a good. This is enough.
Very quickly.
I 100% think that this change to Rebecca will be enough because she also has the best affinity in the game. So like she will do a lot of damage. Bosses are stationary. She still only has 2. She's still only 2 range, but like. She's good at what she does. I think this is like a perfectly acceptable change of taking a unit that was not functional and giving her a niche.
Rebecca is best for early game peg kills as well.
Yeah, this seems reasonable. I would argue that combined with the bow changes, this is like
the end game. Her
spot on.
Downside is that ballistas don't double, so she will struggle to kill wyverns from a ballista.
That is also a good point to make. This gives Will a niche because Will's going to be probably slower and bulkier, so he won't double as much. He's definitely going to one-tap things with a steel bow, but good. I think you might get archers right here.
Really compare Rebecca to Will. Will is now the strong archer. He's going to join the main story at level 6, where he will actually have...
Okay, 6 compared to, I think, 3, 4? Yeah, 10 base strength is nutty on a level 6 unit.
+4 strength over his previous bases. Now, that's with...
Yeah, that's nutty. That is 4 points of strength. And mind you, Will was not good at all. Yeah, because like Will just die. He will get run down by the Pegasus Knights that run south, and if you take too long, you'll get back attacked by reinforcements. I think a lot of that is solved by, hey, you're also giving him like 2 levels. Again, I'd like to point out that Will got the Lyn Mode 1 HP buff, also 2 strength, also 1 speed, also 1 luck, also 1 res, also 2 con.
Growth at his level 1 bases, he's basically getting +2 strength.
No, at his level 1 bases, he's getting like, I guess if he's using a steel bow, which you can buy immediately, that is +5. He will be getting like 9 extra points of damage.
+1 speed, +2 con. The result is
nah, Lyn is fine. I will see, but if you did not change enemy distribution, then like, no, she's gonna feel really bad to use, man.
Which is really nice. The other major thing we've done for these two in the sniper
class... Did he always start for longbow? I don't think so.
Basically...
I really don't think so. No, it's just an iron bow. On normal mode, he'll start with a steel bow for what it's worth. It's weird. Like, normal mode and hard mode, Linda's Legion starts with different weapons, so maybe that's what they've tried to normalize.
A player phase nuke. Will is actually just really solid. And
okay, so they're probably going to normalize his starting equipment to give him the steel bow to iron out his niche.
Sniper class is this class now gets plus 15 crit on promotion. If you think about it, the pure swordlock class Swordmaster gets plus 15 crit. The pure axe Berserker gets plus 15 crit. So why wouldn't snipers that only focus on bows also get plus 15 crit?
No, that's reasonable.
It's just one further thing to help this struggling
and
class.
Lyn gets nothing. That's right. She's still the worst of... She is still a worst composition of Nomad and Swordmaster. She doesn't get Nomad Trooper move. She doesn't get Swordmaster crit.
For the rest of the starting gang,
she needs to be extremely frail and not crit, guys.
Starting units.
How many enemy snipers are in the game?
Really had with Oswin is that he just kind of falls off.
There are a couple.
You give this class more move, you lose the feel.
Yeah, if you give a class more move, you lose the feel of an armored class. She has 1 point of move over Swordmasters. Cool. What about the Nomad Trooper?
It's a very discussed topic. That's kind of where I land for the Legacy series anyway. So basically what we did is just take the initiative to make sure he doesn't fall off by giving him plus 15 strength growth. Being the
that's fine
resident thief in a game that has amazing loot, Matthew is one of the best units.
The 1-2 Nomad Troopers. Look, it does not... She is a composite of the two. Her design is meant to take, like, aspects of both classes and roll them into one. She still has the problem of vanilla of... She is just, like... She gains no benefit. She is kind of... She's slightly better than Swordmasters in the sense of move, but she still has less move than a Nomad Trooper. So, like... Also... Yeah, Armor Knights used to have the same move as units. In certain games, that's true, but... Unless Gi was nerfed, which, no, there's no reason to use Lyn over Gi here. And
game didn't really need a lot, but we
the only thing Lyn has is the Monikati, which, mind you, the Monikati, it's not a Reaver weapon like it is in some things, so she still faces, like,
when joining in Hector /
he costs the Hero's Crest.
A little bit faster. He's got a little bit more strength. He's
fair, I guess. Lyn costs not promoting Ellawood or Hector early, depending on the mode.
Should also note here that assassins have been given 7 move. We've also made it so that
she got 6. She got 5 more hit on the Monikati.
They don't lose their ability to steal. Lastly, for those that follow GBA Fire Emblem community discussion, I am a believer in Rogue Kanto. Because the Rogue is not in this game, I just decided to give the Rogue to Assassin. It makes them a very good, like, late game utility unit.
I'm okay with this. I completely agree with this, but only in the sense of, like, actually, I guess it's GBA Kanto. Yeah, for the most part, because they can't... Ooh, I guess they could rescue Kanto, actually. Which is fine. It's not super relevant, because there are very few units that... No, Legault has decent con. Legault could actually make that work. I like Thief Kanto with stealing and lockpicking. That's it.
And they really just need...
Doesn't that screw up Jafar's map? Haha. We'll see.
This much so that they could actually compete with Swordmasters. Lastly, we have Sarah, who has been given a...
All right, the only thing you needed to give her was base magic and change staff. That's fine. She's still going to be worse than Priscilla because you didn't give, like, Festals to clerics.
A spicy +4 magic?
That's not spicy. Her bases were fucking terrible. That's not spicy. That is bringing her in line of what she should be.
Sarah's also going to come at level 2.
Why is it bad that Lyn gets a horse? Isn't Sakai supposed to be the horse lords of her time? No, Sakai is Myrmidons and Nomads.
In the main story,
one of those is footlocked.
And basically,
if you give Lyn a horse, she just becomes a Nomad Trooper. Same movement, same weapon access. There is no composite there.
Completely outclasses Sarah. So what we've done is try to make her the better combat unit.
But she's like Ellen. Do you use Ellen over Saul?
I think it's
so
fun to watch her grow with her, like, now.
Does Saul have a horse?
Better bases, and she becomes a really strong unit, especially with light magic.
Healer stats don't matter too much. Sarah genuinely does not have enough magic in base Lyn mode to do her job.
Magic boosts. Ranged staves also really help her compete with Priscilla. She's still not as good as Priscilla, who's one of the best units in the game, but it's closer, and Sarah is...
Magic over 2 fucks her, exactly.
Speaking of Priscilla, like, how can you compete with this?
Oh, hey, wow, look at that. We're nerfing. Is this the first, like, flat nerf we've seen?
Previously, she even had 2 levels on Sarah, so we've reduced Priscilla's level down to 2, so that by the time you get Priscilla, Sarah should be, like, at least level 4.
Maybe he'll nerf Gi. He will not... I will tell you right now, he will not nerf Guy, he will not nerf Raven, he will not nerf Harkin.
It's Priscilla. Like
the justification will be that we need like the feel. Urk doesn't do anything special.
With Priscilla, who is on a horse, and
you just make him a Mage Knight on promotion. That gives him utility over Pence. It distinguishes him from Nino, and it makes reference to the fact that he becomes the Knight General of Etruria, and before abdicating it to Cecilia. Not Knight General, Mage General. That's fucking Percival.
Pent, who is arguably the best unit in the entire game. In base Fire Emblem, Urk joined the main story at level 1. This was horrible. This was actually stupid.
Hey, we don't start playing at chapter 11. We start counting at 1.
He had
just
no
play Lyn Mode, dude.
Whatsoever. We've given him 4 levels along with the.
To be clear, I'm being pedantic here.
Boosts, but with stronger units, Urk is actually incredibly useful in the early game. He's one of the few units that can one-round knights, and also just is always putting up solid damage against any enemy.
So that is usually what happens to Lucius over Urk, because Lucius has like a fucking nutty magic growth. If he's changing knights to where you do need effective weapons or magic to deal with them, I think that is a soft buff to Urk's utility. I think that's smart.
We'll promote to D-staffs, and if trained, will be roughly on par with Pence combat. Now, as for the rest of the Lindis League, Sane and Kent.
Okay, so. Cool. I'll be honest. Sane is over. The thing that Sane has that is nutty is that 8 starting strength and 6 starting defense for a level 1 unit is fucking nutty. Not like absurd, but it is really good. It is really, really good. He's more reliable than Kent because, again, yeah, he's got low skill and speed. That doesn't matter in FE7. So his negatives aren't negatives and his positives are super relevant. Why is Kent's defense growth buffed and he has less defense than Sane? That is a good point. I don't know. Sane stonks on the rise. I mean, Sane, of the Cavaliers, Sane is the best in vanilla. You can maybe run it with randomizers that increase enemy growth. You run into the issue of sometimes Sane speed matters, except it doesn't because Khan's a bad mechanic. And if you look at that, Sane is in the ultimate position for FE7. He is a medium build man on a horse. So he has enough Khan to where he will not ever meaningfully have to interact with a weapon weight system outside of very specific cases. So he's not that slow. Kent has been the more reliable. Yeah, I mean, that's his job. He's meant to be more reliable, but like that normally does not matter in vanilla. And mind you, I'm talking about vanilla. Enemies are buffed. This is not necessarily going to be one-to-one to how the actual game is. Realistically, actually, okay, one thing I would have liked to see if you wanted to be lore compliant, I would have made Sane a lower level in Ellawood mode than Kent. Kent is the knight captain of the Kalen. Kent is the captain of the Kalen like knights. Sane he's not. So you could reasonably make Sane a lower level than Kent when they rejoin in Lyn mode. Like, you could make Sane level 6 and give Kent level 8 stats. Yeah, Sent and Kane. Sorry, I also play Final Fantasy. Please understand. Looking at that, I think the only thing relevant for Sane's changes is that the +2 speed is probably going to be necessary because, like, they buffed his starting level. His +2 speed is probably going to be necessary if they're buffing up enemies. He doesn't have an abysmal speed growth. Like, he only has a 5 less speed growth than Kent. The one thing that Kent has over Sane is like 2 extra base speed and 15 growth. At least I didn't call him Biggs and Wedge. They're going to give Isadora so much HP and Khan. I mean, he's probably just going to say like, oh yeah, they just completely messed up with Isadora. And like, Isadora is the example that you could even bring Mecha, notable, and there's nothing wrong with FE7's Khan, you're just a hater, man. Isadora, like, okay, yeah, they fucked up with that one. Khan does not work for weapon weight mitigation. It works for rescue priority and nothing else. Nice Star Wars reference.
Our Cavs, so we all know they're really good, but the one thing that they struggled with is they joined at level 4 with...
That was a reasonable downside. You could still use both of them. To be clear, non-Lyn mode Kent and Sane were kind of similar to something like Heath in that they are good, they just take a little more effort to get rolling.
Really bad stats, and you needed to train them. And
I disagree. You can make them work with no Lyn mode. It is harder, but like that is the trade-off, and that gives Lowen a little more value if you choose not to play Lyn mode.
Basically, all of Fire Emblem 7 feels like all these units, if you don't play Lyn, are just horrible, and
well, then you just make Lyn mode better, and then people want to play it.
You're punished for it. Because these guys now come at level 8, they actually start decent, and because they're calves, they then can get really, really good. Sane got +5 HP growth, and Kent got +5 defense growth, and that was to further go into his balanced role. Sane is the strong cav, Lowen's the defensive cav, Isadora is the fast cav.
No, she's not. You're incorrect. She's not a cav. She's a paladin. She's a replacement unit. She's not in the conversation.
Kent is meant to be balanced. As for Florina, she got pretty good. Florina went from starting the main story at level 3 up to 6. She now comes with 13 speed. If you're playing...
I am now seeing almost zero reason to use Kent. Correct. You either need to nerf Sane or buff Kent to make all of the 3 tier 1 calves have value. Give Lowen like a reason to be defensive. Because Sane has good defense. He has good strength and good defense. So Lowen's not really a defensive calf. Strip some of Sane's defense off, and then he's got an actual role.
Hector hard
still 4 con low.
Start using this unit and be like, wow, Florina still sucks. The thing is, you've probably also played Fire Emblem before, and you know how good Flyers are. Outside of abusing Lyn mode grinding to make her good, Florina still doesn't take a ton of grinding to get there. She really likes the body ring, but like 2 levels are probably going to get her the speed she needs to start doubling everything. So her journey to becoming good is not as hard as it once was, and her great growth basically...
No, honestly, they're okay. 15 defense growth really hurts. What Florina has going for her is that, like, for experienced players, she is the most optimal person to give a Seraph robe or like an energy ring to, if you're not giving it to your promoted cav. Is like, realistically, this takes her out of 1-tap range for a lot of things.
Basically help her ascend.
Falco should have gotten +4 con. Oh, but you see, she's a woman and she has 20 rescue formula, so she actually has to have small con. It's actually a buff, except we changed the universal rescue formula, so that's just a nerf. Realistically, this is fine, I guess, albeit they didn't change the Iron Lance weight. They, I guess, buffed the Slim Lance, but the Slim Lance is a worthless weapon.
Hood. Every time I seriously use Florina, she becomes the best unit on my team.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's like, to be clear, Florina is a good unit, but Pegasus Knight is a balanced class if enemies are enemies have stats. The FE7 Pegasus Knights are absurd because FE7 enemies don't have stats, so like, you can just sort of get around the fact that you're lacking 2 major substats or main stats in strength and defense. It's why Wyverns are always good, because like they have good movement and they don't lack in combat stats. It's like, it's looking at FE9 when you go from like normal to hard or hard to maniac and seeing how Marcia just can't do things. Fiora with a +2 con. This is not relevant to the changes he is making here, but like, I am a big proponent of, if you're going to have multiples of the same unit at tier 1, they need to be distinct. And like, looking at Fiora is just, you didn't play Lyn mode, so here's your Pegasus Knight. That's not like a distinct niche. She's just basically Florina again. It is my opinion that either very weapon access or very promotions. That is outside of the scope of this ROM hack, I know, except for the fact that we gave Eliwood and Hector sidearms for some fucking reason. I am of the mind that Fiora is the one unit, the single unit, that this would, in a lot of cases, be a nerf, where I would almost prefer her start with fucking swords in vanilla. Because like, her having lances and starting by a bunch of... Yeah, she has an Axe Reaver that weighs her down. Give her swords, let her promote and get lances. That would make her promotion feel a little better, because lances are a better weapon type. Have Florina be lances to swords, or haha, lances to bows, please God, can she not good? And then let Farina like basically be ready to promote off rip. Isn't the Axe Reaver only in Hector mode too? It probably will be. It's been a while since I played Eliwood mode, Fiora, so... She can benefit from being a later peg who actually can have con. Yeah, I mean, like, Fiora is a really good unit. no matter what you do, Fiora is a very usable unit. You have to give her levels a little bit, but like, she can do things. If you give her a couple of levels, she will just start snowballing.
Jumping ahead.
For Pegasus triangle attack, you need them to all have the same weapon. Hey, guess what? Florina, lances, bows. Fiora, swords, lances. Arna, lances, swords. They all have lances. There you go.
Fiora, she is like character-wise an already sort of battle-seasoned flyer.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at her bases here. If you don't want to make Fiora replacement Florina, and like you're gonna run into the issue of Farina is in lore weaker than Fiora, but she comes with better stats. I would make Farina, granted, it's outside of the scope. It's outside of the scope of the hack. It's like outside of the scope. I'm sorry, I'm getting into the weeds with it. I'm shut the fuck up.
Flyer. So we gave her +1 level, basically +1 to her stats. We also gave her +2 con, so she actually has 7 con. And she is now the peg that comes fighting ready. So if you don't want to grind Florina, you get Fiora.
That's correct. That is an accurate assessment.
If you choose to grind Florina, who's earlier, you will be rewarded with a better unit because Florina just has much better growths. I know I'm hopping around a little bit, so let's get back on track. I wanted to wait talking about Guy until we got to Raven. Raven got nothing.
You needed to, okay. Here is my stupid elite, not a stupid elite opinion. I think this is a pretty measured opinion. Hard mode bonuses don't need to exist, man. Most players who will play the game will end up playing, if they're replaying the game a lot, they'll play on hard mode. They don't really need to exist. And like, it's more a problem for FE6, because like fucking hard mode Rutger and hard mode Milady, but like, you're now comparing, I'm going back to Lyn, because I do still think that she wasn't changed in many meaningful ways. Raven does not have the stats of a level 5 unit. So like, you can either give him a higher level, which does buff him in the sense of he's closer to promotion, or lower his stats per his gross to like bring him down a little bit. If your Romhack requires hard mode bonuses, you need to rethink your enemy design, yes. Nothing changed for Raven anyways. To be clear, like, that's fine. I don't think he likes to nerf units in ways that can be felt. Like, Priscilla was nerfed, but you're never going to feel that, realistically.
Raven was given absolutely not a single point of anything, and he is still one of the best units in the game. Also, just, like, funny to note, that is how good base FE7 Raven is.
Yeah, because, again, Raven's shtick is that his bases are absurd. Bases matter more than gross in a game where gross are not absurd. Where you're not dealing with, like, gross that can give you +2 in a stat. So, like, also, no, Raven did get buffed. Raven didn't get anything. Show a screenshot of Raven with a buffed hand axe. You buff, like, the one thing that Raven will always be doing after promotion.
Raven notably gets hard mode bonuses, but he is basically unchanged. So if you know that, Raven, there's nothing different here. Guy is the other early sword unit that also gets.
Hey, wow, look at that. We buffed Guy the same as we buffed Lyn. Guy was better than Lyn and Vanilla. Oh, but it's 2 con versus 1 point of HP and 1 point of move. He got 2 con. I'll be honest, seeing Raven and Guy, I'm just gonna like say off rip, you missed the mark with Lyn.
Hard mode bonuses, and I think he has found a better place.
Notably, they show crit on promotion, so Lyn also doesn't. Lyn still has the Blade Lord problem of Vanilla, of she doesn't get crit from Swordmaster aspect of it.
It's really hard to find a spot for Lyn and Guy since they're so similar, where Lyn gets extra movement.
That doesn't fucking matter. You know what else gets extra movement? Your Cavaliers and your Pegasus Knights.
Movements. Guy's big claim to fame is just that he's going to actually get the crit bonus.
No, his claim to fame is that he has starting stats and can do things. These are perfectly respectable stats for a mostly one range locked unit at level 3.
But in a game,
he beats her in damn near every stat. Maybe you did not want to bring parity between the sorties, and that is a decision that you can make. If your idea was trying to make a reasonable trade-off between the 3, you did not succeed in that.
It's important. Guy's like, starting 14 roughly speed is actually amazing out the gates.
You have to use Lyn in certain maps, so it balances out her terrible bases, but only in certain maps. And realistically, every map you have to use Lyn in. If you don't want to train her, you can just rescue her and not have her ever see combat. So that's never a relevant thing, because she still has to compete for deployment slots.
He also has better strength with +2 con. It's much better than Lyn's. He's also a little bit more durable.
And he's also stronger than Lyn.
Perfect world,
and he has
would have
crit.
given Guy a specific +30 crit boost to his promotion, kind of like what FE6 did, but you could only do a global adjustment, which meant that like every other class would get that boost too, and we didn't want to do that. So
I don't think that's true, actually. I'm pretty sure, maybe it is an FE8 versus FE7 system thing. I'm pretty sure there's a patch that you can put in to fix that.
So while
like I'm
doesn't really live up to like Rutger levels of fame.
Because Rutger is an overtuned unit that you shouldn't live up to.
He's actually quite impressive and kind of feels like.
Also, I'm looking at these starting enemies and like, holy shit. Damn, you're actually fighting promoted enemies in Battle Before Dawn.
Lucius. It was always crazy that Canas joined at level 8 and Lucius was joining like 2 turns before at level 3. We boosted that up to 6 with the level gain.
Is this just an incorrect graph? Because this is implying that like he would join in Lyn mode at level 3 with the same bases that he would join in Eloyd mode. Is this just an error or what? Because if he's getting, I'm just gonna assume this is an error.
Lucius now benefits from getting C rank staves on promo. Shine also will no longer slow him down, which he's going to start with, and it's really good for killing the early shamans on the following pirate ship.
I agree with this.
This will be a really good training arc for him.
No, I completely agree. It sucks that you have a class of weapons that completely fucks over everyone that can use it. That's why Khan's a bad mechanic.
Slowed down by some of the heavier tomes, but he uses them very well, and this kind of allows him to find a niche outside of Sarah. And as for the man,
he already got C staves on promo though. I think he's trying to point out the difference between like Sage, Druid, and Bishop as far as like what you benefit out of promotion for.
Himself, I gotta be honest, was always a pretty good unit. I don't think Canas is the
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I don't think Canas needed to be buffed at all, but again, enemies are buffed, so maybe like joining stats need to be changed to compensate, but hey, I'm gonna go back to the fucking... Canas didn't need a buff, but they might have buffed enemies to where like base stats don't let him do anything. That is the charity I'm giving. Looking at that... I think it is fine, generally, to try and push Canas to be more of a, like, I guess what you would expect of a Dark Mage. High magic, higher defense.
Pretty good unit. I don't think Canas is the best magic user, but as a whole, he's still a very good unit.
No. Canas is not the best, like, combat unit as far as just pound for pound output for damage. That's probably a trained Lucius. Of the unpromoted ones. We're not talking about Pen for a second, but Canas was fine because he had access to dark magic, and that gave him niches that no one else could replicate.
I think the coolest thing about Canas is his +4 AS on promotion. Really wanted to keep that intact. We've also given him D.
Lucius suffers from no luck. It actually does affect him.
Lucius,
yeah, that's fair.
+4 HP,
but again, you can remedy that shit.
Defense. This helps him kind of find that like tanky shaman role, makes Nosferatu tanking a little bit better. I think you were wrong for buffing Nosferatu in any regard. I think your assessment of it being weak is just incorrect. Canas to be a very niche unit where like Luna is amazing on him.
Dog, Luna is not that relevant. Luna is like, it is a thing that we hold in high regard looking back at FE7, specifically because it can just invalidate a few very tricky bosses. Nos tanking is a meme. Fully Nos tanking in FE7 is a meme, yes, because you don't get enough Nosferatus. Nos tanking is good for specific enemy phases where you want to like, where regaining HP between combats would let you choke a point that you would otherwise not be able to because of the incoming damage. Yeah, Luna's just a meme because of Pirate Ship and the Fire Dragon. That is it.
Nosferatu can be really useful, but he isn't
it's relevant as a scary thing on enemies. Yeah, a couple of enemies.
So with Fiora's join on the Dread Isle, we also have Dart. So Dart had this weird thing where on the Gaiden port of Badon, Dart would show enemy hard mode bonuses, but then when he joined your party, he wouldn't have those.
I'm wrong on all of my FE7 pronunciations from when I was a kid, so don't take me as gospel.
An amazing unit, and especially in Hector hard mode.
Dart sucked because he cost $1 billion money to use, and also like Hawkeye exists.
He just was kind of like behind. So basically,
that one is correct. Dart is behind the curve in Hector hard mode, like by a lot. He's hard to get rolling. I'm looking at the buffs here. So the buff to his speed's pretty relevant, and the buff to his strength and HP. Like, he's got really good HP. That's probably fine, I guess.
Hard mode bonuses,
I'm less specific on Dart because I off-rip don't remember the Dread Isle enemy stat benchmarks.
This allows him to keep up to start in hard mode and then start snowballing into the awesome berserker that he always could become.
The one thing I want to worry about is that if you are buffing units that join later, FE7 doesn't, for Dart it matters a little bit, but like, if he can just kind of work off rip, you do then have to compete with your other infantry axe units.
Say here, full bias, Dart is my personal favorite character from base FE7.
And yeah, unless Hawkeye gets nerfed, this doesn't seem helpful. I'm saying this right now, he's not nerfing the pre-promotes because, we want to retain this soul of FE7.
Basically, these changes keep him feeling like the all-gas, no-brakes character he's always been. For all axe users, Dart is just pure speed, strength, and HP, no defenses, damage sponge. It's beautiful. So Dart is kind of like one spectrum, then you have Bartra and Geats, then you have Dorcas, and then over on the other side is like Hector, maybe also Dorcas. Anyway, I love Dart, and he's a lot of fun. Next up, we have Legault.
Okay, we didn't touch the Galt. Oh, wait, no, we're getting...
Lego for some people.
Oh, right, you're Canadian. You would fucking know this shit. All right. He got a buff of Kanto, which is actually ginormous. Yeah, I'm like, he didn't get a buff. No, he got Kanto, which is one of the strongest things that you can get in the game, because it allows... Honestly, with 7 move and Kanto, like, dog, he's basically just promoted vanilla Ellawood with utility. Yeah, because he gets extra point of move. So it's 7 move on promo, plus Kanto. That's vanilla like, he won't have 1-2 range aside from the magic swords. But, like, it's not going to matter that much.
Perfect just the way he is.
How annoying does Kanto make catching him? I'm going to give him the benefit of a doubt and say that... actually, no, it's Assassins only. He gains Kanto on promotion to Assassin because he's trying to roll Assassin and roll together.
Fangs, so he should be stronger.
You're not using both Matthew and Legault. Here's the thing. If you train Matthew, he should be better than Legault. I disagree. I think that is a mistake that FE7 makes that is not being amended here.
It would just really kind of break the game if we made him like as strong as a
You won't have 1-2 range magic swords or Merlin locked. I'm not talking about the Wind Edge and the Wodao. I doubt the Light Brand and the Rune Sword are Myrmidon locked because, like, the Rune Sword it's basically a Hector mode exclusive weapon. Like, you could argue it's his weapon in a way. No, he still has Light Brand and Rune Sword, to be clear. It's not accessible 1-2 range. I'm just talking like those probably still exist.
Lloyd. And he's got hard mode bonuses, so again, great just the way he is. Following chapter, you get Ninian. She's a dancer. What more do you want from me? She's got...
I want shelter. I want fucking sheltered parrot. That's what I want.
Slightly buffed stats. That was basically just...
Honestly, I think the only thing of this that I think is probably like luck, defense, HP. The only thing that you need to worry about when statting your dancer is, hey, does this unit just get one shot and doubled? Because, like, your dancer should never see combat. If your dancer gets hit, they should die. So I guess in that regard, yeah, no, this is also, it's funny that, hey, guess who also got more base growth than Lyn? Fucking Ninian.
So, like, she wasn't always getting one shot at base. Also,
there's a giant box of the word affinity. He
grows a little bit faster, and some of the
probably using icons that just weren't in the export.
Isadora.
Okay, 2 extra con, good. 2 extra defense, good. 3 extra skill, not relevant. Extra strength to extra strength growth is nice. That'll give her 2 extra points of strength when, she hits 20. That's fine, realistically. I would have pushed her harder to being a specialist, but again, that would require removing things and adding things. She's still really low HP. She's still abysmally low HP.
Guys, say it with me.
Con is a bad mechanic.
Con. I have always struggled with Isadora's 6 con because I do the math in my head and I'm like, oh, that means Isadora had 4 con when she was a little, junior Cavalier. Sorry, what? We wanted Isadora's con to still feel low because that is her character feel, but 6...
40 strength won't matter as much since she's a promo. Yeah, I know, it won't matter that much, but like, you get 19 levels, so I guess it's like on average, and mind you, you're only getting this by endgame, so it's not as relevant. That was me, by the way, sorry. On average, you are getting like 2 extra points of strength by the time you hit 20, which is not super relevant. I mean, it's nice, but like, you know, the mid-game, getting to endgame is what matters, and it's not likely that you're going to hit it. Like, looking at Isadora's average strength, she would go from like 18 or 19 on average to like 20, 21.
Was absurd. She's getting slowed down by Iron Lances. 8 felt good.
Yeah, wow, getting slowed down by Iron Lances. What a bad decision to make.
Fast, and really these small tweaks that you're seeing for her are just to even her out so that she's still on par with the hard mode and, you know, improved growths of the enemy units. As I said in the notes for this, she now feels like the Isadora they meant to make, but messed up on. Heath comes on the same chapter with...
Heath didn't need buffs. I am of the opinion that Heath is one of the few balanced Wyvern riders in the entire series. He grows into something like monstrous just because of his class. He's hard to get rolling, yes. Especially, he didn't need buffs.
Hard mode bonuses. Always has had the potential to become one of the best units in the game.
Correct.
As the early Wyvern. And I personally always found Heath a little bit disappointing just because he took so long to get rolled.
I'm sorry, were you not, with Ellawood, were you not talking about the 0 to hero units?
Given him a level with some favorable level ups, this should help.
No. I don't think he's needed an upward adjustment.
The other unit that joins in this chapter is Wrath. Wrath is awkward because in Lyn mode, he comes at level 7, but because hard mode Lyn mode gives such little experience, it's actually really hard even getting him to level 11.
Yeah, it takes like 1 or 2 chapters tops, and you can give him a couple of levels in this
9,
chapter.
Which was actually the only unit that was like accurate to what Lyn mode did for them, but he just wasn't very good here. So we gave Wrath +4 levels with the appropriate growths, which means if you play in Lyn mode, your Wrath is going to be really bad unless
so that is actually
you power grind him. So if you're planning on using Wrath, you might just want to let him die because
okay, then that's not a good thing.
He'll then come back at level 13. There was no perfectly clean fix to this, but this is like the best situation for Wrath in the long term.
Oh, okay, let's think about that. So you run into the same issue of like not using Will or Saint or Kent, right? Like if you don't use Will, he gets 2 levels on average, and he'll only be slightly better but behind. We did fix the Lyn mode version of Wrath, and there's no way to fix this. So, like, I don't think you want to... You could reasonably make Wrath, like, better in Lyn mode. You shouldn't because, I mean, you're probably not changing Lyn mode substantially, and, like, 10 level. You are capping out at level 9 or 10. You can power level to 11 in vanilla Lyn mode, maybe, if you're hyper funneling, but, like, if you're trying to train a few units, 7 to 9 is where you'll end up. I don't like Wrath. I don't like how the story uses Wrath, which is to say, hey, look, here's a woman whose entire purpose is trying to prove her independence and strength. Wrath exists purely to make Lyn look weaker in a narrative that she really shouldn't be. Lyn is trying to like prove that she is martially capable. Wrath exists to get a big hero moment where Lyn is like weirdly damseled, which happens again, by the way. Honestly, yeah, give Wrath a higher bow rank, maybe. Also, just use flags. I don't know offhand if the flag system that you use in FE8 ROM hacking would work in FE7 ROM hacking, but like, there are more elegant ways to have a dynamic Wrath.
Now feels like Sacred.
This hack is just hoping you don't play Lyn mode. If a hack is hoping that you don't play Lyn mode and it's trying to be the perfect FE7 rebalance, ROM hack, not rebalance, but like, then that's not a perfect ROM hack, realistically. A perfect ROM hack would do a lot of work to make Lyn Mode actually fun to play.
With 8 move. Also, I know in efficiency runs, Wrath's like big claim to fame was him being able to, I think, carry Hector. I know like mega diehard efficiency people are not gonna like this, but we've actually made it so that the aid for male and female units is now even 25. If you're not deep into Fire Emblem 7, I wouldn't worry about this.
Yeah, by the way, women were nerfed for no reason other than this is a game that is existing 2 games after Kaga left, and a few things were still left over.
It was ultimately just one of those things that, like, having better rescue capability didn't add that much for the game.
Yeah, also consider that Wrath does still get triple effective bows and 7 might, 2 extra might to your bows.
And was stupid, so it seemed like a change that was...
Did he notice? All right, what the fuck am I supposed to notice here?
It was ultimately just one of those... even 25.
Oh, in the wood chipper, you failed. You failed. You failed, Smith Plays. Into the wood chipper. I had such high hopes. I get it. The short bow does not have a niche, really, in vanilla. I guess it gives you good weapon experience, which is about it, but I think that is a very poor reason for a weapon to exist. It's basically like the slim bow ineffective. It's 1-2. Oh, it's only 2 times effective. That's great. I don't know. The 1-2 range short bow was seen when we talked about 19X earlier. Good XP, good crit, bad might. Yeah. It's 1-2 range.
Not gonna like this, but we've actually made it so that the aid for male and female...
Okay, at that point, then, you kind of betray the philosophy that you set out to have with buffing bows to be axe might. A little bit. Like, I know the mini bow exists in Fates, but isn't the mini bow in Fates just a 1-range bow? Or am I full of it? I never fucking use that weapon out of principle, so, like, I genuinely don't remember. Just 1 range. Okay, so you've gotten a weapon that's better than the mini bow. And you know what? Maybe the argument is FE7 is so 1-2 range focused that any class that does not have any 1-2 ranged options is just going to be fucked natively. If a short bow had hand axe style stats that make it fair, keep in mind that the hand axe is like one of the best, arguably a top 3 weapon in the entire series, the FE7 hand axe is. I don't like it on principle. I don't like it on principle because at which point, like, bows don't interact natively with a triangle. Or actually, not at all with a triangle. So, like, I don't... I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed from, like, you fell into the, I'm making a ROM hack pitfall. Let me make a short bow 1-2 range.
It was ultimately just one of those things.
Mini bows 1-2 range and 3 house. Hey, what do we say about 3 houses mechanics? We don't emulate them.
Of people I'm talking to
we take multiple health bars and weapons from supports. That's about it.
Worse and was stupid. So it seemed
this segment seems short-sighted. I love puns.
Like a change that was a net positive, even though 1%ers, I see you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've made it into the era of insane pre-promotes. Starting with Hawkeye, we've given...
You give Hawkeye any... Yeah, Hawkeye gets doubled sometimes, and maybe this is necessary with the enemy buffs. But you know what? Hawkeye having a meaningful downside would work.
Actually, him +1.
By the way, yay.
And this is just so that he keeps up with enemy units. The buffs actually...
That's not going to help much. It's more of like a...
This was just to kind of bring him back up.
I felt like maybe this would be a chance to, if you just didn't adjust the pre-promotes at all, it would kind of like squeeze the gap meaningfully in a way that...
Next up, we've got the boy Wallace.
Okay, no, Wallace needs fucking help. Wallace is fucking awful, man. And he also doesn't have a niche, which is unfortunate because it doesn't look like we're changing him statistically at all. He's just like, hey, he can do things off rip.
So Wallace is this famous retired knight, and he...
Also, he only get... One thing that is worth noting is that Hawkeye's 1 billion con means that he doesn't ever have to interact with the weapon weight system, which means he's faster than you would expect him to be. This is watching engage level balancing pre-promotes. I'm not going to throw that at him. Level 18. Okay. So I'm guessing that he didn't want to make Wallace a general so you could still have the Night Crest thing that you could give to Sane or Kent or make it a nerf seal like some ROM hacks do. I think the solution is just make Wallace a general and don't have a promotion thing in Lyn Mode. Lyn Mode promoted Matthew. Yeah, I guess. So he's getting 6 HP, 4 strength, 4 skill, 2 speed. I mean, 18 defense, 17 strength. He's going to get doubled by everything, but at the very least, he maybe doesn't get like completely mollywopped in the Linus chapter, or not the Linus, the Lloyd chapter.
Shows up in Lyn Mode at level.
Promotion was done for teaching players, though. I understand that. The question is Lyn Mode still meant to be a teaching tool for players who have never played a strategy RPG? That will be a question, because Lyn Mode only works if you've never played a strategy RPG before. If you even understand the genre, but not necessarily the game, Lyn Mode starts to fall off a little bit.
12.
How will new players know about promotions? Then you force it. Then you don't like. Then you make it on Lyn hard mode. He comes as a general. I don't know.
Honestly, kind of cringe. That was a joke. In Lyn Mode, we decided to give him 6+ levels with the growth to make him actually good when he joins in Four-Fanged offense. I will actually note here that the Lyn Mode Wallace is going to come with an Earth Seal, not a Knight's Crest. We will mode. Anyway, Wallace is still a late joining general, not going to be amazing, but now he's actually a good general. And so if you like using Knights, he is worth picking up on the Lloyd version of Four-Fanged.
I think I think Wallace buff is reasonable because a lot of people will just steal his promotion item and he'll just fucking die before you can recruit him. Given that Geats is such a comparatively good character, I think buffing Wallace is fine.
Offense. Oh, but my mans, it's so hard to be Wallace when Geats exists.
He gets it.
So good. Even with enemy growth, we did nothing to Geats and he is a monster.
Wrong. You did not do nothing to Geats. You buffed bows, which buffed Geats a little bit. And you buffed his ability to deal with wyverns. This is an incorrect statement.
Loves the improved longbow because he actually comes with B bows, unlike Dorcas and Bartra. And so now that this chapter is much easier to get to, you're going to see a lot more of Geats. And if you didn't train Bartra, he is basically the pre-promoted version of him. Bartra actually will have slightly better growth at level 3 warrior, which is fair in the long term because you actually had to grind that character. But Geats is still amazing. Next is Farina,
I don't like this.
The 3rd Pegasus Knight. This unit is exclusive to Hector's Path on the map Crazed Beast, where...
By the way, Crazed Beast is a filler map that doesn't need to exist at all.
She would join, I think, at level 12, unpromoted for 20,000 gold, which was absolutely insane. We did big buffs for her. So Farina's now going to come as a promoted Falcon Knight.
That doesn't really track from a lore perspective. Fiora was hired by the Mage General of Etruria to lead a squad of Pegasi to look into the Black Fang. Like, I get that Farina was 12 compared to Fiora's, 7? Or, so, like, still better, but, like, they were still at least the same class. Yeah, again, moving unit recruitment is beyond the scope of this hack. You could maybe make Farina more of an S-type unit, but you'd have to pay for her, so it's not worth it.
And stats. But for 20 grand, even that was like anyone else. It was previous buffs for her. So Farina's now
let me go back real quick. So, okay, yeah, we're just buffing all of her stats. That's fine.
It is exclusive to Hector's Path on the map.
I think a Falco makes sense in the case of being a leader. I think the descriptions, like a Falco Knight is an honorific bestowed upon certain Pegasus Knights.
Beast, where she would join, I think, at level 12, unpromoted for 20.
One thing I like for the Hugh, the character you can buy, a niche I like that certain Romhacks have done is, I'm going to pause for a second, is that if you spend the money to recruit a unit, they can bypass the deployment limit of, hey, you spent money for me, and like, I do not count against your deployment. We've had Romhax do it where you can pay a lesser amount and then it's like per chapter you have to pay a bit of gold, but then you don't compete against the deployment slots, which would give her a niche. But again, outside the scope of this hack, I don't like this from a lore perspective. That's it. I'm a fucking elite shill.
An Elysian Whip will be a Earth Seal for anyone else. So big.
Yeah, also, the monks were Farina fodder. Like realistically, you would train Farina on the right side of that map for the most part, and you'd be fine. Granted, that map is not well designed because there is ballista overlap to where you'd want Farina to go, but a lot of FE7 maps are not very well designed. So like you could change that.
Stats, but for 20 grand, even that was like...
Was this for B swords? Probably.
Maybe not enough. So she's also going to come with a killer lance and killing edge and an elixir. I think that is still maybe not worth 20 grand, but if you don't have another flyer, then it is. Next up, we have Pent joining. Pent is technically a worse unit now that enemies have gotten stronger and he
That's correct.
Wasn't given anything. That's a great thing. We don't want to directly nerf units, but Pent was so much better than the rest of the field.
Yeah, no shit.
This only feels good. Pent is still ridiculous. He comes with ace staves. For God's sake, you're gonna have a fine time with him. I think Louise is actually a much more interesting.
That is 3 effective speed and 3 effective might. So yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he also gets an A support with Louise for free. So effectively, imagine vanilla Louise joining a 15 strength instead of 12. No strength, remember, bows are buffed by 3.
Change, along with a few
and she gets 15% crit.
Got a bit of a buff to.
Oh, hang on. Light affinity now affects attack, defense, and avoid and crit rather than attack, defense, and hit and crit. I agree with this because all of the units that have light affinity in the game don't have issues hitting. Yeah, I get it. Lucius, Florina, Louise, and Corel. A bunch of units that have high skill and accurate weapons. Good.
To suit the characters that have light affinities.
Wasn't silver... She starts with a silver. Was it plus... Oh, maybe it's only +2. Maybe I've been misspeaking then.
Supports and affinities don't really have a major impact on the game for most players. But because Louise actually comes with one, this light affinity does help her a little bit. But I've actually found
I think the light affinity change is good. I don't like how FE7 handles support bonuses with affinity. It makes sense from a lore perspective, but a lot of units aren't getting what they need.
Silver bow, she kind of
light is just the best now. Yeah, no, basically.
Now, from here, we've got the duo that is Corel and Harkin. More information to come, but with the combining of the Pale Flower of Darkness maps into one big one, you can now get both Corel and Harkin. That's basically the big Corel buff, because before...
Yeah, honestly, that's a huge buff to Corel. You can fucking get him.
We've updated Corel to also come with hard mode bonuses,
good.
And that gives him like roughly 25 speed. And getting a free fast unit in the harder modes is actually really useful.
I can agree with that. I think that if they're buffing enemies to where speed matters, Corel having speed will matter. That being said, Harkin's stats are ridiculous and they're not going to be brought down.
He also comes with the Woe Dao, so even if you're not using him, but you're using Lyn, you can give that to her and it's a...
Again, if you're using Lyn, a good wind, Lyn's iconic line that she stole from Corel.
1-2 range, crit.
Surely weather is removed. My expectation is either weather is removed or weather is removed except for fucking Pale Flower of Darkness because there are inside parts of that map. Pale Flower of Darkness actually feels designed around weather because there are like indoor tiles that you can go into to try and avoid it.
It's really good. As for Harkin, huge Raven and Pent Marcus energy. This guy is just ridiculous. More details to come, but I'll note now, the way you unlock him is by killing Germ on Pale Flower of Darkness. Yeah, man, it's Harkin. He comes with a Brave Sword. Oh, Nino is a great one.
Looking at Nino. Okay, I actually like that they made her a lower level. It doesn't affect her much in the same... I guess if you think about it, that's like an Omni... +1, it's like an Omni +1 or something. And the +4 con is useful, I guess. I think all of these Nino buffs are fine. She still won't have a niche, but
yes,
she's a sort of unit that people like to use.
Late game unit that likes to grow.
It makes her S tier. I like it. Yeah, I agree. I think that is a good, I think the concept of unit feel, but it makes her fit the archetype she's statted for.
Serves as you get to the later game.
And she survived a monk though. Yes, because she starts with Thunder. Yeah, even more speed. Again, she's just like magic and speed and res. That's what I want. Make that girl Delphia.
Grow. With Fire Emblem, one of the most fun things is seeing your units starting and building and getting all those +1s on their stats. And this is kind of like, I think,
it's not L5, so
serves. As
the only thing is
growing slower, especially in
she better not face crit from that monk. You better have thought about that.
Is supposed to be this like, fresh new unit that I can just grind and get all that like awesome dopamine. Myrrh does that really well in Sacred Stones where she's just cooking on the levels and it feels so damn good. So that's basically what I tried to emulate for Nino. So she goes -2 levels, but doesn't actually lose any stats. This is to help her grow fast. We did not boost any of her bulk because she's meant to be this frail little kid with crazy magical potential. So we've given her 70 magic, 80 speed, 60 res, which are like the highest of those stats in the game. Faster than Guy, stronger than Dart, res on par or higher than everyone else. And when promoted, she gets B staves. Efficiency-wise, still a horrible unit, but if you like seeing the number go burr, it's gonna go even
I have no complaints with this. I think this is how I would always handle Nino. I think Nino should compete with Pent. Give Urk a horse. Give Urk a horse. I know it's outside of the scope of this, but just give Urk a horse.
Quick, fun
yeah, no, good job with Nino.
Jafar. As we were working
Still comes way too late. To be clear, Nino is not a user for efficiency. It's like, hey, can you make this tiny unit that joins underleveled super late? Can you find ways to feed her kills? If you can, you get like dopamine of big number. That's it. That's all Nino is. And you know what? I think that doubles down in it. I have no complaints here. Good job. Still dies to bolting from Ursula. I'm going to assume that they fixed that chapter a little bit.
Dawn, Jafar just like stops engaging with enemies and just goes on a stealing rampage against the thieves. Not the purpose of his class. And so I think with the AI, they were just like, we don't know how to fix this. We're just going to not let assassins steal because of Jafar.
I don't think that was it, but go off. You could absolutely change. You could absolutely change their AI. That's just incorrect. What you can do within FE Builder like would allow you to have an AI that doesn't do that. Honestly, I would actually love if Jafar could not steal or like could not use. I guess lockpicks you need to be able to. I know he's referring to vanilla. I'm saying that I don't think that was the reason in vanilla.
What we actually did, the game has characters and there's a lot of like bandits, right? Like Bandit 92, Bandit 95, 78, and so on and so on. We took Bandit 9B and turned it into a secondary Jafar class. This Jafar cannot steal. This is the Jafar that you encounter on Battle Before Dawn. However, the Jafar that joins you, this guy right up here, he can steal. So actually, the assassin class doesn't have the ability to steal, but specifically Jafar, Legault, and Matthew have the ability to steal.
I wouldn't let Jafar steal, if I'm being honest. If you are choosing that on a unit-by-unit basis, I actually wouldn't let Jafar steal. I think that would be a very good way to give like Matthew and Legault some value.
It was just an ability on their class. Now it's actually integral to their character identity. Sorry, just some fun coding nerd gushing. Vida is a promoted Wyvern Lord. She didn't really get anything except slightly.
Vida's fine. Vida needs nothing. Good man.
Better
Moving on.
Growths because of better enemy growths and from hard mode.
Yeah, no, she just doesn't need anything. Like, yeah, okay, she'll be slightly worse comparatively because enemies are harder, but you shouldn't have a unit that kills everything that you get for free.
Bonuses. Carla is
this is like the fourth unit we didn't change. Notably, they're all pre-promotes that were overtuned in vanilla. Carla, she's a meme Easter egg unit. Honestly, that's fine.
Why would you ever use Carla? You wouldn't. She's horrible. Basically, we have just raised her to be about on par with Corel because she is an Easter egg character. And story-wise, we wanted her to be useful. So she's now a usable Easter egg character.
Remember that Priscilla got nerfed? Priscilla did not get nerfed in any way that would be felt by the players of Tier 1 unit.
In Chapter 7 of Lyn Mode, where she explains how the Wind Edge works. Renault is a character.
Renault! Come on, Canadian man. It's Renault. It's Renault because I can't ever have a name that I pronounce correctly.
Character commonly mischaracterized. People see his magic. They say, why the heck?
What do you mean commonly mischaracterized? He's a mercenary.
He should have more magic. And that's like his entire identity. Actually, a huge reason why he's like so popular in the fandom for only being part of like 2 to 3 maps. We just buffed everything outside of his magic so that he's a little more bulky. But ultimately, this man is a staff bot. So
more stats than Lyn, Lamau. Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
Didn't really need anything.
Speed's probably relevant so he doesn't get double. Athos has 20 speed, actually. I don't. Actually, yeah, I would reduce his res. I would make his res worse than his defense if you're going to retool him a little bit.
Ultimately, this man is a staff bot, so he didn't really need anything. And then you have Athos, who is just going to be slightly worse because enemy units have gotten a bit better. And so, ladies,
it doesn't matter. You can still Luna shit.
Gentlemen, those are your character changes to Fire Emblem 7 Legacy.
Going through that, I think the ones that I have issue with, all 3 of the Lords, less Ellawood, but like dual weapon access for the Lords, for Ellawood and Hector. Hector did not need swords. Just straight up, that fixes one of the few blind spots that he has to balance him out as a tier 1 unit, and he was buffed in other ways in promotion. Ellawood, I think you make him a Lance Lord, or I could maybe see the argument for dual weapon access Ellawood. The problem is it's like Because it, like, you feel that the buff of getting a mount, that's really felt kind of similar to, like, hey, you have a new weapon type. Granted, swords aren't great, but, like, I don't think, if you're not going to swap Eliwood over, then just keep them both swordies. It's really Lyn that stands out. You're coping hard if Eliwood and Hector complains. I don't think... Eliwood's probably fine. Hector didn't need it because I think some accuracy issues is a counterbalance to him. He undercooked Lyn. I know, like, I'm not an unbiased source, but, like, I've also combed through this with a fairly fine-toothed comb. I think maybe he's assuming that Wind Edge will do a lot of, like, that is a buff to Lyn that, you know, isn't necessarily a buff to Lyn because it has direct competition of giving the Wind Edge to Guy or Corel.
As a whole, our goal was not...
Lyn was the only person whose weaknesses were important. Apparently, because Eliwood does not really have that weakness anymore. Hector doesn't have much of a weakness anymore, except for on promotion, he'll have issues of speed, but, like, She gets even worse than a unit that's 5 levels lower than her.
To make every unit, like, A tier or...
It's funny that he says Lyn is one of his favorite units and she's pretty much worse in every way. Yeah, like, I would have at least expected, like, hey, we'll give her Swordmaster crit or something, because she's supposed to be a composite unit.
Even B.
I don't think the one move matters as much as he thinks it does.
Now, with grinding, all units have always had the potential.
I think he's overvaluing that a lot. An extra point of move on a unit that is largely one range locked without Kanto is not going to matter, especially if you have to overextend and risk game over.
But the worst units, like Dorcas, are now usable, especially on...
Dorcas was already usable. You are just incorrect in that one.
Easier modes, you'll have a really fun
You can just play Lyn mode because we start counting at 1, not 11.
And, you know, it's a lot more doable now. And yeah, overall, we just wanted to make it so that units still feel like who they are, but you can...
Except for the fact that we gave Eliwood a lance and Hector a sword.
Always use your favorites. All right, so guys, we have finally made...
He's so bad. He, like, cap strength and has good bang. The only thing that is rough about Dorcas is that, like, if you don't play Lyn mode and don't train him in Lyn mode, his speed's not great. But, like, he can take some hits in a point in the game where it's valuable to have someone that can meat shield a hit. He's not going to, like, if you didn't get him rolling in Lyn mode, he's not going to grow that much, but, like, he's usable. Axes are the best weapon type in the game. He gets hand axes at base.
It to mode and map changes.
Maybe he meant to say vanilla Bartra, but, like, no, that's just an incorrect assessment of things.
Guiding principles we use to change Lyn mode. Well, then
the reason Lyn was so bad is because we thought Eliwood was way worse than her. So the issue that playing FE7 a lot, the reason that people think that Eliwood or feel that Eliwood is bad is because if he gets unfortunate first couple levels, he won't double things. And he won't double things, thus he will not get, like, any kills or XP and then more stats. He's very dependent on his first 2 levels. Genuinely, I think all Eliwood needed was, like, triple effectiveness, maybe a super more durable rapier, and some enemy composition changes to make swords and macro, like, more of an appealing choice, which was probably outside the scope of his hack, which feels lesser in scope than changing weapon types, but...
Go through every Lyn.
Yeah, they left Kent to rot.
Mode map.
It's not super well balanced as far as the Cavs and Vanilla are concerned. I think you'd have to strip Sane's defense, give it to Lowit, and then Ken can be the fast Cav, Sane can be the hard-hitting Cav, Lowit can be the defensive Cav.
Because we wanted to keep the game accessible for people who have never played Fire Emblem before. We have made some bigger tweaks to Lyn hard mode. We wanted to make Lyn hard mode feel not necessarily even challenging, but engaging to a broad range of players. And how we've done that is we've actually added...
Lyn mode is unchanged. You could have made some of the maps better. Lyn mode has a problem of it does not need to be 12 chapters at all.
In hard mode,
there are a couple of chapters that can be combined and a few that are just filler.
In the original Fire Emblem 7, there are hard mode bonuses in Hector hard mode exclusively. Basically what this means is if you have a level 1 brigand in Hector hard mode, he's going to have 5+ levels worth of stats over every
Okay, I guess this is important.
And we did this to make things more engaging for, again, a broad range of players. This isn't going to be Hector hard mode level difficult because then it would cut off.
I will say that, like, as iconic as Lyn's prologue chapter is, it is not well designed at all. It honestly kind of shows not the counterbalancing weaknesses, because again, a counterbalancing weakness would, like, be paired with a decent strength here. Lyn cannot take 2 hits. Ergo, you should, outside of a scripted thing, you should never initiate on player phase. And like that kind of is the problem. Lyn dies in 2 hits.
All the other mode players from being able to play it.
And like, yeah, you had to wait there.
Lyn's prologue, the only major change is that this map has +3 for hard mode bonuses. Because Lyn has 6 moves, she has a little bit more range, but also vulneraries are now 5 instead of 3. So she has a lot more healing, which will kind of be helpful just because the boss is slightly harder. Chapter 1 actually does.
I don't think, okay, straight up, all you did was give Lyn 1 extra point of HP. Making chapter 1 harder does nothing meaningful. It does not affect the game in any meaningful way other than, like, I guess making it more tedious. It does not increase the strategy because the strategy is get to full HP, end turn.
Let's see a map change. We've made this little fort
a lot of words for prologue when it means nothing.
The boss is now programmed to wait 1 turn and then move towards the player to, again, push the speed of
that is good, and it fits with the story of him trying to assassinate
Lyn mode up. But if the player does get overwhelmed, they can actually go in here and just sort of like 1 space.
Also, it's not really a fort. That's the wall. Those are the walls of Bulgur. So, like, it's not a fort.
Defend it. This map only has +2 on hard mode bonuses just because there's a few more enemies. And also in the story, Sane forgets to bring a sword. So you're basically just doing this map with Kent and Lyn. Chapter 2 actually...
Or, hey, you trade the sword to Sane because he's a better Cavalier.
Sees a map palette change. We're also going to have these 3 bandits moving towards the player.
This is just... A lot of Lyn mode chapters just are not well designed, and you're in a rough position having to deal with that while keeping, like... You keep the game intact, but, like, you do have to run up with some... A lot of this map is wasted space. Everything to, like, the left... shoot, I didn't show my mouse. Everything to, like, the left of, I guess, the leftmost wall there just doesn't matter. Everything in the south is a waste of space because you're never going to go that way. The only unit that can go that way is Lyn, and because of the archetypical design of Lyn, you're never going to expose her to 2 units because she will die.
While this guy down in the far corner is actually going to go move to break the wall. Lyn normal mode players will be asked to check out these 3 villages. And
that is the point, to teach the player. You can teach the player of a better designed map, to be clear.
All 3 of these villages
this is not a slight against Smith. This is just I'm ranting about FE7 map design here.
The first map with villages did that so that it would kind of click to the player of like, oh, maybe I should be checking out houses and villages. And that's pretty much it. Pretty straightforward map. Chapter...
The issue I have with this map is that it asks you to double back to visit the houses. And because thus it takes more turns to get to the enemies, the movement disparity between Lyn and the Cavs is more felt when you have to spend more time because, like, hey, there's a 2-move difference, then a 2-move difference. And, like, it doesn't really matter until you start breaking the wall, but I think that 2-move difference within 2 turns makes it so Lyn can't reach.
I should be checking out houses and villages. And that's pretty much it. Pretty straightforward map. Chapter 3 really didn't need any changes.
You combine chapter 3 of chapter 4.
Which just got +3. Chapter 4 is only going to have
that's how you change it.
+1 hard mode bonuses. And that's because Dorcas is on this chapter. So this is the one map that we've raised the...
Oh, that's true. It is one move here.
More difficult
I am bitching about vanilla, to be clear. This is, again, this is not...
If you gave it +3,
this is a vanilla map
Dorcas
design
would
issue.
be becoming way stronger in this mode at a lower level. He just power scale way too much. The reason we generally have used hard mode bonuses is obviously that it gives the player less experience, which can be really overpowered in Lyn mode. This is the one case where we did levels over hard mode bonuses. Chapter 5, we've brought the
this chapter doesn't need to exist. Just have Urk and Sarah join in the next chapter. The only thing you learn is that, like, hey, everyone fucking hates the Taliver bandits.
Once
they
again,
suck.
The villages have valuable information. There's one person that talks about magic, mentioning that base stave, like,
mind you, this is no slight against. This is me talking about vanilla FE7. You can just pare down a lot of Lyn mode chapters because they are filler.
So this boss is going to have high defense and low res. And
that is good.
Of this is to
that's a cool way to teach the player about that, like, Urk has value
the
here.
Boss because he has the best damage on him. We've also added a droppable red gem on this map, and there is a sword, lance, and axe added to the armory. And then there's chapter 6, which goes down in Fire Emblem history for being a tutorial about switches to then never have switches in the game again.
It is my opinion that this chapter was made early on before they ironed out what all they wanted to do. This is not, honestly, this is a chapter I would just completely scrap and move to, hey, try and rescue the Marcus from the inside of his castle.
And so we've actually added switches to the Hector and Eliwood specific like trial maps way at the end of the game, I should mention. Rather than completely revamping this map, we thought, well, if this introduces switches, we should probably put it somewhere. And
That's fair.
Was the only map that really
honestly
felt like it added anything.
If you're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, that was a pretty good decision.
There's some mercenaries that spawn. The other thing we've changed, you'll notice, is that the bottom building, actually, once it opens up, there is a door to then go into the main rest of the area. Honestly, this is a pretty horrible map. And
yeah, because you'll normally send one of the calves to the bottom room to hit the switch, and they just can't participate in the rest of the map. That is fine, mind you. There aren't enough enemies in this map that, like, you need all of your units. But it's like, whoever you send down to deal with the southern door just doesn't get to do anything for the rest of the map.
Really thought about completely revamping it, but in the spirit
the closest thing is Crazy Beast, where you have to seize multiple targets. Correct.
And I think it is now fine. Chapter 7 actually sees a...
All right, I like this. I know exactly what before he says anything, I know exactly what he's going to do. He will have moved the pure water from the top right to this new top left village. The reason is the pure water exists to give you, like, reason to fight the boss, or not reason, a little help in fighting the boss, but a lot of people will just rescue drop someone over the mountains, which kind of what the game subtly pushes you to do with, like, Florina and Lucius, or as I do it, I just fucking send Lyn over because, haha, I need XP. So if you get the pure water there, you can actually make use of it. A lot of the time, you get the pure water because you're choked up on the fort in the mountains there. You don't get the pure water for a couple of turns. You're actually fighting the brigand to get there in time, so... And they'll probably move something else to the top right. This is me.
Pretty big change where
previously
the northeast village was the pure water one, but this map kind of previously wanted you to like have Florina rescue drop Lucius over the mountains and then go and just fight the boss. So we've actually added in this bottom village, which gives you the pure water, and then you can go and stomp pints with Lucius. However, for those looking for a little bit of fun lore, we've added in a little dialogue with Carla, who is an Easter egg throughout the rest of the game. Carla is going to give the player the Wind Edge, which is the one weapon that's seen a very monumental change. Carla is basically...
hey, here's just some weird... Maybe Carla should be somewhat surprised that another woman is fighting with a sword, given her upbringing and the tenets of Sakai. So, like... I don't know, you can maybe work that into the script.
Filling the role of us as the dev team on why we implemented the Wind Edge. She explains
okay,
how
never mind.
GBA
That's fair.
She's
just an extension of the devs there.
Are better than swords because they have 1-2 range. She then explains that there are 1-2 range swords. They're magic. However, she has this one cool sword called the Wind Edge, which basically requires a very skilled user to use the sword to effectively manipulate the air to whip wind at the opponent. I know it's kind of loose, but that's how we sort of
dude, that's more than the Wind Edge got in Radiant Dawn. You're doing good work, whatever.
Physical capability. And I think it's kind of cool that Carla, as like the only other major like female locked sword user, can have an opportunity to talk to Lyn. One of these NPC villages will encourage you to beat the map fast, because if you beat it in under 15 turns, you're gonna go to 7x. Oh boy, this map was really bad previously.
Yeah, no, it's bad. It's bad because the middle choke is the middle choke is a one with tile, so like you don't have a lot of options. So this map is basically whoever has the most move will just like go in each lane. You'll send Matthew and like one of your calves to the chest.
Just so, okay, this is like all these tight corridors, horrible map design. We've actually done pretty big changes where you can see we've widened the hallway. We've made it just a lot more spacious, so you're not just in this awkward tight placement. And then we also made the boss a soldier. This was something we just really wanted to do because there's not a single GBA boss that is a soldier. So we thought he would fit well in Lyn mode. He was previously a mercenary, wasn't really that unique. So yeah, kind of just
I think that's fine. Change. Yeah, honestly, his armor resembles that of a, well, not like a traditional soldier, but I don't know. He's more armored than I would expect a mercenary to be. Fair enough.
Chapter 8 is the first map to see +5 hard mode bonuses, which is like this.
I don't like how the map looks now.
Standard for
let's see.
Hard mode. There are some reinforcements that are going to come
move the
from
ballista
these
back?
2 little forts. We've also added a...
Hey, question. All right, let's see. Do you have the sauce? Did you change the ambush spawns? Because, hey, Lyn Mode has ambush spawns in this and the Eagler map.
Little passage on the eastern side for units.
The right box is too small. Well, yeah, it's because the bottom left of a previous map just has no use. It's just a transitionary part of the map.
From this other side. Previously, the ballista was situated beneath this sort of central archer, and it caused a weird flow of the map where basically, like, it covered this entire corridor, and so your whole army was just like bundled up here, unable to move, and it sucked.
You had to Florina rescue drop someone to barely get out of the ballista range.
Up this entire corridor, so you're still like at risk if you push too hard, but it doesn't make it so that you're just stuck at the very start of the map, unable to move at all. And
yeah, no, that is a surgical change. He didn't mention the ambush spawns. Oh, did he change the ambush spawns? Does he know that they're ambush spawns?
Biggest and most impactful change of the entire mode. So not only has Wallace seen a massive +6 to his levels, Wallace is going to come with an Earth Seal instead of a Knight's Crest. So for those of you that don't know, in hard mode, there was this fun little exploit you could do where you could get Kent or Sane up to level 10, and this hard mode, it wasn't a tutorial, so it didn't actually force you to promote Wallace into a general. So you didn't actually have to use the Knight Seal, you could just give it to Kent or Sane, and then when they joined in the main story, you'd actually be getting—
That's not really an exploit.
Paladin. We looked at what—
Like, the exploit would be in Lyn normal mode, holding select to break the forced tutorial so you don't have to use the Knight's Crest. The ambush spawns are still there. Why?
Promoting every other unit.
What is the rationale for it? It's not. It does not keep parity of the rest of the game, and it teaches the player things that are not true to how FE7 as a whole will operate. That feels like a fix that you would make if you were trying to streamline and make the perfect Romhack.
Yes,
but
getting Warrior Dorcas on the very first chapter makes the following chapters really, really easy.
I mean, it makes like basically Super Dorcas from other mind you, this is vanilla. Super Dorcas basically makes like the first 6 chapter, basically through Pirate Ship, Super Dorcas just annihilates.
Same for Urk and Sarah, but
because he has a billion HP. And he has hand axes, and that's all you need.
And so we realized that like a Night Crest in
ambush spawns rejoined in the Merlinus paralog. See, there are ambush spawns in this chapter too. You don't really see the ambush spawns in the Merlinus paralog much because I guess you technically do on the bottom right hand. I think they exist more to not get bunched up, which is funny because that still happens in the Merlinus paralog.
It's just fun. It's going to break the early game, absolutely. It's going to make your game easier, just like a Paladin Sane would make your game easier. But basically, if you were going to use this abuse anyway, it's
spawned at the bottom right forward, so you send one that way, you get fucked. Oh yeah, you know what? I've had a I haven't had a Matthew die there too, right? So yeah, that is one that you would reasonably see. I think it is an inconsistency that could probably just be amended across the board. This is just my opinion on it, but similar to the switches, this feels like FE7 the devs did not yet know what they wanted to do as far as universal mechanics were concerned.
No more overpowered
they could have maybe
than it already was, and it just makes the game more fun. So we're really happy to add this in.
And it's no more powerful than early game markers,
again, I know it's going to be a little bit controversial, but we hope you can see that like it's really just done in the name of fun.
I think it's fine, like, if anything, this kind of goes to show that, hey, if you change class-specific promotion items to generalist Earth Seals, the player gets to have a lot more fun. So just do that.
The only thing that we thought might be more overpowered is like Angelic Robe +2 Strength Florina, and even that doesn't seem to be as strong.
No, it's not. Florina needs her levels. Early promoted Florina is going to start falling off a little bit.
And that's pretty much it. Oh, we also raised the placement of this castle up 1 because previously there was only one little spot to get in there and fight Eagle.
The idea is that you had to deal with the soldiers.
And that felt weird. And finally, we have chapter 10.
This chapter sucks.
Far distant.
If you're not changing it altogether, swap the armory locations with a village and remove a rain. That would be the buckshot. I don't want to think too hard about fixing this map solution.
Off shooting.
And yeah, there's a new bridge that goes south rather than actually.
Big change. We're gonna note
right now. It looks like I'm right.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay with me. There is no rain. This little house up here, if you go visit, it's.
I love being right about things.
Wow, gee, you came at the right time. It just finished raining, and then she mentions that like when it's raining, your units will be slowed down, just to get that in for new players. There are maps that use weather well in Fire Emblem 7. This
Are there? Yeah, I guess Pale Flower of Darkness a little bit. I don't think it uses it well. I think it uses it in a way that maybe you can see what they were going for. I don't think any weather map, and like, I don't think it's very good in the desert.
This is not one of them. This is stupid. It just slows things down. We didn't like it, so we've just removed it. Actually, the second big change we've made, you'll see, is we have swapped the place.
I said it was fine. I said it was
vendor shop.
Okay.
And
maybe
village.
I said it was fine.
Because
I don't think it's
no
great.
Rain, it
at least feels like it's going for something in Pale Flower.
So we brought it down. It's really the only thing that adds like a time incentive to this map. So we wanted to make it a little bit harder since it is a big goodie.
Honestly, I think the reason you put it down there is just so if you need weapons to fight Lundgren, you don't have to go out of your way for it. And also, like, it means that the bridge fixes the problem, but if you have to take the long route, you don't have to go all the way around the village in the fucking rain.
You know, it's an energy drain. You do still also keep learning to break snags. It's just, it adds for a better flow on the map. This is also the last mode of Lyn Mode. And so for hard mode, we wanted to make it feel a little Hector hard mode inspired. So with this map previously, you've got a giant army basically just like choke pointing a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, no, there are too many deployment slots for this map. It's not big enough.
First few turns, you're actually going to have Pegasus Knights spawning from these forts. And what I really like about them, one, feels very Hector hard mode, but two, they have the ability to actually come up here and threaten all those squishy units that would otherwise be blocked by choke points.
Reasonable.
So yes, you know, you can just steamroll everything with Wallace, but you're gonna have to do some interesting placements with your other units because they are going to be a threat from these pegs. The other reinforcements we have are going to be a Hammer Brigand and an Armor Slayer Merc coming from here a little bit
yeah,
later.
no, that'll force the player to have to be careful for just
Actually,
steamrolling
should mention
Wallace, I
Chapter
guess.
9 has the same thing. You're gonna have like 2 Hammer Brigands spawn here and then...
Okay, hang on. That I disagree with a little bit. So if the idea is that you want to make sure new players are careful, having effective weapons in a Fog of War map with ambush spawns, are you for real? I don't like that. That on principle, that is bad design.
And it's like, okay, yes, Wallace is an absolute monster. Yes, there is an armor.
That was not well
here,
thought
but
out at all.
There's also 2 hammers in the fog that I can't see, and that's going to make me a little bit nervous. And the goal is just to make it so that Wallace doesn't feel like an absolute ridiculous monster. Lundgren, I should also mention, is a lot stronger now. He leads with a hand axe so that Lyn can canonically kill him if you want to like try to go for that. And so yeah,
Hey, you know what else that you would do? You would just make Lyn a little better so she does not, on average, if she's trained, mind you. This is like an average trained Lyn around the level that she'd end Lyn Mode with if you're training 3 or 4 units, just gets one-tapped by Lundgren Silverlance.
As a whole, Lyn Mode actually has like some pretty serious difficulty. It is certainly nowhere close to Hector hard, but in the last 3 chapters, you are actually going to be tested. And personally, as someone who was a original fan of Lyn Mode, it just feels a lot better now. Lyn Mode is fun for having short, snappy chapters with like really quick pacing, and with a little bit of difficulty added in there, I actually find it to be pretty satisfying.
I think he's almost to the point of it. I think people like that Lyn Mode maps do not take a million years. I think the issue you run into, I think a very good example of short, snappy maps are most of the assassin maps in FE12. And that is counterbalanced by the fact that you don't have like a very large deployment limit. I think a Fire Emblem map that asks you to deploy a bunch of units and then does not give you a lot of reason to use most of your deployed units kind of fails, and FE7 does this a lot. This is not this is me speaking of 20 years of hindsight and lessons taught to me by intelligent systems themselves in further games. This doesn't really sound like it's going to be a fair difficulty change. I mean, it's not like overtuned or anything.
It's fine. Okay, so moving on.
It's more of like the short, snappy maps. He's got the right of it, but like it's really hard to... It is difficult to like keen in on that if you are not willing to change deployment limits, which you don't want to do because like you want Lindis Legion to be deployed, and also you're getting a lot of units every map. Or like you'd have to either bring down the player deployable units or like ramp up the enemy units, at which point it stops being short and snappy. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do without making larger sweeping changes, and I think he did a decent job with some surgical changes. I think he's incorrect in keeping the ambush spawns just because it doesn't it's not teaching a player the majority of what will happen throughout the game. I think the Armor Slayer Hammer Brigands on the, or maybe it's just the Hammer Brigand on the Eagler chapter. If it exists before the game, like before the fog shows up, then maybe it's fine. But even still, it's kind of dicey. I don't know. That feels a little rough.
Wood and Hector modes, because I think it's the best example of the work we've done.
The lesson is stop trying to fix all that Fire Emblem games.
But firstly,
I disagree. I think if you're going to try and fix a Fire Emblem game, as much as I have bitched about like, hey, why does Elwood get lances and Hector get swords? If you're gonna bother to do it, honestly,
you will notice
try and like make more, make it differentiated enough to where it is worth playing as its own.
Like the first time Fire Emblem players mode, we've actually had multiple people who have never played Fire Emblem go in and test this, and we've balanced it kind of to their feedback. So that's the easiest mode of the main story. The next level up is Hector Normal. Hector Normal was always a slight step up from
still 84 hit. Honestly, if you wanted anything to like make this chapter more reliable, you just fucking make, genuinely, if there's any chapter in the game that you make easier, you make this chapter easier. You tank their defense. Similar to, honestly, this is very similar to Lyn's prologue, where it's mostly on rails, except for the fact that like, there are way more ways for things to go wrong if you're playing optimally here.
Would normal, and we tried to push.
Yeah, which testers said that Lyn was good and Guy was bad? Did you exclusively hire Heroes players? Or are these people that only know Lyn from like 2015 onwards or something?
That a little bit further. One of the big things is
top left chest has an iron axe. Good doesn't fix the problem with this map. Honestly, when Matthew is fleeing with Hector, he mentioned that like, hey, I prepared provisions. Have Matthew bring Hector an iron axe.
Maps, so you get
it's just reliability.
The big development challenge with this is that you can't just further push enemy levels. You actually need to find another way to make them stronger. Basically, the experience just keeps pushing your units higher, and then all of a sudden you're on, like, chapter 25,
you do that by making
like level 20
more interesting enemy placement, but that will start to divorce from vanilla FE7.
The big defining specific thing about Hector Normal is that although it doesn't have any bonuses,
if you get to the top left chest without being like besieged, it's over. Like if anything, like, granted, you wouldn't want to do this because, Wolfbale is Hector's axe, but, like, it would make more sense for you to get an armor-effective weapon up there than an iron axe. Because you need the iron axe for the first couple turns of a map, because that's when shit goes wrong.
Units actually have...
To be honest, the Wolfbale is so strong that forcing you to wear it down a bit from 35 uses is okay to me. It doesn't feel great. It does not feel great to have a weapon that's like, hey, this is its use case, and forcing you to use it outside of its use case because it's slightly more reliable than a hand axe.
Much better weapon variety and weapon they have better weapons. Basically, we realized,
but hey, look, lance, oh, never mind, there's an axe. Ooh, look at me, foot in my mouth.
Wood normal, you're gonna start seeing a lot more steel bows. Slowly, silver weapons, effective weapons are gonna start getting added in, and that's the way we've tried to basically.
Doesn't the hand axe have 40 more uses and hit? Yes, it has 40 uses and hit, so you don't ever run into the issue of like you break your hand axe entirely. It's that you wear your hand axe down to the wick when it's a really useful weapon for the early couple of chapters before you can buy them. And yeah, the hand axe durability boost does help that. But like hand axes didn't need a positive adjustment.
Basically, make it like the medium level difficulty. Basically, you've got Lyn Normal, which is like beginner level easy. Then you have Wood Normal, which is like easy.
Is Rebecca double? No, I want to know if she doubles. No.
In Hector hard mode, I find Hector normal mode like extremely easy, but I would say then this is
like an 86 is reliable, but like every player that's played FE7 for an extended period of time knows that this chapter can just fucking go wrong so easily. Like If you've Iron Man FE7 a lot, you've just been fucked over by this chapter and it's not your fault.
Maybe medium, where it's for someone who's never played Fire Emblem 7, but is familiar with the mechanics of Fire Emblem already. If you're watching this video, there's a good chance that neither of these modes are for you. And so the real question is determining whether you want to play Eliwood hard mode or Hector hard mode. Eliwood hard mode is the most unrecognizable from its previous version. Previously, Eliwood hard mode had no identity. It was basically on par with Hector normal mode, and it didn't really serve a purpose. So
its identity was, hey, enemies sometimes have stats, and you can use more than 4 of your units.
Very first chapter for Eliwood, you know, you've got a few units getting added in, but then all of these units get +3 to their levels to make them a little bit stronger. But the big thing is that hard mode bonuses per map are actually shared between Eliwood and Hector mode. So like this Birds of a Feather, it's +3. Basically, the development tool doesn't allow you to change it between Eliwood hard mode and Hector hard mode. What I'm getting at is the maps themselves all see the same +3, +4, +5. So the question is then, how do Eliwood hard mode and Hector hard mode differentiate? The first thing is that as a whole, Eliwood hard mode has lower enemy levels, and then weapon variety is also a little bit weaker. This basically makes it so that Eliwood hard mode can be fundamentally just a little bit easier than Hector hard mode. The second big thing
I never really liked that.
Eliwood hard mode easier than
Eliwood is the main lord of FE7, and it feels weird that like his mode is a little less
and we intentionally left it that way as sort of like a grinding simulator. In this mode, you get 10,000 gold and you're basically just fighting axes.
Okay, so yeah, no, Eliwood mode does get the 10k gold still.
Eliwood to grind up. You can also like have Lowen and Rebecca get some levels, and it's a very controlled way to start. Plus you get a Draco shield and an energy ring, which Eliwood really likes. And Eliwood's hard mode,
you know what? I know who else likes that. You know who else likes the fucking stat boosters? The guy without growths.
You start with this very controlled, almost sandbox mode where you can tailor your map to go exactly as you want. And the way that I always found Hector hard mode challenged you is you start mid-fall. This opening map is very chaotic, and in the story, you hardly make it out alive. The result is that the next map, you're going in with no gold, very little equipment, and you're basically like mid-fall. Sure, Hector definitely got some levels, but now you have this unit cast down here where like Eliwood's only level 1, Rebecca's only level 1, and so these units didn't get that like free training they got in the previous map. So Hector mode starts with this real pressure that Eliwood mode doesn't have, and I think that actually really...
Actually, you know what? Thinking about it, holy shit, Rebecca's gonna be probably noticeably worse in Hector mode. Because if she doesn't double at base, I think the fact that you could probably get Rebecca to doubling threshold of maybe a level or 2. Ooh, man, yeah. She's definitely worse in Hector mode.
He defines the difference.
Definitely worse in Hector mode. Because if she can get doubling in her first joining chapter, that's going to be very, very nice.
Hector mode has a lot more maps, and that in and out of itself makes it difficult in its...
Buddy, what the fuck are you doing?
Also been accounted for. So for most of you guys who are really into Fire Emblem, you probably want to be playing one of these two modes. Here's how I would explain the differences in a nutshell. Eliwood hard mode is the standard hard mode, and it's...
I'm sorry, weapon sword? Are you sure about that?
Actually my preferred way to play. There is less chapter bloat, still getting a good challenge, but it's holding back. The way we tried to design Hector hard mode is like, you know how Birds of a Feather is one of the hardest maps in the game in Hector hard mode because it's just early plus hard mode bonuses? We've tried to make it so that that difficulty is a little bit less, but that vibe, it carries throughout the entire game. So
See, that's good. That's very good in trying to like lower. There are the difficulty curve for Hector mode is like really fucked in the early game. He's correct in that if you're not like crutching on Marcus, the first 2 chapters are genuinely pretty tough because like Eliwood's squad can do diddly squat. Eliwood gets 2-shot by things. No one doubles. Marcus is the only one that really does anything, but
Ship is an example where the difficulty really starts to come into its own, and it's
hey,
like,
what up, female mercenary? You don't see you all that often.
Previously, Hector hard mode started difficult and then would just fall off because of bad enemy growths. So this isn't trying to be a maddening. It's like the original.
Don't say maddening. Come on, you're an FE boomer. You're an FE boomer.
vibe of early game
Maniac,
hard
Lunatic,
mode throughout
Hard
the
5
entire game. It's not maddening or Lunatic. We didn't want to make a
there we
brand
go.
new mode.
There we go.
Hector hard mode is a very iconic
there we go, fellow old man.
Fire Emblem, and we just wanted to do itself justice in what it was trying to achieve, not make something new. The one other really major thing
that is fair. It is different than I would approach it, and that is just like it's equally valid. That's why I don't think there can be a perfect FE7 remake.
Ridiculously cruel with it, and we've upped it so that rather than being like -3 or 4 units per map, it's usually just -1 from Hector normal mode. So a slight decrease, but still very fair.
Good. To be clear, like even if they made Hector hard mode harder, like which they do, Hector hard mode just isn't fun because you can't use all of the units that you want to fucking use. It's just a flaw with how they went about adding difficulty. They added difficulty by removing fun, at which point, like, you have less wiggle room to use. If you're being mercenary about it, you're just gonna, like, the units that are good are even better in the sense of, like, yeah, well, they're gonna kind of push out the so-so units as far as your deployment decisions are concerned.
With that said, most people watching this will probably want to be playing one of the hard modes, so we're going to go through every map from the perspective of Hector hard, which is fairly representative of Eliwood hard, but just difficulty pulled back a little bit in Eliwood. First chapter, another journey. We've actually pulled back the hard mode bonuses from +5 to +3. Part of that has to do with improved enemy bases and growths. This map was always pretty chaotic, and it has been pulled back just a little bit so that you're not like
brother, just give him an iron axe,
getting like low soldier rolls and stuff like that. We sacrificed a little bit of difficulty for
your low soldier rolls can still fuck you here.
Consistency, and we also added a chest in this room, which was previously really just random and nothing. That's just an iron axe, and it's basically just because Hector kind of wants an iron axe to keep the durability of his wolf beal up.
Incorrect, though. Like, you get it at the end of the map. Even in the gameplay footage, all of the enemies were defeated by the time you got to that chest. And you've used a bunch of your wolf beal. This does not accomplish what you want it to accomplish. If you want to try and do it, you could give it, honestly, have Hector start with an iron axe, put an extra hand axe in there or something. Or if you want to, like, not give Hector a starting hand axe, you can, like, go that route.
3 times effectiveness, Hector now actually one-shots the boss, which is actually in line with his dialogue where he's like, you've made me so mad, I could kill 10 of you. And he just one-taps him.
That's kind of a stretch, and also this points out the issues with triple effectiveness on a weapon that has, on a unit of good strength with a weapon triangle advantage. The Wolf Bale is 30 fucking might. Pretty much every enemy every boss that is meant to be threatening, you can just ruffle stomp of Hector.
Feels really good, and it's, like, again, appropriate with the story of this map.
Or put the Wolf Bale there. Honestly, yeah, it is still Ostia, right? Like, it's Hector's axe, and the dialogue says that Matthew brought his axe and all that. I don't know.
Woods version, this map is basically just
you already do it 2 times. Like the Monikati, the bows, the rapier, certain generic effective weapons have that issue, especially if they're triangle disadvantage. Honestly, the Wolf Bale is like the only weapon in the game where I'm like, yeah, honestly, 2x effectiveness might just be fine.
The units as you want to train them.
If I wanted to rebalance the Wolf Bale, I would give it like a lot more hit and just 2 times effectiveness.
One of the best maps in Fire Emblem 7, so we didn't make a lot of changes. This one again has +3. With +5, pegs were actually doubling Hector unless he got a point of speed in the previous map. Didn't like that. So really all we did is we actually gave Zagan an iron axe.
Get rid of weapon effectiveness on sword lines
by like +2 or 3. He's really abusable if you just like have any sword units sit on a forest or a fort or a mountain. So we wanted to just bring his hit rates up a little.
Maybe that has never been in my experience with it. Yeah, it's low, but like, what sword units would you reasonably try and like fuck around with him with? Eliwood, Matthew, Lowen. He's not gonna one-tap Lowen, and maybe you could train Matthew out of range, but like, hard mode Steel Axe, like, Eliwood, I think, gets one-tapped. Like, let me check here. I think Eliwood just gets fucking one-tapped in vanilla. Boss data, hard mode, stats. Zagan, 14 and a Steel Axe, so that's like 14, 15, so it's 14, 14, that's 28. Yeah, no, Eliwood would just fucking die. Let me check. Does he want to
hit? Units that boosted his strength by like +2 or 3.
That's 15, 10. That's 25. Does base Ellawood live that? I think base Ellawood can live that on
He's
okay.
Really abusable if you just like have any sort
of. All right,
units
I think if you put him on a forest, he'll live that without any
So
levels.
we wanted to just bring his hit rates up a little bit. Hard mode bonuses go up to +5 on In Search of Truth because Guy wants that +5.
Because Guy needs those +5 levels. Ooh boy. Yeah, ooh. Honestly, this is not a slight against you. Similar to like Thracia quality of life patches, I would give the player the opportunity to like switch deployment order way sooner than they do. Basically from this map onward, I think the player should have the ability to change like unit placement on shit. Because the turn 0 and turn 1 matter so much, how the game assigns your units positions kind of dictates how you're forced to do this map, unless you're sacrificing a turn or 2, which, you know, when you're trying to save the 2 villages and everything, it's a little tricky. It makes sense to not have it on the previous map where Hector and Ellawood are joining back up, because, like, you know, Hector finds Ellawood in the midst of it, and it'd be hard to do it when hard to do deployments when Hector joins midway through. I would love to have the ability to reposition units here.
Any sort of major map changes, and basically what you're going to see is
we've
turned this sort of a western area
a little
into
larger.
One big section. Previously, whatever side squad was going over here, it just always felt awkward and pointless.
Correct.
So we moved the vendor and shop up here so that it's all cohesive. We've also got 2 cavs to deal with, at least 1 peg. This now
that feels like something that you could send your axe units to do. Normally, you have whoever is going to visit the Merlinus village buy weapons near the end to stock up. But a lot of times, if you're playing quickly, that happens after the boss is already dead. So moving the armory and vendor up there is a pretty good choice so you're not sandbagging turns.
Feels like a true side objective to actually split the army. One of these guys are going to drop a slim sword, which you're probably...
Brother, you cannot be that excited when you say the slim sword. No.
Probably gonna want to give Guy. This stuff is pretty hard, actually. This is like the first.
What do you mean you want to give it to Guy? You buffed his con.
Seriously.
You don't want to give it to. You don't need to give it to Guy. He has good con now.
What we wanted to do was make the guidance feel a bit snappier. So pacing wise, we actually pulled hard mode bonuses back on this to +4. The big change to this map is that the boss.
Hey, question.
Who's on now carries an armor slayer.
Give him a longsword. You're not sending Osmond up there. You're sending Marcus.
This makes a really interesting dynamic where previously, if you wanted to kill the boss, you could have Marcus go to the village and then Oswin go up to the boss to get the experience. Now there's a bit more of a trade-off where it's like, if Marcus is going to get the gold, you probably want to do in Hector hard mode.
I've never understood the argument for the slim sword when no sword unit has less than 5. The slim sword has no reason to exist. Like, to be perfectly clear. I think he's trying to give it some identity, but like, it's better than nothing, but there's not really any reason for it to exist in a game without like weapon stats.
There wasn't an early armor slayer in the game. Moving on.
Early armor slayer in the game. You know, this is a good way to show that, hey, Hector's an infantry unit, and I don't know, if you want to make him threatening, give him like, I don't know, you could give him a silver sword to be generally effective, or give him a long sword. I think it is more common for players to have Marcus steal the left side than it is to have Oswin, because Oswin will not double, and there is a mage that spawns up there. So I think if you're trying to put countermeasures into like traditionally easy ways to cheese a chapter, giving him a longsword would be a better solution.
2 false friends, one of my favorite changes in this.
Has anyone had Osmond fight Poos and I've never seen him reach there? I've had him do it once in a draft where Osmond was like my only viable unit. But no, I think Smith is just kind of wrong here as far as the unit that would typically deal with them.
Whole series, guys. This map
because like Oswin's busy defending. You're gonna have him choke one of your points.
You previously had pegs that would come at you and then maybe have like 2 health left after getting hit by a hand axe. Then they'd come down to heal, and the map was a defeat all enemy map. That doesn't even make sense based on the storyline. This map is all.
I completely forgot that False Friends had rain. I completely forgot about the rain in this chapter.
Also,
you know what? Hang on. This is it. This is the chapter with rain that actually is not dog shit. Because the rain comes at a perfect time to where if you're rushing Marcus down to get Priscilla, you have time to get out of dodge for the Cavaliers by Eric.
Expect us to remove the rain.
Yeah.
The rain actually makes sense on this map. The purpose of rain is you've got 2 opposing armies where one has general range over you in their movement because it's all calves, right? So as you're about to hit each other, the rain starts and it saves you because it nerfs their movement. It's actually a very smart map.
Yes.
I think people don't appreciate that.
Well, okay. It's not a very smart map. There are definitely some issues with it. But it uses rain well. And you know what? I was only remembering the distant plains and pale flowers, so oopsie doopsie.
Just like going to turn the map. He's also got a horse slayer, so with the 3x damage, Hector is a much better candidate for taking out Eric.
I mean, yeah, no, at this point, because Wolf Bale is triple effectiveness, Eric's just gonna, and it's more accurate, he's just gonna fucking murder Eric. I would maybe give Eric more than one weapon, just so he's covering multiple bases.
Also put Urk a little bit closer.
This map did not need to return from FE6. Pretty much no map from FE6 needed to return from FE6. FE7 is made worse across the board by having reference maps to FE6. I cannot think of a case where an FE6 map returned and I thought it was a good thing.
Closer to the player. The reason being is that when Sarah had to come up and go into this sort of like upper nook, she was then basically discounted for the rest of the map because the rain would come and then she couldn't get back to the main army. So we wanted her to just not get disconnected from anybody. Also, just a fun little fact because people don't know it. As long as you recruit...
You wouldn't always drop the Horse Slayer if you had multiple weapons, right? You can... With vanilla rules, yes, there are patches to have more distinct, not distinct. There are ways to have like fixed droppable weapons. I think it works with FE7 ROM hacks. Again, a lot of what I am remembering is based on the FE7 paradigm of thing, or FE8 paradigm of things.
Urk and this village isn't destroyed. If you defeat Eric, Priscilla will join you. So you don't actually have to get there if you're trying to like LTC or something great.
Okay, realistically, I know he's talking about the experienced player here. I actually think that this change is better for the uninitiated player. Because you know what? I'm going to tell you a story of young Cyan in FE7. When I played FE7 for the first time, I didn't know who Priscilla was. I didn't go to her village. I didn't let it get destroyed or anything. I just didn't go there. So when I talked to Hana in the next, I think 2 chapters, whereabouts unknown, and like, oh, hey, talk to red-haired beauty or something? I thought they were talking about Ellawood. Like, Hana's augury, fortune-telling, whatever. He's like, hey, talk to Raven for Redhead. I'm like, oh, okay, Ellawood doesn't work. I'm like, okay, well, I can get Lucius, and maybe Lucius can talk to Raven, but like, no. So you lose out on Lucius, you lose out on Raven, and you lose, like, if you don't get Priscilla, you lose out on 3 units. I think having her only be lost if you let her die or let her village be destroyed is a good change. Good job. You're improving this, probably just not for the demographic you think you are.
Was just having Hector on the throne by...
Incorrect. While it is funny, like I give a shit, your actual strategy is try and bait Seelin to where you can kill him with a javelin, which is kind of tricky.
So what we've done is add a little pillar in the middle of the staircase so that it's easier to defend. We also removed the stupid door that was here.
Correct.
Another big change is that Seelin is not super slow now. So
Priscilla joins if a village isn't destroyed in vanilla. Girl, are you fucking kidding me? No shot. Am I gonna learn something new about FE7? Wait, did I just let the village get destroyed as a kid? Because I did not have Priscilla. Oh my god, no. I'm showing my ass here. I genuinely did not know that. I think I remembered my childhood experience of I didn't get Priscilla. I thought it was because I didn't visit the village. I must have just let it get destroyed. Fraud, yeah, fraud indeed.
For those in the know, if you want to do the old Marcus strategy of have him run a javelin here, Lyn can't longbow you because he can only attack you from this square, and then you take him out on the next turn. It's a little more tricky now. Basically, we've tried to make changes to this map to make it so that your turn.
I'm sorry,
Lyn is not super slow now.
Oh.
So
okay, that's the only change.
For those in the know, if you want to do the old Marcus strategy,
I mean, the Marcus strategy is you have to eat the longbow for free.
Because he can only attack you from this square, and then you take him out on the next turn.
Yeah, I think he was removing the longbow then, because like the way you do it is you'd have to put him to where Marcus can't counterattack with a javelin. Make sure you clear a space, and then probably use Marcus. Usually Marcus can't deal with it because like he's pretty hard to hit.
It's a little more.
Also, the augury that refers to Priscilla says, take the polite girl, the flame-haired beauty. The polite girl, the flame-haired beauty. Okay. I probably thought polite girl was Lyn, which is incorrect. She's not very polite. But the flame-haired beauty, I thought that was Ellawood.
Tricky now. Basically,
and to be clear, you know, I was a kid. I thought vulneraries were voluntaries. I thought physics were psychics. So sometimes I just didn't read.
One thing that I always thought was cool is this map gives you a dragon shield, which makes up for the one that you didn't get on the first chapter of Eliwood mode.
We're still 10k down.
Eliwood mode though is that there was an energy ring on this map that you basically just never got.
Is he doing it?
Made the really fun addition for Hector mode that there's going to be a thief with an energy ring that you have to steal from. So this guy right down here, he's actually going to move along and try to escape up into this northern path here. In Hector hard mode, it's actually kind of scary because you're putting Matthew, who is like pretty frail, in range of a lot of enemies.
You have to steal it.
Halves coming. Personally, I've just always found this map to suck.
Yeah, no, it sucks.
Giant
it sucks
like ball
because it's just the distant plains again, which is also a bad map.
Energy ring adds a really fun objective. You've also got new stuff for the Lindis League. There is a path up here that Lyn and Will can take, which is kind of fun. It's a little bit dangerous.
Oh, but it's okay because we didn't need to buff Lyn's bulk or anything because she's just gonna fucking die, man.
However, if you can get up there, Will can take the ballista and do some damage to some of these enemies spawning in. Lyn can also help clear a few of these people to just make it easier for your army coming in.
You're gonna get hit by the ballista and like all of the calves, and you don't have a Reaver weapon.
From the other side. Also, just pro tip, we wanted to give Will a big opportunity to shine right out the gates. If you put him on this vendor turn 1 and have no other units in range of these pegs, they will come down and both get destroyed by him, and it'll be like, whoa, Will's actually good because archers are actually kind of good. Oh, and also from here on out, hard mode bonuses are going to be +5. Moving on to one of my favorite maps in this game, we have Whereabouts Unknown.
Whereabouts Unknown is almost a good map. It is so close to a good map. It is a map that basically points out that, hey, by the way, if you're not rescue chaining, you're doing it wrong. So if you aren't using horses, you're using bad units, which is a problem with FE7 as a whole.
I love this map because of the way it forces you to charge. Basically, you have a thief spawning in this little staircase on like turn 6 or 7, and he's gonna get your Knight's Crest, which is like a really big deal, and you really need that, especially in Hector hard mode. My only complaint about this map is that it's always been very Marcus focused, where basically you just have to have Marcus do max amount of moves every single turn.
The reason is because of the movement disparity. As much as I hate that modern Fire Emblem has like turned down base movement from 5 to 4, I think like capping out maximum movement to like 7 is a good thing rather than 8.
But because, one, bows are way stronger now and unit quality is just better, Marcus actually really struggles to just like 8-turn move every move and just like get there in time.
You can still do it.
So we've actually moved the thief back so that Marcus has like 1 extra turn of move.
My base move is already a little less than
comfortable.
comfortable.
It to be easier for your other calves to also push with him. There is
6 is all right. 4 is unworkable in a grid-based strategy. I think realistically, just like 8 move is a lot.
A archer here that drops a chest key. So if you
after engage, I can live a 5. I'm fine with 5. To be clear, I think 5 and 6 is like good tier 1 movement.
Then
4 move just does not work.
To hit the Knight's Crest, and then you don't have to have Matthew hit these 2 and then wait like 7 turns to go all the way up.
Wrong. What you do is you deploy Lowen, Sane, Kent, and Priscilla, and then you do the world's fucking most gamer rescue chain, which by the way is not great. It is a problem with this map design that the bottom left, you have one thief and you have two chests that are very, very far from each other. Just add a fucking door to the other, like, genuinely, just add another door to the bottom left chest room and let Matthew burn through that. Move where the shaman is sitting to where the entrance to that treasure room is on the right of it. So you don't have to spend another turn going below the room and back up. So there are basically two ways to get to the stairs. So you can send one squad into the treasure room, get the treasure chest, and move up, and you're not having to deal with as many dead turns.
Always hated that for flow. So if you're smart and cheeky with it, you can kind of save yourself some time.
Add a crackable wall to the bottom of the treasure room. Yeah, that works too. Realistically, just move a door from the south to the east, and then add another entryway either. I don't think a cracked wall makes that. Well, maybe it makes it because there already is a cracked wall. Yeah, maybe add a cracked wall. Sure, why not? But like, make it so it is not as much of a pain in the ass to have your one thief hit both of these treasure rooms without having dead turns when playing efficiently.
Raven is Raven. Lucius.
If that room has another entrance, then the correct entrance is pointless. No. With the current entrance, yes. If you move the entrance to be on the left side, you can basically bypass the hallway with the enemies incoming. So it would give you a way to have your combat units take the top route, the normal route to get to the north of the map, and then have Matthew and maybe someone else hop into the treasure room and then hop through the treasure room eventually. Because yeah, Matthew would not go the north route anyway, but like, you're not going to be fighting with Matthew in this map. He has too much shit to do.
Level 6, he's a little bit better now. We've also added in a breakable wall to allow Lucius and Raven to get to the rest of the action a little bit sooner. This kind of just helps ensure that they can get some fighting in, especially because I think there's some shamans here that spawn in Hector Hard mode. Oh, and then the last thing is the Myrmidon down at the bottom of the map drops a wind edge. So that is your access to 1-2 range for either Lyn or Guy.
Do you mean just Guy? Because I think you just mean Guy.
Oh, and also if you save all 3 of the soldiers, you'll get all 3 rewards. If you save 2, you'll get the bottom 2 rewards. And if you get 1, you just get the bottom reward. But just saving 1 brings you to chapter 17X, which is relatively unchanged. One of these pirates have a droppable sword slayer because that previously wasn't really available.
Why the fuck does a sword slayer even exist? Did sword, like, this is nothing to do with this. Just like, did sword units not already have it hard enough in FE7?
Other than that, it's basically exactly as you remember. You've got Kanos joining. The middle section is arguably even harder just because the enemies have better growths, but you don't have to take it. You can just go around the side there and just talk to the man and end it there.
Sword Slayer, not Reaver Slayer. Yeah, it's effective damage against swordies because fuck you, that's why.
Also, Damien has been given a bit more speed because he kind of sucked previously. Chapter 8.
I don't really think Damien sucked that much in vanilla Hector hard mode. Like, there are some units that could double him, but like, he was pretty on par for like difficulty.
18 pirate ship is where the game, in my opinion, says, hey, you're in Hector hard mode. Things are getting serious
Correct.
now.
This is the filter chapter. This is a great filter chapter that fucked me over for an entire summer.
This is also the chapter that's like, you're probably going to need to.
I'm wondering if a quality of life parts in this mod shows 0 move on stationary enemies. That is a good point. Oh. So the way you have to set those individual enemies move to 0. They do not, then that's something that he should go back and do. He needs to set individual enemies that don't move, set their move to like null. And then it will.
Promote a unit, or you're gonna struggle. Notably, we also have our first female unit appearing here, which is really fun. So I've found that Fire Emblem 7 is kind of boring because you're only ever fighting like the same 11, 12, 13 types of units. So
and almost all of them use lances, and that was not changed in this at all.
Slowly gonna start rolling in female units, and on
pressing A on a boss will now indicate if they do or not move to attack. Okay.
The eastern ship, there's a female mini mercenary boss. She's going to have a silver sword. She's a little bit stronger level. Just something kind of fun to make this a little bit more interesting. We put the pure water on the shaman.
There are a lot of axes last map and forward swords this chapter. Last map was a Gaiden with pirates, which you very rarely fight, and you know what, that's fair. There are swords this chapter, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, you got me. There's one more sword than there is a lance.
Side, because like that is where you want to be using the pure water. And then the last big change is that we gave Zoldum Nosferatu instead of Luna.
Really Good. Holy shit. Good. That was such a bad design.
Sucked to push all the way to the boss to then just have to roll hoping he doesn't crit you. Nosferatu makes it a more consistent challenge. I should also note...
Oh, wait, no.
Hoping he doesn't crit you. Nosferatu...
No, they did it. No, he did set move to null. So... It should... Yeah, no, if his move is set to null, select to, like, show movement range should just not show... It should show the proper range.
A more consistent challenge. I should also note here that between every different mode, there's, like, weird little changes. Like, for example, in Hector Hard mode only, this map has a Pegasus with a Elysian Whip, but then in Eliwood's mode, the Elysian Whip is placed on the Ion, like Gaiden map. All of those changes are so like annoying and little nuanced and detailed that we basically didn't change any of that. So if you're like, where's the first guiding ring in Hector Hard mode? All that stuff is unchanged. You can always just go to like the main wiki for that kind of stuff. If anything ever, we usually just added it in, and you can find those ads if you go to this documentation, which is down in the link below. Chapter 19.
Maybe it would have been faster if I just went through the documentation, but you know what? Fuck it. Slot Monday. I want to react to things.
Stats in Fog of War. Enemies
I see
actually
changes.
haven't really been moved around that much, other than the obvious changes we've done to the sort of western side of this map.
Yeah, the western side of the map previously, you wouldn't ever interact with the southern part of it. I think this is a case of slimming the choke points and map progression down to where your units could meaningfully progress throughout the entire thing.
Sorry that this is blurry, but the point
Eastern
is,
side, my bad. Yeah,
previously
eastern side,
this
not
map
western.
had this
Not
weird
western side, the
island
eastern side.
that didn't really go anywhere, and there was just like these small little chunks.
East line is a Marcus roadway. I typically just rush him south so he can try and catch units
because of it. So we've changed it that there are just two now. We kind of connected this previous like island. So
see, these are the sort of map changes that I would like to see. You identified a problem and made a macro map change that still contains the spirit of the original. This is good. Like, this is what I like to see with reduxes or pseudo fan remakes.
But you're incentivized to go this way now because we actually added a ruin, and this is going to drop a body ring. It's really nice to have it early to give it to some of the low con units, like maybe Florina. She'd love it. Eliwood would also really like it. So something just to kind of
why? Because like he only gets weighed down one by an Iron Lance.
Incentivize you to sort of push on this side, whereas previously you really just wanted to put a bulky unit here and block everything. Other big change is that this thief now carries a recover. So 17x.
It still looks safer for everyone to go south. Yeah, but you do risk people back attacking you.
Have a torch to start this map with, and the short bow is actually dropped by one of these nomads. This guy's dropping recover, which is now a 1/3 healing staff. Uhai was
address the elephant,
one of the hardest bosses in the game, and with the addition of 3x effectiveness, he actually got a lot easier. Basically, like Rapier Manikati just shredded him, so we made him quite a bit stronger, and we actually also put him on a thicket. In Hector Hard mode, he's also going to carry a killing.
Why? This is boss design that I don't agree with. This is like the FE6 approach to boss designs where they're difficult. What is it? Is this the fucking Gazak? Is this the Gazak? Or is it the Hyman? It's one of them. One of the fucking Shadow Dragon bosses that you just can never hit.
And a killer bow. And this has basically brought Uhai back up to his
Their difficulty is never dying. Yeah, except they also have killer weapons. So
if you beat this chapter in 15 turns, you will go to chapter 19.
I like that they moved Merlinus a little further south. That's nice.
Prisoner of Magic. This is another example.
I just quit the video after 30 minutes. I love talking about FE7, man.
So we actually removed some enemies, but we improved the enemy quality. You're gonna know.
I like the flow of the map a lot more. Because when the ruin is in the bottom right, you have to slightly double back to get to it. If memory serves, even if you put a promoted mounted unit, you can't you still have to kind of double back after talking to Renault. Moving it to the bottom left kind of still lets you progress, and then when you're figuring out how to deal with the edge of a magic seal range, you can have one unit go and visit that ruin.
Notice that guidance specifically
Flier can get it
going
easily.
to have a lot more.
I don't remember you being able to turn one it.
That is to kind of make guidance feel unique and a little bit more spicy. So biggest thing here, very just starting off the bat, you've got female mage, female sage, and 2 female druids. The other thing though is the units that spawn around Kashuna are all female. So the female.
Okay, sure. This just kind of feels like you see this in every ROM hack of like, yeah, we're just going to put the female generics here because why not? Which, like, you know what, fair. They exist in the game files. Why not show the player?
Now, archers are a little bit faster, quite threatening.
Oh, wow. You know what? This is how we make the art. Give it fucking sniper.
And they have short bows, which are now 1-2 range.
Boo. Boo, wood chipper.
Knights are actually female, which have been kind of tweaked to have higher res.
Yeah, those aren't snipers.
So they're not just as easy.
Kashuna got like minus 14 defense. For what it's worth, I think Kashuna is designed terribly. I think the objective to have to one-turn Kashuna is, it's fucking awful. You cannot reliably do it. You can mostly reliably do it, but like, it gates you off of like what is effectively the true ending of the game in a sense, and like having to roll the dice on that shit sucks.
Totally nuking them with like whatever magic unit you have. Kashuna has also had a massive tweak. So Kashuna himself is very dodgy, but he's not this like absurdly stupid thing to kill where you're relying on like multiple crits to kill him in that single turn. Basically the decision process was we would make these 4 units that spawn him around him much more difficult to kill.
Those are snipers in vanilla, right? I'm like, right? Am I full of shit?
But then once you get them out of the way, killing him itself is actually not that crazy. And that's because there's no nils requirement to go to the following chapter now. So
okay, cool. But like you still have to kill him.
Basically, you just have to kill Kashuna in Hector mode and you will go to chapter 19.
No, they're tougher. So maybe the idea is that we had them be unpromoted here so you can control the XP that's going to the player.
X. This map has basically been left untouched.
This map sucks, by the way.
Because
this map is hot
the legacy
ass.
Made for this map is the fact that you can easily go to it. I would say 95% of players have never even seen this map. So I didn't want to change it because like you've never even experienced it in the first place. The big thing we did is that previously it had a bunch of thieves with capped speed and they would just steal all.
Yeah, the idea is you kill them immediately, or because if they get to the chest, you don't get it. That's the gimmick.
All your items. That didn't make it very fun, so we removed that.
No, that's the thing. You have to kill the thieves preemptively. If you let the thieves get to the chest, you can't steal it.
Did slightly alter enemy quality,
equal speed.
But other than that, it's just like, hey,
I never have a Matthew at 20 speed, so fair.
That brings us
but like the idea is that like you're not going to be able to easily steal it.
Sort of.
Was it also Fog of War? Yeah.
Of early game climax that is Dragon's Gate. This map is perfect. Like no notes.
No, it's not. Holy shit! What?
And my favorite map in all of Fire Emblem. I love the way you're pushing against boss and a ton of units to get up and block.
Okay, so no, this is very similar to the Lyn Mode Gaiden, where this is a map where movement disparities are felt super hard, and there's only one real lane through, since going through the middle building is effectively going through and all of the enemies being dead by the time you get out.
This spot to get to Legal. There's just so much good about this map. I know not everyone loves it, but I think it's a banger.
It's good because it is a long and difficult map with multiple side objectives. That part is good. The actual design of the map is not great, specifically because of the chokes and like the limited avenues of approach.
Really, the biggest changes we've done is we've made this guy a general just to make getting by him a little bit harder now that you have 3x effectiveness. The boss Cameron has been slightly improved, mainly just has like higher con. Actually, Darren also has better weapons and better stats as well. Now he's like serious, I guess. In most modes, you've also got a druid now up here. And I think the only other big change is actually that we've just made all of the secret shop up here. So you can't even actually get to down here now.
Oh, okay.
We just totally blocked it off to say no to the player. Basically, this had a
bunch Darren's better, so Lyn can't possibly kill him.
Of killer weapons, it was always really
on the map that Lyn has to be on too.
Both places, it just slowed the map down a lot. So
I agree with that. I think the mindset, I don't mean to interrupt him, or I'm not even disagreeing. I think the intended mindset was that like when designing the map before placing the enemies, the secret shop is in the bottom right. The idea is that like, oh, hey, you'll path down there to get the treasure chests, except for the fact that like if Legault is down there, he's going to get it and he's going to pass to the top left.
We just put them all up here, and you're going to see this going forward. We've tried to make it more obvious where the secret shops
That's
are.
a good thing.
So like this one,
that's
example,
a Nintendo Power
like
product of
Other
its
than
time.
that, though, pretty much the rest of the map is playing the same. Yeah, I absolutely love Drag. Pretty much secret shops are.
Let me see if I can't. The one change, genuinely, a change that I think would help this a lot. I'm going to actually toggle on my mouse because I don't like it being on, but I'm going to capture cursor. So, genuinely, the two changes that you would make to maybe make this a little more like, this does nothing. This is dead map space over here by these two knights. This is largely a part of the map that you're never going to really directly interact with, even if you are trying to path through the middle building. And because of this one range tile and the starting positions of your units, this is a map where like the rich get richer as far as movement is concerned. So like you just get funneled and you lose out on max moving, and the units that do not have high move kind of get penalized even further. I would widen this, do something with this aspect of map by the knights here, and give the right side some reason to exist. You could have it to where they're trying to break in here, and you give another objective to protect Merlinus, because you will have reinforcements down by the Brave Bow sniper chest guy. So it would make it a little more imperative that you actually have a good line of defense here. I don't know. I don't like the funnel. I think the funnel of this map does genuinely kind of hurt with how you can approach it.
Example is just like a little ruined house. Other than that, though, pretty much the rest of the map is playing the same. Yeah, I absolutely love Dragon's Gate. It is a banger. I feel like from this section, we haven't had massive changes. The goal with that is that we wanted to slowly introduce changes so that it didn't feel like, oh my God, I'm playing a Romhack, but rather, okay, slow changes. I'm getting used to the game.
You've got Ellawood of Lances and Hector of Swords. It feels like a
Romhack. By the time you
Romhack.
hit here, previously the game just fell off a cliff because there was no challenging units after here. And going into 21 New Resolve is where you're gonna start to see.
Hey, okay,
things,
smart change. I like this.
mode.
He's probably gonna talk about it, but I like that you added a top lane, because whoever you send to deal with to get that top house, if they're not a flyer, can't really participate in the rest of the map. Cool. Allows for more flexibility in units.
Getting a lot more spicy. The first example of this you have is previously this map just had a bunch of weak monks. Now there is a bishop with, I think, shine that has like a little bit of crit starting off on this map right in your face, and you gotta fight him. And there's another bishop back here, right? Bishops are pretty strong. Like they're gonna have like 16, 17 speed, probably won't even have a unit that can double them. Maybe Lyn, that's like the only one. You're also gonna have a Falco Knight. You're gonna have some more effective weapons. So again, this is probably
a
not
little
gonna
bit
be
of
that
crit.
part of a chapter itself, but it's really
I'm not gonna do you dirty like this. You pause on any of my VODs, I will look the exact same. This is probably gonna be a good litmus test as to how much of a pain in the ass like crit 1-2 range is. Because if enemies have skill and light has inherent, like shine has non-negligible crit, a lot of times you're not going to be eating that all that well.
effective weapons. So again, this is probably
I'm telling you, 10% crit,
but it's really going to indicate
crit floor is a good change, really.
The other big thing we did for this map is we've actually added 3 lanes. Previously, you basically just had your army going
I love Smite Battleground of the Gods.
The northern section now is opened
up. It also makes it a lot easier to get to that northern armory.
To get to the shops easier. The bottom section has also been opened up, and we've actually moved the Wormslayer from the far eastern bottom house to this close one right next to the first vendor. So
that's the same logic behind moving the Pure Water in Lyn Mode, and a logic that I wish that would be applied to the first chapter of Hector Mode with, like, you know, giving you an Iron Axe before you actually need it. So giving you a Wormslayer before you need it, giving you a Pure Water before you need it.
A lot of people don't know this, should really note this. If the roof is red, it has an item. If it's this other sort of like light brown, it's just advice. So All of
but
these
it's still
now
eats your
have
action
items. They're
economy.
just small things, but again, the Worm Slayer is a little bit earlier because it's like this is the map where you want the Worm Slayer, and previously you were getting it at the very end. And that's pretty much it. Chapter 22, Kinship Bond, kind of just fell into becoming a banger. I actually love this map so much more than it previously was. First thing you'll notice is that the green units are placed a little bit better. They're also quite a bit stronger now. These guys have better stats. They're also holding javelins, so they'll actually be able to help you. They might get in your way a little bit, but they do a really good job of sort of absorbing this first wave. You've also got 2 generals here. So again, another example, like bringing in harder enemies to make it more impactful. These guys are pretty threatening. Overall, in Hector hard mode, this map gets very chaotic quite quick, and I find it to be very fun. Actually, this is the one secret shop that had a little indication, and the big thing that we've added here are the ranged tomes and sleep. I will often pick up a few purges here and just have one of my bishops running it throughout the whole game if I ever just need like a little like safety kill or something like that.
Sure, I don't love accessible siege.
I should note that Elliott's mode
I think it is usually a net negative to Romhacks, but like whatever.
We moved him back a little bit just so that he isn't like coming at you on turn 1 necessarily. Moving on to Living Legend. The first big thing you'll notice is we've actually expanded this grass to come out pretty far into the desert. I'm a big fan of the Sacred Stones desert map. I don't think that this map does it very well.
No, this map
sucks. We wanted to allow for a lot more maneuverability across at least half of the map. The other thing we've done
problem is the half of the map that you
piece
made accessible, mind you, it's not like, it's hard to fix this map. That half of the map, it's made more accessible, but there's not a lot meaningful over there. Most of what matters in the map is in the desert.
of treasure has a bone beside it. What used to be Ocean Seal, now Nave Seal, actually now has a little bone beside it. The Ocean Seal has also been reduced from selling for 25,000 down to 10,000. And so we actually added in a blue gem to just kind of make up for some of that.
Okay, all right, I dig that.
Through over here are unchanged. And then there is now some bones next to the body ring. We've kind of done the Sacred Stones Dozla thing where all the enemies around Pent in pretty much every mode have had their levels lowered to basically just reduce the possibility of Pent dying super early. This is a bad map too, just because Pent...
Yes, it does. We solved this in FE5. Just make him immortal for 5 turns.
Is gonna dominate no matter what, but also kind of pushing him down here in Hector hard mode makes him a little less crazy. In Hector hard mode specifically, we've added a sage that kind of comes down right on top of you. Kind of scary, kind of threatening. Again, just to add a little bit of difficulty. There's also a Nomad Trooper up
yeah,
north.
No, that is really devious placement.
Which
bad map, bad heroes map.
Favorite map, yep. Fire Emblem 7. This map sucks because of all the long range staves. We've added in a bishop, I believe, that drops a restore. So if you go into this map with Odor Restore, you can get one. The other thing is it was weird that Pent is in the story of this map. He drops down with you and then he wasn't there. So we did add Pent as a green NPC. He's holding Restore Staff. So his AI...
I like that. That's a very sensible change.
Is not very good, but there is a chance for him to help to restore you as well. And other than that, we've toned back the levels to sort of balance out the improved growths. Unpromoted units in Hector hard mode now are pretty strong, but you'll notice that like promoted enemies are very good, and so we kind of needed to pull these guys back a bit. Still plays like Genesis, so I still hate it and never go here, but it is now fair. And
it was never unfair, it was just always unfun. It is a very slow map. This is like, hey, you know what? I want an FE6 guide in my FE7.
Also, the requirement to get to this map is unchanged. I think it's like 700 XP.
By the way, the requirement to get this map is also really bad just because of green unit AI kind of being out of your control.
Across all your units. Moving on to Four-Fanged Offense, we have the Route Split map. You're gonna get Lloyd's version if the sum of your Lord's levels is 49 or less. And if they are 50 or above, you will actually get the option to go to the alternate path, which is Linus's version. Lloyd's map stays foggy. It is not a super hard map, but it has one of the hardest bosses in the game.
Yeah, no, it's actually a pretty fucking hard map. Compared to the rest of the shit around it, this is a pretty hard map. It's foggy. There are 2 ballista, both of which I believe can start interacting if you start to chill on the forts. The village is in the very top right. The only way that you can like quickly get to it is with a flyer, and you'd have to risk ballista, which will just kill you in this game. This is a hard map.
Who is Lloyd in
It's a really
mode, he
tricky
is
map.
a little bit further back, but in Hector he is right up here. And so big strategy that
I like there's a difference in maps. I don't like how it's a blind choice. I mean,
Lloyd
yeah,
has to come down into
Ilias
this
Decay,
spot
baby.
exactly, and then you have the rest of your team that can kind of team up
Lloyd,
on him. On
Lloyd can move and there's fog.
Is joining
yeah,
here.
it's hard.
You've kind of cleared the area to make sure he doesn't go walking into Lloyd. The secret shop is super hard to get to because you basically need a flyer to get there, but basically it's a little more obvious.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think this map works in Hector mode because Lloyd has moved further up. Like genuinely, the top, everything above Lloyd, you have to go out of your way to get to and like basically sandbag or like trap him. And I don't know, that doesn't really feel like intended mechanics.
Just now, North Village gives silence.
Yeah, if you place a unit on the forest, the boss gets pulled. Okay, you can use a flyer to try and like circumvent, but there are 2 ballista, so your flyer will die. It feels like a map where, hey, just put the Swordmaster on the fucking gate. Just leave him there. This is a Hector mode change that I'm not a fan of. It is genuinely a really, really bad map change that breaks the entire it breaks the entire map.
And yeah, Lloyd is just like an absolute monster. Linus's
Wait
map
a second, dude.
Harder map, but with an easier boss.
Also, by the way, this is gonna be even worse because we restored like funny. Well, actually, no, we didn't get FE6 Swordmaster crit, so it's whatever.
Actually, in fact, so easy. Like, we needed to raise his speed. He's supposed to be bulky, but he had like 12 speed. I think it was tragic. So he's up to 16 speed just so that like it takes a fast unit to double him. The other thing I need to mention is that Four Fanged Offense is the first map that now gives you a Heaven Seal to promote one of your lords. So previously it was Unfulfilled Heart that was the first Heaven Seal. That's getting pushed back to this chapter. You couldn't do it any earlier than that because it obviously screwed up the whole like level requirement thing. So in Hector mode, you can promote Lyn or Eliwood here. Linus's map was always bad, in my opinion. Actually, one of my least favorite maps in the game. Basically, it was just insane Wyvern spam the entire time. I found that really annoying because Lloyd's map is challenging, but like you can 2 or 3 turn it pretty easily if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, but then you miss out on all of the side objectives. So like, I don't think that's super well designed.
This map was just sit there and kill Wyverns for like 10, reinforcement turns in a row. We've backed off on the reinforcements, but the really exciting thing about this map, wanted to just make it fun, do something cool, is it has a changing tide now. So this is actually a dynamic map where on one of the very first few turns, there's a little Nino cutscene, and she's now gonna say, okay, yeah, the tide's going out now, so I must be here at the right time.
Oh, is that gonna make a path?
That's an indicator to know the tide is gonna start going out. And there's actually 2 different versions of this map where the tide is like halfway out and then all the way out. And so basically, it's gonna allow you to, first of all, walk to the now obvious secret shop, which is right there in those ruins, and you can also walk down the middle of the map. Basically, this turns this map from a single lane
still
grind
sucks,
fest up
but
to Linus to
like
a 3
slightly
lane
better
map where you can actually have your units doing.
I don't think you're gonna make this map much better without having to change the enemy composition because like flyers do not care about the terrain of the map. Your hamstring will.
It's just a really fun opportunity to sort of like flex some more creativity in a way that I think really makes the map better. Moving on to chapter 25, Hector mode only. This is Crazed Beast.
This map is a filler map. It doesn't need to exist. Any reasonable remake would just cut it and have Far to join some other fucking time. This is such a nothing burger map. It's like, oh boy, we got to bring back the switch mechanic or like the FE4C's mechanic. It's just not
Hector hard modes spawning units and then the Hector normal spawning units and the Eliwood and so on. This map, there's no difference between normal and hard mode for Hector. So Hector hard mode was really
one of the
easy.
funner to play in a stretch of shit maps. It doesn't have any reason to exist narratively. It's just a filler map.
And because Hector normal mode doesn't have the level bonuses, it kind of works out. Big changes, you've got 2 Falcon Knights descending on you right from the start. There is a secondary warrior here that actually comes with a dragon axe, which was previously not available in the game. The overall quality of
this is the do your tax on enemy phase map. Yeah, this is the Tellius map.
Overall quality of the spawning pegs has been approved. Basically just better enemy quality overall. Farina is also going to spawn on turn 3, and she's going to be a little bit closer to this section. Like, I think she used to spawn way down here. She's now coming a little bit closer. Purpose of that is so that she can then on the following turn reach Hector, because she actually has to move to him to recruit. As mentioned in the unit section, she's 20 grand. She now comes fully promoted with an elixir, 2 killing weapons, and this is now, instead of an Elysian Whip, I think an Earth Seal. Actually, I really haven't been looking at the shops, but overall, they've kind of been improved in the logical way that you would expect, giving you what you want and need at the time in a fair, easy way. All that information can be found in the documentation, though. Moving on to 26, Unfulfilled Heart. This chapter is going to be your second Heaven Seal, so you can get your second non-man Lord promotion.
Okay, honestly, yeah, no, that's a pretty okay change. I don't like the Heaven Seal mechanic in FE7. I don't think it works all that well. I think this is pretty reasonable, like, hey, first and second promotion. I think your main Lord promoting when they do is still gonna fucking suck, but if you're gonna keep Heaven Seals, I think the timing of this is not awful. It's not great, because you could very feasibly cap out a little sooner, but like,
Hector hard mode is actually really fun. What we've done is kind of like made the initial start of this map very hectic. So you've got a giant crew of horses coming from the bottom towards you with a sort of nomad trooper leading that charge. You've got a pretty scary sword master here from the start. You've got 2 berserkers coming over the mountains, and then you've got an Elfire, Divine, and Luna druid coming down from the bottom, and that's coming towards the 3 main lords. So
from like a lore perspective, I never really got why you were besieged on all sides. I understand why Vida's Wyvern squad is chasing you after you're doing your espionage, but like, outside of the brigands, the rest of the map is kind of a big ol', okay, well, how the fuck did you even know to be here sort of deal.
Opening of this map.
Why is the Swordmaster scary? It's just the crit, probably crit and speed.
In there. With the other modes, you're gonna have a similar sort of like intro heat, and then it's gonna stay mild, I guess. In Hector hard mode, though, we didn't want to let up the gas, so there are going to be a lot
the last couple of turns in this map are always just a nothing
burger.
Moving
on to chapter 27, Pale Flower of Darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably, I would say, the crowning achievement of the Legacy project. For those of you that don't know, these 2 maps actually just go together like you're seeing on screen right now. And we hated the stupid level requirement where it was like, I don't even know how you go to each one. So we just added them together. This basically makes it tied with being the largest map with Victory or Death, just I think a little bit bigger than Cog of Destiny. How we designed this is we've got 2 sets of spawns for the player. We've got the Kenneth side spawn, which is the main section. This is where your main lord is going to spawn. They are responsible for seizing the throne. That is how you beat this map.
Oh, buddy. I still think, you know what? If you're gonna do this, let all the lords seize.
You go, you kill Kenneth, you seize.
Your 2 sub-lords only have the negative,
the previous spawn
attributes of being a lord
version of the map.
I think you could probably,
one of the biggest issues with this
you could probably amend that.
The route split is not communicated
give them some reason
all, and it is very like, it is just not friendly to the player.
I mean, that's how it is in FE6. You don't know how you'd go to Ilya or Sakai. It's just like, oh, hey, here's just an internal level check.
Other issue is that within those maps, there's different things. Like, one of these versions of this map has the speed wing. Kenneth's version gives you speed wing. The other version doesn't. And like, that is stupid. Another thing is that there's the whole Corel Harken thing, which have different requirements on each map.
Yep,
and those requirements
it's really dumb.
Even to begin with. So we just found that the route split added a lot of confusion. It really forced you to go to Wikipedias, and we didn't like that. Adding these maps together, first of all, allows all the chests, all the loot to just kind of be generalized. There's no stupid, like, I don't know, magic unit requirement to get to the right one you want. And more importantly, is it really gave us a reason to make it so that both Corel and Harken can be recruited. Let's go. Sorry, I know. What you've got, okay, is you've got your A team. And if you don't really want to engage with this side of this map because you're like, what the dude, why did you make it so big? You can just take on this side with your A squad, put all the good units on this side, have them rush the boss, and just take the map out in a pretty quick manner. This left side is almost entirely optional. However, lots of good loot through here, lots of experience. Also the ability to recruit Corral and Hart. Corral just spawns on turn 10.
Skip the side objectives. Okay.
Down here. He's going to spawn as a green unit, but before he loads in as a green unit, we have some background coding thing that makes him an enemy turn green, so he's gonna get hard mode bonuses. Rather than doors or
you don't really need to do that.
Unit kills, the requirement for spawning Harkin is killing Jerem. One of the other things we've done is have the fortune teller.
Okay, you know what? Hang on. That is a good sub objective. If you rush the map, you don't get Harkin. You have to kill the sub boss for Harkin to spawn. Fair enough.
Be much more,
I still don't think the execution of this is
in like kind of offering up some things.
With a map being as big as it is now, I would maybe actually remove the snow.
She's gonna do a little riddle about like 4 units, like the Saint, the Sadist, the Sinner, and I forget what Harkin is. Basically, she's just gonna say that like Harkin will not spawn unless the Sadist is defeated. That's Jerem. In hard mode, really fun little thing. On turn 5, there is going to be a thief spawn from the central fort who opens Jerem's door. Now in normal mode, if you come within the range of 2 turns of movement so that Jerem can attack you, he will go aggro and start attacking you. However, in hard mode, his AI is programmed to charge the player. This lines up from a storyline perspective because he is kind of crazy and aggressive and stuff. It also just makes the map way harder. And as an honest rule of thumb, this is one of the hardest maps in the game now. One thing we tried to do is make it...
I'm gonna give a suggestion here. Because this map is so large, for a lore perspective, it's fine. This is like a Black Fang base. This is where like all of the secret meetings have been taking place, and like you do find the Fire Emblem here, so like this is a significant map. There's a reason to make it this large. Honestly, like maybe just have the locked rooms on the left hand side of the map. Maybe just have that shit be visible from the get-go. Feels like a lot for a new... I'm thinking of this from a new player's perspective. This feels like a very draining map for a new player.
So that wherever a unit spawns, the reinforcements of that type will be coming from the same area. For example, you've got a Nomad Trooper kind of in that like sort of central like long corridor, and Nomad Trooper spawn in this map.
Yeah, honestly, I think you could maybe cut this map by like 20-25% on the left hand side of it and still accomplish what you're looking to accomplish. But like I do think it is a cool choice to try and merge the maps because yeah, they do overlap. But it's a big map. At the very least, if a map's gonna be this big, dude, you gotta remove weather. It's okay in the individual ones because you're only dealing with like half of this map. And there are a lot of indoor ways to avoid the weather. But like, if you're going to have to be going here, there, and everywhere with at most 2 thieves, like mind you, you only have Legault and Matthew here. You have chess keys, sure, but like, let's just assume that, you're using thieves for thief utility. They're going to be running around and being slowed down outside is going to suck.
Up from the very north. Same thing goes for like central paladins. Used to be that paladins would spawn from like the bottom of the map. It was really chaotic. Instead now you have them spawning exactly where their predecessors kind of came from. The idea is that even if you're not going and looking at documentation, you'll say, oh, a Nomad Trooper, I'm gonna bring Lyn with effective damage against this thing so that I can easily take it out. And then when more come, you have the right unit that's ready there. Just because this is such a big map, we wanted to make it like challenging, but still friendly to the player. Last big thing is the snow is gonna remain. This helps control the pacing of the...
It helps control the enemies rushing you, yes. But holy shit, this is going to be the most tedious map to play. It's not even close.
The map. But one thing that really sucked about it previously is just how much it slowed your movement. What we've done is on the Jerem side of the map, all the buildings that you have to open up have back entrances now. So the big one is the bottom T building that previously only had an entrance from the far right side. You had to walk all the way around to go in and then clear it and then walk back out from the same exit.
That's correct.
Now you can enter it from the spawn side, and there's also northern exits to just pop out. Basically, you're hindered by the snow, but these buildings allow for better movement, and you're kind of incentivized to like move and flow through them. Biggest changes to any map we've done. It is one of my personal favorite maps now. We had so much fun making this. It's just awesome. I think it satisfies so much of what people wanted out of this map. And if you don't like really big maps, you actually don't have to play it, and you can just have your units charge through the main corridor and just go kill Kenneth right away. Anyway, moving on to chapter 28, Battle Before Dawn. Oh my God, the coolest idea for a map with the worst implementation. Honestly,
I don't even think it's the worst implementation. It is like one or two small changes for being like hands down one of the best maps in the series.
Really need that many changes. Now, previously at the end of Battle Before Dawn, you got your second Heaven Seal. Now, this is actually the last one that promotes the final lord. So in Cog and Destiny, you're not going to have that at all. The biggest issue is just that there was a lot of...
Okay, yeah, no, moving it from Cog to here makes sense too. Yeah, because like Cog promotion, not having your main lord promoted for Cog of Destiny kind of hurts. They're kind of sandbaggy there. Also, hi, Reiku, welcome.
RNG dependence. I love this map in the way that it forces you to rush. It is like a masterclass.
It needed a layout change.
Anti-ball of deathing.
The only thing that this map needs is like some green unit preventions for Jafar dying, Zephiel getting rushed due to Jafar having heal AI and not baiting enemies he's supposed to bait, Nino getting crit, and Nino not getting crit, but moving to the bottom, like the southeast portion of the map, just barely into Ursula's fucking bolting range. There's like tiny little things, tiny little like things that they didn't think of,
or whatever.
And it just makes this map so inconsistent.
A lot of things that could go wrong that was out of your control, obviously. We all know this. And that basically just comes down to the 3 green units. Jafar is in a really good spot simply because the killing edge has been boosted to 30 uses. You now very much easily have the ability to reach him.
It's just the AI, not just the AI, because Nino can get crit by the vanilla monk, which was changed to a... The monk was changed to a mage, by the way, so she's not like hopefully getting crit.
Be at risk, and he's just really not at risk now. Until that is stronger units start spawning in, and then it's like you've waited too long, you haven't done a good enough job. And
that is a reasonable way to go about it. I think that's what they wanted to happen, but it just didn't really work out. I still think that like unless you're adding
over on the Nino side,
some immortality clause, like
magic
you can just get unlucky and get fucked over.
We've turned that into a fire mage so that these two are basically just 1v1ing, and basically now the way they're fighting, there is a small chance that Nino dies, but you would need to be moving slow enough that it's on you. There's no just like RNG that she gets crit. And then we have Zephiel, who has had a slight buff to his stats.
Good, because he'd get murdered with buffed enemies.
So that he will not move off of the pillar. So the first few units that come after Zephiel are pretty easy killings for him. He also has a fun little sprite animation now. But as you wait longer and longer, you're going to find like, oh my God, there's now a hero on him. If there's a hero on him, you waited to, you know, you just haven't played the map.
Yeah, no, that is how the map is designed to be.
Fair pressure, where the first few turns of combat that he's facing are no issue. There's just no world of RNG where he's gonna die from like 2 iron axes. But if you wait long enough, rightly so, he can die. Very small.
If what Smith is saying is accurate to how the game plays, then yeah, good job. You kind of
control,
probably didn't fix all of it, because like without hard limitations in, you can just get unlucky.
I don't think though that the actual combat is the hardest part. It's about positioning units and charging to save these 3 as fast as possible. Also really important to note that in Elywood mode, there is a lot of different enemy placements here. Ursula is over on this side, the boss is over on this side.
Yeah, she still has
pretty much everything that we said.
You don't have Ursula without
bolting. For those thieves, they're pretty quick to get to these guys. So again, you know, you got to.
I will say this is a map that does show the disparity between mounted and unmounted units. Like they're already kind of better at everything, but doing this map with like a non-mounted units run is really quite difficult because like cancel utility is huge. And the extra movement's huge to get to certain places in time.
In the hard modes. Moving on to one of the worst maps in the game, Night of Farewells. The simple, easy change to this map is that once a bridge spawns, it cannot despawn. We've made
a simple change to this map to make it better is fucking remove it. There's no, why are they in the water temple? Is it because you had it from FE6? It's okay. You can be honest. I won't tell anyone. I hate this map. I hate this map so fucking much. It is a map that, I don't like it.
Faster.
We had the tile set. Yay, I love it. We made it purple. Yay, I love it. Why are we doing this?
Feel special. The boss now drops the Emblem seal, which gives the unit +10 hit and +10 avoid when held.
Okay, all right. Steel bow's hurting.
Like these single lanes, but
do I hate it more than the FE6 Water Temple?
Is a lot more friendly to
kind of, because like I'll just FE6 Water Temple is bad, but like I can skip it and not miss much.
I think it is now that. Oh, you can also steal Sonya's Emblem seal and get her Fimbulveter, which is kind of nice, or Fimbulveter. I don't know.
Yeah, at this point, you don't have a warp staff.
Sorry. Moving on to Cog of Destiny, another absolute banger. Something I should also mention throughout Hector Hard Mode specifically.
Kind of.
This was the one map that had like the whole enemy army being magic. We've tried to lean into that a little bit more for Hector Hard Mode specifically. So you'll notice that.
Did he say this map is a banger? I think Smith is using banger as like very memorable. Because Cog of Destiny is very memorable, but it's not a banger. Why? Say it with me, class. We're stealing from FE6. Reinforcement zones that the player has no way of seeing. Enemy spam.
The Hector Hard Mode version specifically has a lot of magic units. We kind of took inspiration from this Cog of Destiny thing and kind of implemented it a bit more throughout the whole game. The issue with Cog of Destiny and Hector Hard Mode actually is that there weren't enough physical units. So you could just take a unit.
Girl, just remove the reinforcement zones, all right? FE6 is for Smash fans.
With high res like Florina, give her a Pure Water, and she could just solo the whole map. So we actually added in a few snipers, a few archers. Overall, unit quality is still pretty good. Valkyries are fast. Lloyd is really strong, probably.
Like, don't get me wrong, you can deal with this map. It's a lot. It's a lot, and I don't think reinforcement zones are like a great way to handle it. It is too much. It is just too much for a route map. I'm of the opinion that reinforcements on a route map aren't a great thing, and you know what?
Lyn, Matthew, Guy, like basically cap speed are the only people that will double him. Linus is not nearly as strong, but he does have a rune sword, which was from the Japanese version. Didn't really fit Lloyd's vibe, so he has the wind edge. Pretty unchanged map.
That is scary now that I think wind edge has what, 20 crit or something?
Yeah, overall, kind of a banger map. Didn't need a lot of changes.
No.
Now, we have the trial map.
Honestly, man, the more I think about it, the more I realize FE7 has a lot of pretty crappy maps.
So in Hector mode, this is pretty much unchanged. We just kind of raised unit quality, and very notably in Hector hard mode, you get 3 units. Like,
good. All right. This map still sucks because again, FE6 map, but at least you're not like forced to bring Matthew and Hector and then no one else because you need to deal with chests.
You did in Hector normal mode. Also, over by
wind
the
edge
boss,
0
there
good.
is a switch. So this is the map for Hector's mode that you learned how to press switches. How it works basically is the unit that presses it is now going to get charged by 2 druids. So if Hector's doing it, like, you know, it's like, okay, this is Hector's worst nightmare. He has to then deal with 2 rounds of combat to like his worst enemy matchup. Yeah, but basically you step on that, the door opens up, and then they will charge down on the following turn. Now with Eliwood's mode, that's
fair. I think he was trying to make the best of a pretty crappy situation that Lyn Mode kind of set up, so I think that's fine, genuinely.
Actually, we're able to get a lot more creative with it just because of the way this map is formulated. So basically, we've got 3 switches. There's one at the bottom on the very start, there's one on the left side, and then one up at the top. So the 2 side groups of allies need to push up to allow doors to open for
oh shit, you know what? It's that one Mario Party 4 minigame.
Eliwood to progress.
Love that.
Obviously, you can be lame and like warp rescue Eliwood out of here. It just is what it is. Now, because the main lord is promoted after Battle Before Dawn, Eliwood's going to be a little bit stronger. Same for Hector.
Good.
So the enemy quality is again like a little bit better.
Good. Good. Promoting at this point is a little
the archer
little
side,
rough.
you have the magic side, but both sides have a general.
What, dungeon duelist? Yeah, that's the one.
Unit type can't just like fly through. Like left side would love a Florina with a Pure Water, but like she's gonna struggle against that general, and sort of same vibe for the archer side. This is like the one map that switches really made sense on. At least now it's a part of the game outside the tutorial. Okay, moving on to Sands of Time. This is now a really hard map. You got a lot of enemies with staves. The Eliwood mode has a ton of archers.
Oh, girl, why? I see green unit restore staves. What are you doing?
And overall, it's just a defense map. Biggest things you'll notice is that
actually, wait, no, that's just vanilla. Right. There's a silence, I think.
The Knights are good. You've got a level 20
hey, and a general
with a spear fighting for you. They all have javelins. They're all decently leveled. They can actually fight back. They will get torn up by the magic units.
All right,
that's to be
expected.
We've also
nice if it can last more than like a turn,
because there is so much stave use from the enemy. Honestly, the AI of this is horrible. They will not.
They don't have bishops though. Does Ostia ever have? Because like bishops are a part of the St. Elamine Church and like the weird offshoot that Kenneth made. No. I know he added the bishops. I'm trying to think if bishops are ever at all associated with Ostia. You know what? No, because Sarah came here in service of Ostia. So yeah, I guess, you know what, there's a rationale for there being bishops here.
Use restore at range, and they will prioritize healing their own units over you, but they're there for the vibes, and they occasionally sometimes do something. The other big thing is the secret shop can now be accessed via door. You just got to loop all the way around to deal with a bolting mage, and then it's indicated by that staircase down there. Oh, and this secret shop now has brave weapons, which is really good. So you want to.
Actually, question, did we change the ranks of silver and brave, or is it still like fucking silly?
Go there. Oh, and Denning now has a brave bow because it's better than what he had before. Oh, 31X, battle preparations. So this map, the shops now just basically have everything that's within the range of not OP, basically everything but like brave weapons. The only other thing about this map is just Carla in Hector's mode. We've reduce the level requirement for Bartra, Carla, Bartra, whatever, to be level 2 instead of level 5. The other thing is that Carla is searching for Karel. He can't talk to her. So now Karel can talk to Carla and recruit her. Carla comes with a Wo Dao, which is really nice because it's a great weapon for sword users. Carla also has stats.
Honestly, these are these are like perfectly workable stats.
Stats that basically rival Karel's. So
no, we're gonna compare to Vanilla Lyn. Continue on my bullshit. Let's see. Vanilla Lyn. It is... she is bulkier than Lyn will ever be. Like, ever be. She's got about, like, level 8 promoted Lyn. So, better defense. Better luck than Lyn. Better skill. Better speed, better strength, and hey, slightly lower HP.
She's a good unit, not an amazing
I'd like to point out that she's a good unit, not an amazing unit. I would like to point out that you tried to buff Lyn and you made a unit that was worse than Carla.
It's usable. That's pretty much it. And then you have victory or death. Honestly, it is one of my
So you can talk to her of Corral, but you still need the barter thing for her to appear at all. That is a good question. It's unclear. I would imagine that you do.
Maps in the game now. Throughout all of Hector hard mode, you're going to see an increase in unit weapon quality. As you go on, it's gonna be like, oh, this guy's a spear.
Why aren't you using the generic assassin portraits?
Spear. Oh, this guy has like a reaver.
Yeah, hang on, her gross are also great.
Carla also has stats that basically rival Karel's, so she's a good
unit, select
not
here?
An amazing unit.
Yeah, okay. I mean, less strength and less defense, but like, I don't know, bases matter more than gross at a level 5 promoted point.
But she's usable. That's pretty much it. And then you have victory or death. Honestly, it is one of my
Why is the player facing lethality procs?
Hector hard mode.
He's going to say that he removed the lethality proc on generic assassins.
Oh, this guy's a spear. Oh, this guy has like a reaver weapon. But as it goes on, you're going to start to notice that units have 2 weapons. So like warriors have both of their weapons, or you're going to run into some paladins that have full weapon triangle advantage. That culminates on this map, where basically every single promoted unit has everything that makes them good, and we've been as creative as possible. So with actually a lot of these later maps, we've reduced a lot of the like shitty reinforcements.
Okay, good.
Less now. And
Victor or Death is the worst map in the entire game when it comes to reinforcements.
So this map has crazy stuff like Brave Lance Falcon Knights, Rune Sword and Light Brand heroes, Silver Axe, Brave Bow Warriors, Killing Edge Sword Masters, Silver Bow, Silver Sword Nomads, Brave Lance Wyverns, full weapon triangle advantage, Cavaliers. And then the other thing we added in, just because it was never used in the previous game and I thought it was cool, are enemy assassins. Hector hard mode, very start of the game, you are coming to stop Nurgle's plans. He's like sending assassins to kill you. So from the gate, you've got 3 killing edge assassins sitting in forests. And what's really challenging is they're so hard to hit. They're so hard to range kill turn 1, but the pressure is there that if you don't kill them, they're gonna come and potentially killing edge crit you. So it's kind of just a fun dynamic. Overall,
address the elephant! Can they lethality or no? Did you turn that off or no?
A lot less annoying recruitments, but just higher unit quality in general. And then the secret shop is a little bit more apparent once again up in that corner. A lot of you probably didn't even know about that secret shop because it sucks. That has Earthseal, Bolting, Purge, Eclipse, a Hammer, Rescue, and Warp. So if you want to get spicy for the last map, maybe you used your Warp on this map, I'd recommend that. You can pick one up for the final chapter.
That's actually horrible game design. I agree. The reason that assassins aren't really used is that like a lot of times having to just roll the odds when losing a unit has such devastating effects if you're not resetting. It's like, okay, that's not great.
32X, the value of life. Another map probably most of you haven't seen.
Sucks.
Used to just be a map
It sucks. It's funny to get jump scared by warping, but that's about it.
of berserkers, and we just added in swordmasters and snipers, which are the other critting units. Not a lot to say about this map. It's only accessible if you've done the other 2 Kashuna maps. Most people that are good enough to make it here in Hector hard mode are just gonna warp skip, because you can just warp skip straight.
Yeah, they mentioned Hermern can repair 5
job,
items instead of 3.
One around the map. Personally, I would do that. This map does drop a rune sword though. I think there's only one other map. It might have been Genesis that dropped that. I can't quite remember, but anyway, pretty straightforward map. I never like this because it's like the end of the game. I don't really find it adds anything.
It doesn't. It is timed horribly. This should have like. I mean, I know you're coming back to the Dread Isle here, but like, there's just not a good time for this to ever happen. There's no reason that you have to fight Kishuna here or whatever, but like,
But
it's not
if
positioned
you're
well.
Storyline seeking, it is cool. All right, so next up we have the final map of the game.
Thracia's
Light Part
Peak.
1.
Except for Thracia's endgame. I will piss on Thracia's endgame's grave. Thracia does a lot well.
I don't think I want to give away everything about this map, so I'm not going to show you the final chamber, but one thing I will tell you guys for the video is up in the top left corner, you used to have generic druid,
Okay, so you're adding Theodore and Ion. Great.
generic sage. This is now Ion and Theodore. Just a nice touch. I know a lot of people like, so I just wanted to mention it in the video. Overall, this has never been the hardest map, especially if you know the little tricks and like, I won't say it just because I want it to be as hard as possible for people. But that said, dude, Light is such a banger. This might be my favorite map in the game, maybe my favorite map in any Fire Emblem game ever.
Is the
Units
Fletch
are
bow
better here.
fixed?
You're still gonna have
Are
a
you talking about the
challenge. Athos
description?
needs a little bit.
I will say, hang on, for on the topic of Brienne Fletch, because of caps and like certain speed tierings of I think Lloyd and Uhai, there is like Light is genuinely the best argument for Mulagir Lyn that one could make outside of heroes. A weapon that gives Lyn flat +5 speed would allow her to double enemies that literally no one else in the game could double. And there is an argument to be made that that is an interesting niche.
Help on speed. I don't even want to get into it. The Nurgle boss room is also a lot more challenging now. It's going to be very reminiscent of the Lion fight. And actually, I think
Dog, the Iron Fight's not hard, but I am a little disappointed that 2 rooms are not opening at once. I feel like that would have been a good change to make for Hector hard mode on this.
guys, I will leave it there.
The Lion, don't.
I want to leave.
If Heroes doesn't even know how to pronounce Lion's name. Lion, Leon, Leon.
Wanting to like show off everything in the ROM, but also just like I want to leave a little surprise for you. So I won't show you Nurgle, but that's pretty much it. I won't show you the dragon boss.
Okay, but like that's kind of important because for those who do not remember, the Fire Dragon has just like, it is a very long staircase up to the gate. It is just unused. There are enemies placed in the south that are just unused. If you want to make that map a map, you spawn at the bottom of the stairs and you have to fight your way up. That's how you do it.
Guys, I just want to thank you so much for being part of this. Unlike the Legacy project where like we were
the hack and show it in Effie Builder. Let me see if it's in the design docs.
This was just like a pure vibes like hobby. Started this after Emerald Legacy finished, and I just was wanting to try something new. This ended up being a lot more challenging than I expected, because the big thing was just balancing multiple modes. If we had one mode to balance, it wouldn't have taken that long.
I mean,
but
you could have.
So much time.
You could have made Ellie heck mode, genuinely.
Every mode, and having blind playtesters and revisions and playing it anyway. Huge project. This took so much. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the playtesting team, the blind playtesting team, also specifically Sonic and Lord Nero for their development help. I'm not the best coder and Fire Emblem builder, so they helped me with a lot of the things that I didn't know about. Huge shout out to all the creators of the patches, as well as all the animators. All that will be documented. I really don't know what the reaction on this ROM is going to be. I know the Fire Emblem community is so deep into Fire Emblem that I'm worried, because this ROM is more for the casual fan that wants to go back and play Fire Emblem. But I do hope that maybe the more diehards get a little bit of enjoyment out of their Hector Hard mode. Certainly not expecting this to be a sort of legacy, main legacy series kind of thing. But yeah, I'm just so happy to have had the opportunity to go through and change.
I did probably approach this with the wrong mindset.
Vision. So yeah, that is
because this is ultimately a fan of the games who's maybe not neck deep in for 20 years, trying to take a spin at rebalancing it. And I think I was probably approaching this from the perspective of him having the same expertise that he seems to have with Pokemon. I'm the FE7 guy. I'm going to play it. To be clear, I think it would be so incredibly shitty of me to spend 5 hours talking about this ROM hacks through the changelog video and then just never touching it. Because ultimately I wanted to do this to see how I would expect the changes to play out. Just, reading them without knowing the specifics. I will say that any ROM hack that is seen to completion is a monumental feat. No matter how complex or brief or long it is work. It is a labor of love, perseverance, and determination, and the fact that he got this over the finish line and to release is something to be commended. There are a lot of very sensible changes here. I think while I do have a tendency to focus on things that kind of stick out as oh, that's a weird or a bad or a not good enough change, there are changes here that I think are largely very good. I think the Wind Edge and Wodow changes are probably, maybe contentiously so, I think those are my favorite two changes of this, because it fixes a macro issue with FE7. The sword lock units did not have 1-2 range, and compared to bows, they had to interact with a triangle, so it was a very unbalanced triangle, in addition to being the weakest of the 3 weapon types and having to face weapon triangle disadvantage. Them having maybe the best 1-2 range, I don't know. It seems like the Wodow having a bunch of crits a little crazy, but giving them 1-2 range and couching it as hey, this is a physical wind sword usable only by skilled practitioners of Sakaean sword masters. I think that works. I think that fixes a big problem. Because you can't do that with magic swords. You can try, but it will not work. I like that Lucius got buffed to be usable mid-game. I think a lot of the weight adjustments were sensible. That alone, I think, does a lot of heavy lifting. For class lines that only have 1 or 2 people that are in it, I think making sure that they can effectively use their weaponry is a good thing. It's the problem that you run into with lances and how they're weighted compared to a lot of the Pegasus Knights, because, hey, exclamation point Florina, is she fast or is she slow? We don't know, because she's using the same weapon type as Cavaliers and Knights and Soldiers, units that tend to have decent con, so, they statted lances out as such. Did they buff or nerf the Dancer Rings? They buffed them. Not crazy. I think the buffs to Set's Litany, Thor's Ire, I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly fine. You are still competing against a dance. I think 50% avoid is maybe a lot, but if enemies actually have hit, it's you would maybe use that as a way to reliably pull an enemy that would just fucking murder you if they hit. That you can't just outstat with defense. Basic weapon shouldn't slow a unit down. I agree. No unit in the game should be slowed down by the iron equivalent of their weapon. Yeah, and you get both those rings super late game. Realistically, I think it is a pretty good failsafe for like 50% avoid. You could maybe reasonably pull one of a Reed brothers. Because I want to focus on stuff that I like here to kind of wrap this up. Because I think, you know, if I'm sitting watching Fire Emblem 7 content for 4 hours, the inner, like, nitpicky critic comes out and might be misconstrued in a way that I really don't want to be. Because ultimately, this is a cool thing seen to fruition. For someone who's not, like, ultimately, this guy is, like, mostly Pokemon nowadays. So, by its very nature, this is something that is going to have a reach far beyond anything a Fire Emblem content creator could have, because he's tapping a market that probably wouldn't be watching dedicated FE stuff anyway. But I think a lot of the small quality of life things of just like building atop the FE 6, 7, 8 expansion, adding some of the FE, the repo animations, I think those are good. I would definitely like add some of the more generic portraits too. There's some cases where like I know generic enemy portraits exist for certain classes and they just weren't in. Talk about how Wrath didn't get buffed. He got fucking 1-2 range and he got buffed bows. What are we talking about here? He also got a huge level bonus. Wrath got hugely buffed. I disagree with short bow on principle. I don't think it works. It is my opinion that like it is hard to, without a skill system, any amount of skill systems, it is harder to bring classes into parity. Because like you can tweak individual classes without having to interact with weapons through giving classes skills. Like, hey, how do you make snipers good without just like making warriors good? Well, you can have certain blow and like bowfair. And then like, hey, even if you added like blacksmith warrior to fates, snipers would still be like the bow masters. Yeah, I don't like the 1-2 range. It is purely a principle thing. I think you fix bows by just making them the undisputed fucking kings of 2 range. And they sort of did that and sort of didn't. Because, like, okay, they are axes, but, like, I don't know, they deal with flyers pretty well. Like, the bow changes are pretty good. The changes to Rebecca, I think, were bang on, which is rare. I think most Rebecca changes don't do enough or do way too much. I like the recover change. Let's see. I think buffing Bartra's bases was definitely warranted. Because like there's no point in the game where he ever has an opportunity to like be on even footing. Let's see. Assassin Kanto I'm kind of okay with, but I would use it as an opportunity because you are toggling it on at a unit level. I would not give it to Jafar, and I would maybe not give it to Legault. I think that is a good way to make Matthew as, frankly, the closest thing that, like, FE7 had. One could argue that Matthew kind of matters to the main theming of a narrative more than, like, Lyn does. He's got more skin in the game. I don't know, I could maybe give him Kanto on, like, Assassin promotion, or just give him Rogue promotion, but, like, again, I am speaking of things that probably go beyond the scope of what this Romhack wants to do. I am of a mind that, like, an FE7 fan rebank should be either go, like, make meaningful differences and try and use all of the resources available to you and all the lessons learned through, like, subsequently released Fire Emblem games, or just be an aesthetic quality of life thing like the FE6, 7, 8 enhanced patches are. Steel is a unit toggle, not Kanto. Counterpoint, you can just make a version of you can just make 2 versions of the class, realistically. So you can do that, it's possible. Having level caps can help warrior bows. The problem with like, I agree weapon level caps is a good thing to try and give units a little more identity. The presence of the endgame weapons wouldn't work in FE7. I think it would suck if, like, you couldn't use, I don't know, like, a non-primary S-rank weapon. Like, hey, Lyn can't use Renfletch, which is probably her best weapon for, like, endgame, really. Or, like, I don't know, you couldn't use the Regal Blade on Hector. Well, actually, no, you'd never used it on Hector. Rex Pasta on Ellawood? I don't know, it's fun to use the S-rank weapons. I don't think the S-rank weapons are handled very well in vanilla FE7, and it's hard to amend that without changing a lot more. Everyone complains about Project Ember, though. Why would anyone want to make that for 7? I think people are too sanctimonious. Project Ember does a few things that I think are a bit, like, not fanficky. I mean, I guess so. Like, what is it? Roach. I don't know. I think Project Ember is genuinely really good. I'm a Project Ember defender. I like it more than vanilla FE6, even with its warts. I think it is a far more palatable game to play. I think there are some instances in the late game where I could kind of feel like, okay, they kind of just wanted to have some fun of stuff, and it maybe was not in line of like the development principles of the rest of it. But like, that is what I personally want out of a remake. I want an FE7 remake, rebirth, whatever the fuck the third one will be. I don't just want like the new Final Fantasy Tactics, right? I like, if you are gonna spend time to like go over a game again, and that might not be relevant to like a Romhack trying to balance things out. This is just a guiding philosophy of what I look for. I want there to be like some meaningful changes to try and address things that might not have worked the first time around. My problem with FE6 is that I don't like GBA FEs. I like more than 7 and 8, but I don't like 6 at all that much. I don't like 6's weapon balance. I don't like its map design. I don't like its unit balance. I think Project Ember does better on all of those points. Also, I can go ahead and kind of do this, but yeah, no. I guess props to Smith for getting this out, because like, this is a full ROM hack. This is a full ROM hack, like front to back. And there were some changes that I thought were like very, very smart here. I'm gonna mute this so you don't hear it, but like, some of the changes to like Lyn Mode maps, they were small and surgical. FE7 Lex does a similar thing. Wildflower did a similar thing. I really liked the Dread Isle chapter, the small change to that. Like, small surgical stuff like that makes the map flow better, but is like still recognizable. Imprisoner of Magic, yeah, that's like, by and large, I think that changes that were made were good to neutral. There are a couple that stand out as like, why did we do this? And like, some instances of balance where I think you're probably gonna have some issues as far as the enemy composition is concerned. Because FE7, this game does not change enough about enemy quality or quantity that it makes FE7 into a player phase based game. You need to have enemy phase to like be viable in this in some regard. Like, player phasing is nice, but like, the ability to enemy phase is very important. For a game that is predominantly lances, I think, like, Raven's fine. I think Guy is better. I don't think you're gonna have a reception with Lyn as you might have thought. I know it was couched in like a skilled players might be able to use her, but like, you know, she's gonna be trickier to use. And like, I don't agree with that, but I also don't think that that is the approach you take with your game over condition and the first unit you're introduced to in the game for a casual player. Because like, billing Lyn as a liability rather than a potential asset is how you get people to just leave her on the bench. I like the FE7 hacks like Ember, but they just all stopped being made. I liked Wildflower, I liked Lex. Like, all of these will have very stark changes to suit the creator's needs. And not everyone's gonna agree with it. I hated Ember Warrior Longbows. That shit sucked. That shit was like the most CBT I have gone through with Ember, and luckily it's not in the game as it was anymore, but oof. Cool boy. No, I'm sorry, this isn't Crossworlds Apotos. Wildflower became ass in the late game. Wildflower became ass in the late game because of universal changes. If you rolled back those universal changes, I think you'd be fine. Like, most of the considered, like, map by map changes were, like, really good. Like, even, like, funny bias aside. Hell, if movement's gonna be the thing you're boosting Lyn, throw on Kanto and go all in on the concept. I mean, if you want to give Lyn a niche, you can give her Super Kanto, sure, why not? If you were giving Lyn, like, Super Kanto, I could understand the one extra point of move being, like, a genuine niche for her. But I don't think that's enough combined of 1 point of HP. Especially given that you're upping enemy stats. Like, granted, it'll work. I make Lyn work on every fucking playthrough. But on, like, the perspective of a casual player, it'll be tricky. Just give Lyn a bow, just do it. Wood chipper. Wood chipper. It does not make sense for Lyn to be a bow lord. the lore implications of how Sakai doles out women's weaponry and her being taught by her father. She can't be a bow lord. It doesn't work. It doesn't work thematically either. Too bad, just give it to her. No. So change the lore. No. Yeah, just change all of the established lore as to how women are treated in Sakai, despite the fact that it is basically like a tentpole to how Lyn stories where I'm talking about shit that is not relevant to this Romhack. All in all, I am looking forward to giving this a try. Because, like, I am hopeful that some of my criticisms or concerns will work in the context of how this game is statted out. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but we'll see. I just wanted to kind of give my thoughts, opinions, kind of take on this in a vacuum as someone who's spent way too much of his life thinking about FE7. Another excuse for Cyan to play FE7. You get it. You get what I'm all about. Finish Dream of 5. I am finishing Dream of 5. To be clear, I will finish Dream of 5. But, you know, this is relevant. I'm not throwing Dream of 5 away, I promise. I love how my dogs can tell when I'm ending stream. Ruby's a smart boy. He's my smart boy. Oh, my big boy. All right, well, he wants to play fetch, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Thanks for chilling. For what it was the first reaction stream. I don't know. I jokingly called it Slop Monday because people think reaction content is kind of slop, and like, if you're not adding to it, it kind of is. Counterpoint though, this is a 2-hour video. I have been live for 5 hours and 17 minutes. I think I threw enough of my opinion in there to where it was not just like, okay, we're gonna watch this video. Wow, very cool. I added 3 additional hours of content. That's basically a whole last stream. All right, I'm trying to do well by the react content thing. I don't want to just sit here and watch Breaking Bad or Naruto or whatever people do on Twitch nowadays. Anyway, I've been me, you've been you. It's very hot in my room and I'm hungry and my dog wants to play fetch. I will see you tomorrow for either FE7 or Dream of 5. I'll try and figure out kind of the logistics of that. But anyway, I've been me, even you. I hope you have a groovy rest of your day. Toodaloo, take care, and bye-bye now.